How's it going today, folks? My name is Mishu Oliveira, and it's an honor to be at this LGBTQ event from Inthio Society. Thank you, Leo, for all the work and effort you put into creating this event. It's a huge honor for me to be here and for everyone to be here. I am the first person to moderate this hour space here, so I'm going to take a moment to share a little bit about me and my story regarding psychedelics, being a big butch dyke that I'm very proud of. My entire almost 55 years on our lovely planet. And my pronouns proudly are she and her, if you're caring about who I am and what I'm about. And I have been this woman for my entire life. I grew up in a little town called Half Moon Bay, California. Lived in San Francisco in the 90s gratefully. It was a blast. But my story is not necessarily a happy one because I had a lot of struggles with being a woman who looked like this and having a lot of trauma and a lot of events in my life that really made me want to escape. So what I did was choose to drink, do drugs, have all the escapism things that I could essentially find my hands on and get away from myself and the events that were happening in my life. I did not have any executive functioning skills, and so I really chose to escape. And I also did psychedelics back in that time, but not in the capacity to pay attention to what was going on in my mind at the time when I was taking them or after. And so I was doing them with friends recreationally. And really at the end of the day, I was just trying to get away from myself. So what ended up happening is I spent the larger part of about 38 years really running to every substance and behavior that I could to get away from my pain and get away from the fact that I did not have the tools to navigate myself in a way that was any kind of responsible or accountable. And so let's fast forward to 2018 in January. I had the pleasure, the privilege, and the unexpectedness to re-establish a connection with mushrooms. Ironically, I was not looking for this. I was actually just meeting with somebody I'd met on the internet, and it happened that they had them. And I was able to revisit the experiences of mushrooms. January 3rd, 2018, I ended up taking 3.5 grams of golden teachers for fun, no intention, and essentially just wanted to connect to the experience again of taking mushrooms since I had not done them since 2000. No, let's go back. 1989, I think I was 19. So really at the end of the day, I was having a good time with mushrooms. I really wanted just to have something different than alcohol every day I drank. And so this mushroom experience was fun. It was different. And it reminded me, it opened me up to my heart again that I'd forgotten about because drinking doesn't allow you to really connect with your heart very much. So I really just dove off and found a side of myself that was about grace and gratitude rather than being angry and being constantly running, essentially. So at this time of my life, I was also in a life crisis. I had injured both of my shoulders really severely in the November of 2017. I was unable to work and I was looking at being homeless in April of 2018. And that was not a good time. So I was really freaking out. I was having a hard time with trying to understand what I was going to do with my situation and having no savings. I had literally just moved back to the East Coast. I had sold everything that I had to get out here and I had no money. So I'm about to be homeless and I have no choice in the matter, but just to suck up where I am and try to figure it out. What is the way out of my situation? So really mushrooms to me were kind of a Hail Mary. I ended up taking them and ended up deciding in that moment, following couple of days, that this was a good experience that I should replicate frequently. And it sounded to me at that time in January 2018 that once a month I should take 3.5, maybe 4.5 grams of mushrooms to just do something different than drinking every day. So we're going to fast forward now to 2024. At that time, I ended up taking a macrodose of mushrooms every month for almost 2 years. I had catastrophic things happen to me, one of which was waking up one morning and just not wanting to drink alcohol in excess ever again in a way that never was sought after by myself. I didn't look for any of that. I didn't seek out any of this that unfolded for me these next few years. Quitting alcohol was not by choice. It was mushrooms that essentially brought me to that ability to do. Nicotine followed after that. Sugar and excessive cannabis on a really scary kind of level. These addictions were taken from me with the awareness of why and how they were basically being leaned into. How I was using mushrooms was giving me the access to understand why my addictions were running my life, how they were controlling me in ways that I didn't have access to before, all of which because of consciousness expansion, right? Mushrooms are bringing me to expanding consciousness. And over the course of the following, basically 2018 to 2024, I have understood the factors behind what drives addiction. Using mushrooms gives you consciousness, but how is addiction working in your life? Honestly, these are things that I've discovered, and I'm grateful for having the access to understand the mechanisms behind my addictions. Also, LSD has played a part in my life regarding how these pieces fit together. I've done a lot of research in this time between 2000 and basically 19 until now with mushrooms and LSD. I've also taught myself how to grow mushrooms. I've now cultivated 20 different types of psilocybin mushrooms that I've used with my clients around the country to understand how each strain works in conjunction with mental illness, mental challenges, addiction challenges, trauma, CPTSD, and a lot of different treatment-resistant mental health and physical health challenges. I have done a lot of work now around integration and around the importance of that. So I now host a weekly integration gathering on Zoom for people that I'm currently working with and anyone else on the internet who wants to engage in the integration process or to ask psychedelic questions if they're working with psychedelics or planning to and don't have information that they're looking for. I have done a lot of research into the compatibilities between LSD and mushrooms and have discovered a lot of theories that I'm in the process of writing and journaling about that will be available in the future to various sources. I have quite a bit of knowledge that I've acquired these last few years, and not by finding it in a way that I was looking for, but inadvertently by living the experience and by allowing myself to be essentially shown what these processes are showing us, what they're bringing us to the forefront of. And it feels incredibly important to be of service to others who are seeking this path and seeking access to medicine that is also safe and viable, right? So I have ultimate respect for psychedelic medicines and the consciousness that they impart, the gratitude, the heart opening, the forgiveness, grace. They've changed my life. They have essentially allowed me to have a life of accountability, have a life of more than just validating my appearance as a butch woman. This is how I lived. I prioritized my appearance above all else because I didn't know who I was beyond my outside. So my last 7 years I have dedicated to evolving my life with psychedelic mushrooms and LSD. And I'm happy to answer any questions if people have them at this time. Thank you for listening.
Is there we're at 10 minutes after, so normally for the hour it's your hour, and maybe
okay, that's fine.
maybe, but if you want to take it in a different direction. I kind of got triggered when you were talking about addiction because I started smoking in college, and I feel like LGBTQ, like all my like lesbian friends, and maybe I had my own experimentation, but like all my queer friends really smoked a lot of cigarettes, and and I had a gay roommate for 3 years, about 3.5 years, and there was just a lot of like that poppers culture of like gay men in clubs doing poppers, or just like it just feels like drug dependence, or however you want to say it. I want to say it in positive ways that don't shame any of us, but I feel like this issue of addiction, I was kind of getting emotional because I was feeling like I can so relate to this. I've tried quitting smoking like 7 years at a time, then I'll go back and relapse. And it just feels like that culture, like that, I don't know, the excitement of like, if you have artsy gay friends, or if you have like cutting edge, like I think a lot of times people that are very smart and creative, which I kind of associate with like the queer community, can struggle with depression or trauma because their brains are maybe, I think of the great thinkers of our time, like Oscar Wilde, and just like people that we hold up as artisans, but don't recognize there's a huge queer component in the field of artistry and thinking, and people that think outside the box and are like different thinkers. Their brains are wired differently. And I just feel like those folks that struggle with maybe a higher intelligence or a different kind of intelligence, maybe then addiction, it has its appeal because you're pondering life so, with so much complexity that I think if you're sensitive like that, it can be very hard, especially if you've been forced to be in the closet or if you've been subjected to shame in your community about coming out or whatever, just that there can be a lot of trauma there. So anyway, but if you want to have it turn into like a talking circle, it's totally up to you. But those were my thoughts when you were sharing. Thank you.
I'm just trying to let people know who I am and where I come from, because my entire life has been a struggle around addiction and trauma and a lot of violence and a lot of really scary stuff. And psychedelic mushrooms and LSD have given me the tools to survive that, and not just survive it, but turn around and thrive and create a business of helping other people with similar types of stuff. So I'm just here to share who Mishu Oliveira is and where I come from, transparently, because I feel like it's important to not be shaming addiction or other types of behaviors in our community. I am and have been a lesbian woman, and proudly so, my entire life. And this is part of my lesbian legacy. And so for me, I'm just here to represent myself as a queer woman. And if people want to talk about, and in these groups that I've experienced before, as a moderator, you kind of give a piece about yourself and you let people talk about what comes up in your description of yourself or whatever they want to start talking about. But I'm holding space for people that are on this call. And in this hour that I happen to be hosting this piece, I like to have a more communal, community-based engagement and let people ask questions and let there be discussion, right? So if someone's interested in having me talk more about certain things, I think it's awesome to let people kind of just flow with whatever feels good. I can certainly talk more about the work that I do. I can talk more about mushrooms if people are interested to know about that. I have a ton of mushroom and mycology experience. The way I see these groups is that you've got all these amazing people that are coming in to share a little piece about their world. And this is a time for us to engage those people on a deeper level of what they're doing and what they've discovered. And so I'm one who really feels comfortable about being transparent on this path now that I've been on for 7 years extensively. It has become my life. So I am very, very comfortable with answering questions. If someone else wants to talk and share their experience, I'm happy to hold space for you to do that as well. But this doesn't have to be all about the Mishu hour. It can be. I'm open, very flexible.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Hi, Mishu. I'm Shamsi.
Hi, Sean.
I loved your story and I would love to hear more about the work you do. And I just wanted to say, as to Leo's point, addiction is a part of my coming out. And I think it was for a lot of people because there's the internalized homophobia. And I needed alcohol to be able to be queer openly. And it's very sad that our culture creates this idea that it's not normal what we want and how we feel. And so I'm in recovery, and we say, you will not regret the past or wish to shut the door on it. And so to take the lessons from the life of your active addiction, um, and so I learned a lot from that. I learned that I was attracted to women and it was okay. I didn't really feel okay with it, but I knew I met other queer people and became close to them and became part of a community. And that felt a lot safer. And then a lot of people in that community got sober. So I had great role models. I'm very blessed for that. I do feel like I'm in hopes that psychedelics will be helpful to my self-acceptance around all of my self-hatred and shame for being queer, for being a woman, all those internalized for being a person of color. And it has helped so far. And I'm going to talk about that. I'm moderating the next hour, but I wanted to just add that to the conversation that psychedelics and self-acceptance around our shame is huge, and it's a great gift.
Thank you so much. That's like right on this spot on. I had a lot of trouble with a lot of my path was very toxic masculinity based, very much leaning into the image of what it was to be a butch woman in the 70s, 80s, 90s. Growing into myself, I felt a lot of pressure to be tough and to be hard and to be really, womanizing in a lot of ways, which is disgusting behavior. And it was my lack of self-acceptance that really pulled me into behaviors that were really mirroring a lot of disgusting masculine traits. And what psychedelics have let me do is to come from the heart and not from this image of what it means to be a woman like myself, which is I pass as male, which is great, but not what I'm asking for necessarily. But I took that the wrong way when I was younger. I took it in the way that, oh, because I look like this, I have to act like this also. I have to be this certain sort of a way. And that I perpetrated this person for most of my life. That's not true. I'm more than what my appearance is, right? And so what mushrooms foundationally did for me was let me come from the heart and be real, masculine and feminine, and embrace the both from a place of empowerment and not shame. I was ashamed my entire life. I am a psychic mystic. I walk into a room and I feel people's energy. And I was feeling their shame. They didn't know who I was. Even as a child, I felt the shame of, is this a boy or a girl? All my life, I could tell and feel the awkward uncomfortableness of these people wherever I went. And I embodied. And I went along my life being a very shameful, negative, bitter person until 2018, until I could take that persona off and just let her go, let that fly, and step into who I actually am, which is many facets. There's many versions of who I am, but they don't come from the parts of myself that I was showcasing because I was ashamed. So I'm really, at the end of the day, absolutely grateful to have my life in authenticity without perpetrating masculine traits that do not serve me at all and never did. But society, I think, found it easier to swallow who I was because I was fitting in with this masculine way of being. And that's not okay anymore. So I'm grateful. Psychedelics literally let me invent myself as I'm meant to be without this type of perpetration and any of that. So thank you for letting me share. Yeah.
Hi, Misty. Can I ask a question?
Yeah, please do.
I'm really fascinated by patterns. And when you spoke to how you noticed when you were microdosing over time, when you spoke to how you noticed that you stopped wanting certain things, you stopped wanting the alcohol, I'm really fascinated as to how you would reflect on that. So if you go to that spaciousness where you might not be noticing it yet, right? Like your mind isn't seeing it, but the transformation in your body is happening. When you go back and you reflect on the period of time where that started to shift, how would you describe that? How would you speak to that for people?
Yes. So that was in October 23rd, 2018 was the first day. And what that was that day, typically in my morning, I would wake up and by, 9, 10 o'clock, I'm imagining what type of beer I'm going to drink that day in the afternoon. I'm already imagining what kind of alcohol I'd like to engage with at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This day, what was different immediately was that I woke up and I felt, you know what I need today? I want to have a nice lunch and take a nap. It was self-care. It was not, I got to go. I got to get out. It was, how can I show up for myself? How can I nurture instead of running? And I just went with that. I just trusted that. Go with nurture. Don't go with escapism. Lean into care. Lean into listening, and don't lean into this piece that makes you want to run away, because this is always spinning. And the way to stop the spinning was drink 6 to 8, 12 beers a day. 38 years I did this. And that was after I was macrodosing also, by the way, just to let you know. I was doing every month a macrodose. And in that time, the following couple weeks, the half-life or afterglow was expansive and my heart was wide open in those times. And so I really felt that 7 months of macrodosing allowed my neuroplasticity to raise to the level of now being able to quiet some default mode situation happening and really open my heart to be able to listen to my intuition that is speaking about come home and nurture this inner girl in here who wants just a break and also find some peace. I'm not having any peace. I don't know what peace even is. It felt like nurturing myself rather than running from myself, to answer your question.
Can I add another question to that?
You may. Please do.
All right. So I love toward I'm first witnessing everything you're saying.
Thank
And
you.
I'm grateful that you're here and sharing your life in this way as grace.
Thank you.
When you speak to what you noticed in your mind, what did you start to feel in your bodies? Like when you were feeling the pull of addiction, right? That has a certain quality, right? Yeah. And when it started to shift into, you notice the thoughts, right? That the thoughts are, you know what I'd like to do today is self-care. What did that actually feel like in your body? Like the shift from craving something that doesn't serve your living into opening for what does. What did that feel like physically?
Wholeness, not whole in my heart, which I'm drinking to fill, but whole, as in the whole whole body. I felt whole. I felt peace, inner peace in such a way that I never felt like that. There was no food, sex, drug, music, nothing felt like what I felt that day. I felt whole. I felt complete. Like I didn't need to do anything other than the basic survival human things: air, water, food, and rest. That's all I needed. I didn't need anything else. It didn't matter. I was already home. I wasn't trying to go somewhere to get something, to be something, or do anything else. I was already here, and I just needed to do the basic things to honor myself. I didn't want to dishonor. It felt like I was already home. I just felt whole finally for the first time. And I've felt this way. It's been since October 23rd, 2018 was my first day of wholeness. Really. Yeah. And it's been that way ever since. And it's not because I'm not drinking anymore. I drink every now and then. I drink when it feels like it'd be fun for a moment. I can have a couple of drinks. I can't drink what I used to drink ever again, which was beer. I can have like a couple White Claws or weird shit like that doesn't have any real flavor to it. I can only have a couple. I can't drink like I used to. I don't want to drink often because I know where that goes, and that feeling is low for me. It's a low vibrational. Whether I love how I just feel every day, just myself. I like to just be in my space as I am. But when my wife and I go to the tea dance sometimes, and we go dance with a bunch of women, sometimes it's fun to have a couple of drinks in that like wild dancing space. But really, that's few and far between in my life of now. I was drinking every day. And for me, how I feel every day, just myself as Mishu, I'm home all the time, every day. And I don't need to go someplace with a substance that takes me out of my daily self. That's better for me, to be with myself. Yes, please. How do I deal with discrimination? What discrimination? What discrimination? I don't know. I don't notice any discrimination. I don't know. Discrimination in what context? How about that? Let's go deeper into that. I don't experience any.
So I was thinking about, as a politician, I watch conservative news a lot, and they're like obsessed with just concerns about drag queens reading books to kids and a trans
Oh yeah,
agenda
no.
and so forth. And I feel like, just from a political perspective, I want to give perspective to the idea that that it's okay to challenge some of these discriminations, like maybe directly or indirectly, or these viewpoints. But I'm trying to navigate as a politician, because I'm trying to work with conservatives and liberals, how to do that in a way that that speaks the conservatives' language, right? So I might run into like a gay cowboy that doesn't feel that they are in a position, or that it's their challenge to be like a flamer. They maybe discriminate against people that are more out there, and they think that it's better to just live a conservative life. So, I'm just always navigating, how do I speak to discrimination, but in ways that people are actually going to hear, instead of like automatically push them away.
Transparency. I speak truth, and I walk a life of truth. And so for me, whatever discrimination that is happening around me is happening wherever it's happening. It's not in my sphere. I don't feel it. And the bulk of my clientele, ironically, are straight people. And so I deal with, on a regular basis, I work with straight folks. I work with straight everybody, a lot of straight women, a lot of older straight women, a lot of people that aren't from queer community, which I find extremely ironic and also amazing. And I love it. And I embrace all of that. Right. But I feel, when I hadn't, I lost my identity in 2019 in a 3.5 gram golden teacher experience, completely inadvertently, not expected, not sought after. But I had a full lost my identity and really grappled with a lot of identity stuff from basically May of 2019 until probably well into 2021, well into the pandemic, basically. I lost my swaggering butch persona. I lost the knuckle dragging, sleeveless shirt wearing, constantly at the gym. I lost this part of myself that I was really identified with. And I felt that at that time, wherever I went, there was a giant chip on my shoulder about people not appreciating me and my aesthetic at that time. And I don't have that anymore. And I'm still trying to understand why specifically, but I feel this, in my life where I find myself. I also live in Western Massachusetts, which is a giant queer bubble. And wherever I go, whether people are having a Trump sign on their lawn or not, people meet me with respect. And I don't know if that's just in my face, like face to face, that they're being this way with me. And then behind my back, they're saying, who knows what, which is possible. I don't know. Maybe I don't think about these things anymore, which is kind of maybe naive. I don't know. But none of this is in my sphere. I know there's I've read about the drag queens, Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence type stuff happening, I think a few months back. That sucks. All these things are awful, right? And I know that they're happening in our world. And I am not very, very political. I am political this year because we have question 4 on our ballot in Massachusetts that directly pertains to psychedelic, plant medicines, psychedelics being allowed for people having therapeutic access, and hopefully also home cultivation of mushrooms. I am now being very political in that context because it deals directly with something that affects my life and the clients that I work with. But I don't feel a connection to discrimination because I feel a connection to community and unity, like I never have before. And I feel a connection to people who, I don't know, maybe otherwise, I don't know, I don't see myself as an other necessarily. I see myself as a human being. And maybe that's because of mushrooms. I don't know. That's just my personal story. The performer persona was protecting my vulnerability. I couldn't be vulnerable because it wasn't macho enough. It wasn't badass enough. It wasn't butch enough, right? And this conditioning, this programming, culturally, societally, we don't know, probably a combination of all the things, really gave me the impression that being vulnerable, allowing that part of my femaleness to come out was a threat to my livelihood, to my life. Basically, I had a lot of physical trauma I have had a lot of violence in my life. Whether or not I was being soft didn't matter. Looking this way was the impetus, right, of this violence towards myself. But I protected myself because I have met with violence my entire life. So I think a lot of trauma conditioning is at the helm of that. But yeah, yeah, good question though. I think that the straight community used to be a lens before the internet, and now there are so many other communities that have the power to speak their truth and share their voices. Um, there are many different views and many different lenses now. The psychedelic revolution that is currently underway is another lens, and it is lovely to have this lens because it is incorporating a large base of different types of people, which I think is really quite awesome. As somebody who spends her entire day in the psychedelic community, one way or another, whether I'm actively working with clients or I'm working with peers or I'm creating community to hold space physically here in Massachusetts for people in psychedelic um, community seeking or any of that. Um, this is a giant melting pot of all people, all ages, right? Some of these people are in their 20s, some of these people are in their 80s, and they're all different types of people. And I think that that type of unity is not only necessary, but incredibly beautiful. And I get to witness now since really 2020, this mesh of people coming together to really understand themselves, their lives, their worlds, their problems, their challenges, their opportunities. And I've been really blessed to witness this. I am happy to talk about the work I do. And the work I do, I wear many hats. The hats I wear in psychedelic space are an honor. To start with, I am a mycologist, and I do educate others around mycology. I educate around growing at home. I educate around the different strain types. I also help other peers, so other facilitators and other people who are looking to work with psychedelic mushrooms. I educate them about mushrooms. I am very much a community builder, I would say, psychedelic community builder. What strands work with nicotine addiction? Golden Teachers were what I was using. Golden Teachers helped me with all of my addictions because I believe they are incredibly insightful and very spiritual and connect you to very deep introspection. And if you're able to work with consciousness, they're going to show you and tell you how your addictions, methodology wise, are at work behind the scenes. So, really being able to reflect and become the observer to your responses to your addictions is what is giving you the tools to really work with dismantling them, right? So, another way that I work, some of the work that I do is directly related to integration. Integration is a huge piece of psychedelic recovery, psychedelic expansion, psychedelic healing. Integration is allowing people to really work with what the medicines that you're using, whichever medicines they are. These medicines are giving you access to understanding yourself. And so integrating is basically the other piece of applying these experiences, these intuitions to change and evolve your life in immense ways, right? So I definitely am an integration coach. I'm an integration specialist, whatever you want, however you want to call it. I host live integration circles once a week on Zoom that are welcome. Anyone's welcome to join. These are people, a lot of them that I'm actually actively working with have been my clients for a couple of years now. Some are people just off of either LinkedIn or Instagram or Third Wave or just the internet, wherever they find. Some of the work I do also is in basically psychedelic guidance. I have at this time now guided over 170 psychedelic mushroom journeys. And these are journeys that I host in people's houses nationwide. I host a variety of doses. Some people are really interested in learning to engage with what comes through actively while taking mushrooms. And this is something that I find to be very powerful when people are working with mushrooms and who have a guide to sit with them and actively engage with what is coming through. This is next level type of transformative therapeutic access. And a lot of people are very excited to have connection to things that they're really struggling with and work with them in the moment. So mesodosing is a wonderful dose to really work with this type of work. So I do a lot of guidance mixed with integration actively. I also am someone who is public speaking. This is also work that I do. I also work with community legalization, so advocacy. I'm a definite advocate. I have helped to decriminalize or at least lower the prioritization of criminalization in several cities around Massachusetts, including the one that I live in, and also do most of my work here in East Hampton, Northampton. We are able to gift, consume, and cultivate entheogens here in this part of Massachusetts. Some of the other work that I do is involved with mentoring people. I mentor other guides, coaches, facilitators, and mycologists in a variety of ways, basically whichever ways help them to establish an understanding of this process that is healthy, ethical, safe, and effective, right? And yeah, that's some of the work that I do. Yeah. Are there any other questions or things that people want to talk about, or anyone else who wants to speak about things that are going on in their lives? No pressure there. I'm happy to keep talking, something that I enjoy finally. But I'm happy to answer more questions if anyone has them. What is hard in psychedelic space is imposter syndrome. Imposter syndrome is basically something that really stems around the belief that the work that you're doing isn't necessary, or that you're not real, or that you're not able to do it, or you shouldn't be doing it, or you're not qualified to do it. A lot of the things that I've been doing these last 5 years are things that I've invented that have never existed before. The methodologies around dosing that I've created are based upon patterned responses from clients that I've been working with now for 5 years. And so what is hard is to create things that have never been done and to just trust what is happening and what is unfolding, and the gratitude that people were expressing, that are continuing to express. So imposter syndrome is something that I worked with back in 2020 and 2021. And it was something that I had really struggled with. This is something, so my experience with this process came from many different mushroom journeys and future visions, right? So I had visions of my future back in 2018 and 19, and saw what I was going to be doing before any of this culture even started. I saw the collective suffering that was coming to do this work. I saw myself guiding people. I saw myself speaking in auditoriums full of people, right? And which is wild because I have a speech impediment since I was a child, and there's no way I'm going to speak in front of people. But here I am in these mushroom journeys having these discussions with an auditorium full of people, right? So now as of today, I've now spoke 3 times at the University of Massachusetts Amherst campus with a psychedelic club there, right? Wild stuff, right? Watching myself guide mushroom journeys, because when I'm in journeys with people and they speak in mushroom space, I hear exactly where they're coming from. I understand what they're connecting to, and I understand how to direct them back into working with these nuanced understandings and interpretations. So really what becomes necessary is being able to deprogram your mind and your ego from all these mechanisms of thought process, and allow yourself to come from consciousness, to come from the heart, and to trust this process, to trust who you are. There was a lot of time that I spent when I was younger thinking, wow, everyone is telling me that I should transition, back in the 90s, right? Back in the 2000s. And at the time, I thought that I was an imposter also because I was a woman in a man's body. And that's not true. And I'm grateful now for having had the consciousness of mushrooms and LSD to really fine tune my belief system of who I am. I am actually exactly who I'm supposed to be. I'm a woman who's very masculine, and I love the fact that that is who I am. And I'm grateful for having the ability to not come from a place that was where I thought I should be, headed down a path of that. My imposter syndrome really dealt with being a provider in psychedelic space, being a pioneer here, being an inventor, being a creator, and being a space holder for something that's never been done before. And at the end of the day, I have massive, massive respect for my courage. I have respect for my heart and staying true to these thoughts and these visions and these beliefs of what is possible, what is happening, what is actual, and to keep going, right? And to keep trusting that what I'm creating and what people keep basically saying and being, I'm being referred to people now I'm being referred to people by doctors in this valley, by psychologists in Boston. Their treatment-resistant patients are being treated by me now, and it blows my mind. And I have to just keep trusting that that's okay, right? That what I'm doing is actual and viable enough for doctors and psychologists and psychiatrists to be referring their patients to me. So at the end of the day, there's a lot of things that is most challenging for me was imposter syndrome in the beginning. What is really hard in psychedelic space also are there's a lot of people that are jumping on to doing this work who have never actually done the work themselves in a way that has done anything transformative for them to where they can now apply that to their people that come to them for help. This is a work of ethics. If you're working with psychedelics and with other folks in the world of psychedelic healing, they're looking for someone who can help them heal. And unless you have worked extensively with the medicine that you are implementing, there's going to be a big disconnect between what you're able to really help people with and what you're wanting to help people with. This is a work of a lot of self-reflection. When you're doing work with other people in psychedelic space, particularly with mushrooms, at some point, the people are going to surpass the work that you've done unless you've changed your life and broken your own addictions and healed your own mental health struggles. So it really becomes imperative to come from an ethical place for harm reduction's sake, and also to be able to be viably giving access to what people are looking for, which is truth surrounding psychedelic healing. So please, I don't know, it's one of the hardest things that I've seen. There's people working with someone who's certified with a certain type of medicine, and then working with them and find that they don't get what they need from them. They're not getting what they're asking for. So I hear these stories often from clients that find their way to me or that are referred to me, and it becomes it's something that I hear enough times to want to say something about it at this time. Yeah. Another thing that's hard about psychedelic space, I feel, is the idea of destination addiction, that you can just take a substance and radically change your life. This is a misnomer. Many people will take psychedelic substances and not have a breakthrough right away, or they will struggle to find the grace within themselves that they're seeking. And this is a process of intermittent success. It's going to do this, maybe this, and then this, and then this. And it's very intermittent. This is a process that it builds upon itself. And so really, I've watched a lot of people struggle with very deep disappointment who are not getting the changes in their life that they want so readily. They're not having the miraculous transformations, or they're not feeling better immediately. What psychedelics are going to bring you is the introspection and the consciousness to understand the why behind struggling. So it's very important to work with the pieces that are coming through with your intuition, telling you your behaviors, possibly nuanced changes and shifts in how you respond. These are how psychedelics are working to offer further grace, further healing. And it's really macrodoses. I macrodosed for 2 years every month, and people were coming to me. I don't advertise for what I do. People are referred to me by friends, loved ones, medical and mental health practitioners, the internet. Apparently you can type my name into Google and a lot of information about me comes up. So people are finding me on the internet now. They type in alcohol addiction and psilocybin, and there are podcasts that I've contributed to and articles I've contributed to that are available. You can become certified by, some people spend a great lot of money, a couple $1,000s, and go down to Costa Rica and have a journey on the weekend or a couple journeys, and then they're certified. There's all kinds of certifications you can get, and it really doesn't require you to do more than 1 or 2 journeys. I think a lot of these, and then you get a piece of paper that says you're a certified psychedelic facilitator. This is one way that you can go about being certified. I'm actually in the process of creating certifications, several courses, in fact, for people who are interested in learning to do this in a way that actually is very effective, right? That is going to change the way that you live your life, and that helps people that are seeking your guidance at changing their own lives, right? So courses to really understand the process, to understand mushrooms, and to understand at least mushrooms and LSD, because these are the medicines that I focus on. But, let me see, I'm going to read this one here. I think what we do, we don't necessarily heal. I mean, we heal the aspects of ourselves that are able to work with the mental health challenges in the ways that we have the tools. So when things come through our lives, we are given the ability to, instead of responding and reacting to them, we can reflect on them and decide how we engage these understandings. So the things that happened to me as a child, physical abuse, sexual abuse, addictions for my entire life, when I go and start thinking about these things, I don't react to them in the way that I used to. I reflect on them from a place of high consciousness, and I engage them with agency rather than emotional reaction and then downward spiral, right? I'm able to engage with what I've experienced in my life or what I experience today in my life with a different type of response. And a lot of times it's no response because there's no need for a response, right? I am not at the whim of my experiences now. I'm at the whim of myself, which is very masterful now, right? So we don't tend to, technically we're not evolving from all the things that happened to us and they're never going to bother us again. It's that when they do come across our minds or our feelings, we engage with them in a very different way. We engage with them with respect to ourselves and maybe respect to the experience itself. We're able to honor what happens to us in more, I think, more powerfully healing ways than we would if myself, from speaking to me, when I would imagine the things that happened to me, I need to drink and get away from it, or go have a lot of sex to escape from how I was feeling, or go eat a bunch of sugar because I feel awful, right? So instead of these reactions, I'm going to sit with myself. I might go sit out by a river instead. Now that I have awareness, I'm going to sit someplace that actually allows me to connect to my awareness of what's painful. And I'm going to honor myself by working with it in the moment and not just trying to shove it away so I feel better, right? It's not about feeling better. It's about being real in my experience, right? The people, I have a lot of clients I work with who are actively working with gender diversion, is what I like to call it right now, and being other gendered or gendered in a way that feels unique to your lived experience is something that I feel it takes a lot of courage to embrace, not following the norm, right? Not being like everybody else. So when you're struggling with gender or sexuality and don't know whether to come out or how to come out, self-realization, self-actualization is something that really is empowering someone like myself, or maybe anyone else who doesn't understand how and who they are in this world and what they want to be seen as or how they want to identify. Understanding who you are behind your exterior is the beginning of this work. This is the threshold for really coming into contact with really powerful elements of who you're meant to be as you're meant to be, whatever that is, whatever the presentation that you seek. So really understanding who you are beyond your appearance is part of this. Straight therapists in this space, I think that really it depends upon yeah. There's a lot of, I grew up in my 20s in the 90s in San Francisco. I was involved with a lot of lesbian porn, a lot of sexuality stuff. It was my identity, right? I'm a porn star. So naturally, I'm identifying with hypersexuality, right? Only dating strippers. Like my entire life was sex, everything, the whole thing of it. And really at that point, it was a lot, right? It was a lot to be this person identifying with this aspect of myself and showcasing these traits. These are all coming from a validation seeking that I could not offer myself from a healthier standpoint, from a more, authentically honoring place, right? And when it comes to challenging, you're challenged with gender expression or understanding sexuality, understanding who you are is really part of what this is going to lead you to more grace and more ease, more authenticity. Understanding how you want to identify and how you want to express yourself is going to cause a lot of angst, a lot of anxiety, and a lot of fear. So connecting with the stronger elements of who you're meant to be is part of what bolsters the coming out process, or identifying as who you're meant to be. Exactly. It is, I don't know if I see myself as the predator necessarily. Um, I was somebody who was constantly viewed as really someone who was attractive to be with. And once people got to know who I was, um, there wasn't much there to offer because I was a very shallow person. So I was constantly sought after because I was a hot butch. But when you got to know me, there was not a whole lot there to offer. So I was more of um, I feel I was taken advantage of a lot. I was objectified constantly, but I also played into wanting to be objectified. The whole thing, we can take all this apart and come with a lot of understanding of a lot of work to be done in these areas, right? A lot of people choosing to be in relationships with who looks good rather than how they are as a person is going to perpetrate this piece right here. And this is all from essentially validation seeking behavior, because people who are not self-realized or not self-aware are targeting to be with the visual aspect of what feels and appeals to them, right? So self-awareness, self-realization, I feel psychedelics allow us to really embrace these elements of our personal evolution, personal growth in ways that are really unbelievably outrageously awesome. And I'm grateful to not be living in my life as the person that I was in my 30s and my 20s, and even in part of my 40s, in the beginning of my 40s. So I'm just really grateful at the end of the day that I am not coming from those places anymore. I have a little more self-respect and self-awareness than that these days. And thank you for your questions, Leo. Great conversation, engaging comments and questions. I really appreciate those. Yeah. Those are things, I mean, your sexual preferences and what you do sexually are your business. What I do is my business. And for me at this time, it is, it's personal preference. I think that if people want to engage in whatever behaviors that feel good to them is their right, they should be able to do with whatever they wish with their bodies. There's no shame in any type of sexual pleasure. If you're doing this in ways that feel good, live your life. Paula, please speak or ask a question. I would love to answer.
No, I'm just listening to you, and I agree with everything. I've been on a journey of self-healing for quite a while. So I'm a 77-year-old transgender woman. I converted. I became myself in July 4th, 2020, and I finally became who I am. All that other stuff, I don't even know who he was anymore. It's like I was in a therapy group, and they were talking about being a traumatized child in an adult body. Well, that was me. And I went, holy shit. So, I've been on the journey, the ayahuasca, the last year and a half. I've done 8 journeys.
Yeah.
And that was broke through the walls and the armor. And it's scary here because I'm dealing with preverbal childhood post-traumatic stress. And I'm in it now. So I'm in it, I'm living it, I'm feeling it, and I'm dealing with the biology that happens in the body. There's a lot of biology that takes place, a lot of chemicals that affect one's emotions and one's state of mind.
Absolutely.
These modalities have always been, for me, a way of connecting to my authentic self and out of the trauma that I saw the world through those eyes. John O'Donohue has a poem in his book, The Sacred Space Between Us. It was published after his passing away. on page 168. I know the page and I know the poem. It's for a person coming out of extreme trauma, and it just lays it out, lays it all out. The ability to be able to deal with this, the fear that it causes, the strength it takes to address it, and the healing that takes place when you come out of it. And it's the journey that one needs to take if one wants to heal. So yeah.
Yes,
So
yes.
that,
Thank you so much for sharing that and for being who you are, for having the courage to step into your brilliance, to your authenticity. It's beautiful.
yeah, I hear that courage business a lot.
Takes a lot.
Well, no, it for me it was life or death. So it wasn't a matter of courage; it was a matter of living. And my desire to live is very strong. And over the last many years, I've done things to not live because of the pain that I had. And so it was a matter of life and death, not a matter of courage. So it's kind of that, I know it's a lot of courage. It's a big step. So when any of us make that step and come out of the construct that we were born into, and the pain that we learn to deal with one way or another, either oppressing it or getting addictive behavior or risky behavior, all of which I experience, I'm just lucky. I feel gratitude to be here now. And there is so much wisdom out there, and people working on this finally. Well, I finally see it. It may have been people working on it for quite a while, but it's finally come into my consciousness. And I'm grateful. Yeah. So earlier someone said if I could talk for an hour, I could talk for 3 or 4 hours. The journey has been incredible. But, often people say, yeah, okay, that's enough.
I appreciate you sharing. And I wanted to say, before my time is up here, I am grateful for allowing to share a little bit about myself and a little bit about my experience. I'm very grateful that all these people are here today, that this is existing. Thank you very, very, very much for everything that you've done in your lives to get you to this point here today. I have much love and respect for all of you. If you have any interest in reaching out to me for whatever reason, I'm just going to throw in, if it's possible, may I put in my email address or just my name here? Please reach out if you're interested.
I think, yeah, if your email is out on a public forum anyway, I mean, you're always going to have strangers that are bothersome, but I feel like a lot of the folks on the calls tend to be relatively safe and supportive.
I've actually, since being, apparently I've been on Google for the last 5 years. You can just type my name and my stuff is there. I've never, knock on wood, knock on whatever, I've never had any problem with anything being negative. I get a lot of really beautiful people reaching out, asking for help, and I get a lot of people just writing to say thank you for having the courage to speak truth and to show up here. So if anyone wants to reach out for whatever reason, if you're interested in mycology, integration, mentorship, even just to have a friend, I always am looking for friends in psychedelic space that are queer, that are whatever stripe you are. I would love to talk to you off the books as a friend, as a whatever, whoever, however. You're welcome to reach out to me anytime. I love you all, and I respect and appreciate you so much from this heart of mine. I hope you all have a great day, and thank you for being queer. Bye for now.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So our next moderator is Shamsi Rue, and what Paula said was correct, is we had a couple of people that were moving their slots, and I'm still sorting out. There's just like a lot of excitement and nervousness, and who knows, people have chaotic lives, and some people say people in the queer community are especially creative, and so that makes them busy and always running from this to that. So thank you so much, Michu, for being here and for your words, which I found so heartening, and I found out things about you that I didn't know. And I just appreciated so much of what that you shared. And so I want to welcome Shamsi Rue. She is our next moderator, and Take it away, Shamsi. It's your hour, whatever you want to, if you want to mute people, if you want to unmute a person or have someone else unmute them, or if you want to make it more of a conversation style, just, of course, it's your hour.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me,
Yep,
Leah?
Yes.
Yep, we can
Oh,
hear
there
you.
you are. Okay, now I can hear everybody. I'm Shamsi. Usually after that, I say I'm an alcoholic. Let's see. I'm trying to turn my video on. There I am. Okay, I can't see all of you for some reason, but I can see myself, and that's nice. So we're talking about LGBTQIA plus things and the psychedelic world. So I've thought a lot about how these things converge. And one of the main things I want to talk about, I'm going to give a trigger warning for suicide. I am going to talk about that a little bit because I want to talk about depression and other treatment resistant mental illnesses within the queer community. This was touched on a little bit by Mishu, and I wanted to talk about medical homophobia and how queer people are not getting the same resources as other people, and my concern that as the psychedelic movement continues, I think it's great that Mishu is very queer centric. And I think we need more of that and as much of that as possible, so that people don't fall through the cracks who are treatment resistant, but who would respond to psychedelics, because that's what's often found is that you guys can hear me, right? I can't see anything.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
If you go up to where it says view on your right hand side of your screen, you can view gallery, and that'll show you a view of all the other participants in the room.
I
We
don't
can hear
have
you.
that.
You
Okay,
might
as long
want to
as you can
change
hear
your
me. Oh, I can see you.
name on your picture too. You just got iPad there, but that might be okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's somebody else's device, and I am scared to mess with it because I've been kicked off like 2 or 3 times since I started, but thank you. So I wanted to talk about that. I'm very concerned for LGBTQIA plus youth. And I wanted to talk about the suicide rates among queer people. Um, it says here that LGBTQ plus young people are more than 4 times as likely to attempt suicide as their peers. And 1.8 million LGBTQ plus young people seriously consider suicide each year in the US, and at least one attempts suicide every 45 seconds. So those are statistics from the Trevor Project. And I'm very concerned. I'm not someone who works in the psychedelic space, but I'm someone who, does my own work in the psychedelic space on myself. I consider it to be every time I journey with psychedelics or every time I trip, I learn more about myself and other people and the universe. And I want everyone to have that experience. And it definitely has had an impact on depression that I've experienced. So that was one thing I wanted to touch on. And if anyone has anything to say about that, I would love to hear it. That's something that concerns me greatly. Also, the gatekeeping within the psychedelic community is an issue that I want to hear from people about. I'll probably stay in this event or be in and out of it and ask these questions again of someone more knowledgeable. But I've recently learned about the Daime Church, and it's one of the ayahuasca churches. I think there are two main denominations that administer ayahuasca, and I think the most popular one in the United States is the Daime Church. And within that structure, how they administer the ayahuasca is split into male and female. And the woman who I heard speak about it was a queer woman. And she said it didn't bother her because she identified as female. So it wasn't an issue for her. But she did bring up that non binary people and some trans people are going to be discriminated against in those spaces, depending on how they identify, and not really knowing whether to be in the male or female side. And I think that dichotomy is very heteronormative and, in my estimation, not very spiritual. I think we'll evolve past that as a species, needing to identify people by their gender and feeling that that is in some way spiritually significant. And I say that because there is masculine energy and there is feminine energy, and some people express both. I myself identify as a non binary woman, and I identify as queer, even though I am a woman in a relationship with a man. That's still my identity. So I would imagine for myself and others, that would be confusing to be put in that situation, and much more so for people who are non-binary and use they them pronouns, because I use she her just for reference, and because that's what I've grown up with and I'm comfortable with that, and I'm cis presenting feminine woman. I don't feel that way within myself. I feel like I'm just a person, neither male nor female. But we keep hearing people in spiritual spaces talk about the sacred masculine and the sacred feminine. And so, and integrating those could be a part of our work, spiritually and psychedelic space, to embrace the masculine and feminine without creating a dichotomy, without saying you go over here and you go over there, or you're not allowed to partake. I think that's a kind of gatekeeping. I think that there is also financial gatekeeping. I don't hear of many people who administer these medicines who who have a sliding scale. Um, it's usually a flat fee to partake in certain kinds of ceremonies, or to even partake in the medicines themselves. I believe they are legitimate medicines and should, your Medicaid should cover them. Your Medicaid or your Medicare or your health insurance should cover your psychedelic treatments. I think they're finding it's better at treating depression than antidepressants, which often have a side effect of suicidality. And some people take antidepressants and do, in fact, suicide. Um, so, yeah, I think the financial gatekeeping is a huge problem. Homophobia within the psychedelic community is something I'd love to hear from other people about. But what I wanted to talk about, which I touched on briefly when I commented as Mishu was sharing, was the self-acceptance that comes from psychedelics. And I think in our culture, still to this day, there are remnants of the old belief that group psychedelics in with other substances. Now, anyone who has had alcohol and taken mushrooms knows there's a difference in those experiences. They're very different from each other. There's a difference between cocaine and LSD, a huge difference. And so some of these substances can destroy your life. But as we'll hear today, and you will hear from me, psychedelics and also marijuana, which I consider a lower level psychedelic, but also a plant medicine, have been hugely instructive in my personal journey. And so anyone who would like to speak about where psychedelics, oops, where psychedelics have taken them in terms of self-acceptance in terms of healing and healing the wounds of internalized homophobia. I found that psychedelics have helped me, and marijuana have helped me to embrace all of my identities, where they intersect and independent of one another. So I had internalized racism, internalized homophobia, internalized sexism, and those were all from the hey, Leo, are you there? I think there's someone unmuted and we're hearing their
Oh,
background noises.
okay, I'll mute someone.
Okay, sorry. I think it's the trans woman who spoke at the end of the last session, which her comments were wonderful.
Okay, you should be good to go.
Okay. So yeah, where was I? I talked about suicide rates. I talked about shrooms and ketamine being used in clinical settings. I think it's wonderful that there are people like Mishu and my friends Kai and Tara, who are queer people within the psychedelic space, working and administering mushrooms and ayahuasca to people, and LSD. Mishu does. Let's see. What else could I talk to you about? I just wondered what a more queer inclusive psychedelic movement would look like. And I would love to see more people out front of this movement. So I'm really excited about today and to learn from all of you and to hear from you. Let's see. Yeah, I was saying, I feel like marijuana and shrooms have helped me return to my authentic self in a way that was not possible without them. And I think I was using alcohol to try to do for me what psychedelics and marijuana were actually able to do for me, which is a return to seeing myself as what Mishu called whole. I would add to that holy, to see the sacred within myself, and also to see what connects everything in the universe, to experience this unifying life force, which was I had heard about and intellectualized, but until I had psychedelic experiences, they didn't integrate, as some might say. So let's see. Does anyone have any comments? Anyone have anything to say?
It's people have to be unmuted if they're not a co-host, so it could take a second to unmute them. But they're welcome to raise their hand. I was curious because when I met you originally, you had asked me if I was bisexual, and I hadn't really given it much thought. And so I just remember that you seemed at that time like you were in the Baha'i faith. And for me, you came across as kind of like discriminatory because you were like asking me about if I was bisexual, and I had literally just gotten to college and I was like, I don't even know who I am yet, but I'm like, whatever these cool people are, I want to be what they are. Like, I don't know. And I think I said to you, yes, but I didn't even know really what I was answering. Do you know what I mean? I didn't even have any
Yeah.
experience or concept of that. I think I was just trying to be cool. And I think at the time you were not as open. And so it was interesting because you ended up becoming openly gay later and being in all these relationships with women and all this other stuff. And ironically, I never went that road, right? But here I was saying to you, oh yeah, sure, I'm bisexual. Like, you know what I mean? And I feel like I scared you with my identifying with that, but it wasn't even really maybe true. Like, you know what I mean? Or it was nothing like what you ended up going down the road of and becoming full-fledged, like so gay, in my opinion. Um, and it seemed like you had a lot of fun. I know that you have suffered a lot in your experiences, but it also seems like when I've seen all the people that you've hung out with over the years, it seems like they're like the fun people or the artists or the people that are really like loving and just like kind of the embodiment of like if you were going to do a TV show on like the cool hippie LGBTQ community or something. So I don't know. That's what I was thinking about when you were talking.
Yes. I was raised Baha'i, and I was raised to believe that homosexuality is an illness, a spiritual illness, and that you could turn to God and be healed. So I believed that until I was 25 and my best friend came out. I just thought, this is a spiritually sick person on a yogini who practices yoga every day, who practices meditation every day, who works in social services and spends her life in service to community. And I just thought, she is an example of what it means to be a positive spiritual person in the universe. And that changed me. I was completely unaware that I was queer. Although, when I was young, I would turn away from the other girls in the changing room because I would get turned on. And so I would just turn away because I didn't want to look at all those naked girls. Let's see. Well, I wanted to say too, that not just in an LGBTQ accepting of that identity and, feeling free from internalized homophobia, I think it's an acceptance of all aspects of ourselves, and it's beneficial in from a holistic standpoint. Like I was talking about the Daime Church, there's a local one, and I don't want to visit because I don't know if I'll feel comfortable there. A litmus test for any space is, would a trans person feel comfortable here? Would a non-binary person feel comfortable here? And when you're in a social situation or any setting where it feels exclusive in any way, that's a situation I want to get out of. I want to be, the church that I played at this morning, the first time I went there, they were, they were asking for the blessing of the Lenape Indians, who are the Native Americans from the area I live in. And I thought that was so beautiful. And then I saw pictures of our priest at Pride, and he was right out front wearing a rainbow thing around his neck and with his wife, and it was beautiful. So that church I feel completely comfortable in, although I don't know their doctrine. I know that they are not homophobic and are inclusive. Spiritual spaces that are gate kept by straight people, it's the same problem as the clinical settings where people are underprescribed what they would need or never prescribed to begin with, something that would be prescribed to a straight person. And it can be an unconscious bias. This medical homophobia hasn't been a hashtag yet. It hasn't gotten the attention that it needs to. But I think the suicide rates among LGBTQIA plus youth tells the tale that they may be treatment resistant or they may be getting substandard treatment because of how they present or how they identify.
Thank you
What
so
else? I
much.
think there's gatekeeping. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, Paula June has had her hand up for a while, and she'd like to interject something if you don't mind.
I would love that.
Thank you so much.
Oh,
Go ahead, Paula June.
yeah. No, there's a lot of things you're touching on that have been on my journey. So the religious thing is kind of interesting because I kind of consider organized religion more of a crowd control than a spiritual evolution. Like for me, when I speak with somebody, the space between us becomes a sacred space, and then we reflect the divinity in each other when we talk. I really love the Shipibo Indians. I did have an opportunity to be at a retreat, and I couldn't afford it, but I did anyways. And that made me understand the connectivity between all of us and the irrelevance of gender, really. And also the concept of non-duality, which is something I love exploring, but it's really hard to pull out of the what do you call it, the construct that we're all born into. So those are just a little bit of backgrounds of how I'm looking at it. About as a fellow, I had a lot of maladaptive behaviors that were suicidal and self-destructive. And and also I had a stepfather who was gay, but he was a narcissist and did all sorts of nasty things. I don't want to paint queer people or anything badly, but I was traumatized severely by that growing up. And it took me forever to accept my queerness, which I do now. And it took me forever to accept my neurodiversity, which I do now. And it took a long time for me to accept myself, which I do now. And I was dead before and I'm alive now. And it's through this medicine. I had terrible depression. And I went to the ketamine to break that cycle. And I went, oh, hi, I know this place. Oh, no, this is cool. All right. I did the ayahuasca thing. Well, that was like a death. That was the old person dying. All the trauma that I had experienced in my life, even the childhood pre-verbal trauma, which there was plenty because my mom was a concentration camp victim and had me 2 years out as she came out of camp. So I had so much epigenetic trauma that I had to deal with. And it was crushing. And now it's gone. So it was through the plant medicine, through mushrooms, through working with people who guided me, through the healing of the ayahuasca, and now with these various groups, self-acceptance. What are they called? Radical self-acceptance. It doesn't matter what you call it, but it's really self-acceptance. And that is what I hear you saying, and the healing as far as youth and suicidal. Oh my God, been there, done that. Millimeter from succeeding, but something in me didn't want to finish, needed to be here and do this work. So I try to go forward now, help people now. I have a group on Tuesdays and everybody's welcome. And it's great. And we have a few people in our group that do retreats also with plant medicine. And there I participate also. We get to see those things in us that need healing. Some of it's scary as hell. But you know what? I thought transitioning was going to do me in, but it was the beginning of my life. So now everything else is a blessing. That's kind of generally what I wanted the thoughts that came as you were speaking about, the alcohol and the youth and the other, the religious aspect of it. And we live in a very complex society, and like Gabor Mate says, normal is toxic as hell. So why do I want to be normal? That normality, right? So I do best when I'm in community. I really do, and that's where a lot of healing takes place. Just to say, we had a young non-binary person talking about suicide last Tuesday, and our group immediately rose to be engaged, so they didn't have to go down that path and give support. So those are the things that make my heart sing. So thank you for listening. I'll wrap up.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Thank you, Paula June.
Thank you. Yeah, to answer
Yes, I
your
can
question.
hear you. Yeah, I turned that off
Okay.
so the noise wouldn't go through. So.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Neurodivergence is queerness, and queerness is neurodivergence in some ways. I mean, we are not neurotypical. And so I have a cousin who was trying to explain to our very religious grandfather that homosexuality is normal and natural. And she found research that the brains of gay men are different than the brains of straight men. To just try to say, hey, man, these are the scientific facts. You can't believe someone is spiritually sick whose brain is just built different. That doesn't even make sense. And he did accept it. I don't think they accepted it. Oh, they had passed away. I showed up to a family wedding with my partner who was female, and the way that I came out to my family was by not coming out. I just started bringing my girlfriend around and showing up to events, and my family was cool about it. And they actually came to Christmas at her house, which I would have never expected. That was such a wonderful confirmation of their love for me. That they would put themselves in a situation that was really foreign to them and just be in a place of acceptance and love. I wanted to also say that I was talking about the differences between substances and psychedelics, and I wanted to point out that when we use substances, as I will call them, meaning toxic drugs, we have a physical response of a hangover, of, your body is depleted, you feel terrible, you're dehydrated. Um, but yeah, when you use psychedelics, you don't have that experience, or I don't. I don't feel hungover. I don't feel bad. I don't need to give myself tender, loving care because I just went through something destructive to my body. And I really believe that these plants evolved with us. I think they're a gift from the spirit world or from the aliens or someone, because our brains and our bodies have cannabinoid receptors. And I think they're going to find that whatever is in psychedelics, our brains have receptors for that too. I wouldn't be surprised if there are DMT receptors in our brains, because that's a substance that's in, I think, ayahuasca and the toad. And we were cleaning the room once and we found some weed in a jar, and I smoked that and I was like, this is the most amazing weed I've ever smoked in my life. And we wrote to the girl who had left it here, and she was like, that's DMT. Because I had a wild experience on that. And I took one drag and was just like, my Lord in heaven. So yeah, I had a great experience with DMT. I was laying on my husband's chest with my eyes closed, and I could see that he had the soul of the forest. And nothing has ever been truer than that for me, that experience. It's like when you hear people talk about a near-death experience and they say it was realer than real. It was more real than reality. And that's how a psychedelic experience can be, more real than reality, hyper real. Um, and yeah, so I guess some people now I'm hearing do experience a time of being hungover from psychedelics. I have not had that experience, and I'm not discounting that some people do have that experience. I'd imagine that it's not as debilitating as something that is toxic. I don't think plant medicines are toxic. I think that they were created, or we were created with them to work in concert. And I think, our brains responding to them the way they do. Um, DMT is something that's released in the brain at the time of death. So people are having amazing psychedelic experiences, which I think relate directly to the spirit world. I'm thinking of taking something called Combo, also known as the frog. Oh, yes, lovely. What would you like to ask?
I'd like to ask you how you feel like psychedelics have helped you navigate and process your queerness.
That's a great question. I think it's just it's kind of like what a woman was talking about or a person was talking about in the last hour, about how it feels in your body. And that I don't know how to describe the feeling. It's like a release. There's a release, and my breathing became more even after these experiences of feeling so connected to the universe, feeling out. I was outside of my ego in that space. I wasn't concerned with anything that might possibly concern me in average day-to-day life. And I felt so at one with the universe. And I think feeling at one with all this beauty and life and source of creation and those aspects in other people that I interacted with, it's like I could see it in myself as well, or they were mirroring it back to me, or I was mirroring it to them. This deep sense of self love, which was also, it wasn't self-love as divorced from other people. So it was an all-encompassing love. And within that love, I embraced myself as well. Um, and I can't really express it any more than that, except when I came out of it, when I was, you know, outside of the experience and back to my normal self, I still felt I could breathe easier, free from, and I pieced it together later that, oh, that was my shame around being a person of color and the way people treated me when I was young. That's what that was. That isn't there anymore. When I had my first son, my mother called and I realized we had a horrible relationship. And I realized I'd always felt this longing for her and this anger and sadness. And after I had my son, it just disappeared. And that's kind of how shame around queerness, around blackness, around being, a woman, all just, it isn't there anymore. And I attribute that directly to mushrooms and marijuana. Marijuana has been a great tool of self-acceptance for me. And marijuana has also been a great tool of accepting the world as it is and people as they are and not having an expectation. I had the experience recently of being able to be with someone while they were on shrooms. And I felt like I was her therapist. It was wonderful. I was shrooming too, but I wasn't having anywhere near the experience she was having. And I got to sit with her and talk, and she was very emotional. She's an emotional person, but she was very emotional and went on deep dives on some topics in her own life, some trauma she had been through. And I was able to listen to her, and really just by holding space. It wasn't that I talked her through it, or, I mean, I would say loving, encouraging things to her during this experience, but I didn't guide her through it per se. But it was nice to feel that I was of service in that way, and that experience was facilitated by the mushrooms. And I would love to, I'm going to contact Mishu because I would love to do more of that. I would love to hold space for other people who are having a psychedelic experience. And I would love to prescribe microdoses. I've been prescribed microdoses in the past, and they were incredibly helpful for the depression that I have suffered with through most of my life. Yeah, so that was what I wanted to talk about. And the gatekeeping financially was something that was addressed by Leo very early on in these events, is the fact that homeless people are largely not included in the psychedelic space. And who could use healing more than homeless people? And how do we get this information out? How do we get this medicine in the hands of people who are so vulnerable and who need it most, really? I think that's all I have to say at the moment. Does anyone else have anything to say? Well, that was my topics. I mean, I could tell you my coming out story and how it relates to my queerness. I could talk about, oh, let's see. Oh, good, I have a co-host. Um, Manslayer, would you like to take over and share some? I've blown through my notes, so I'm out of things to say at 2:34. Would the co-host like to jump in?
I have a question. That's okay.
Yes,
Can you hear me?
please.
Okay.
Yes, I can.
Um, Earlier you spoke to your experience of being in the Baha'i faith and how you uh, the emergence of you becoming you and disentangling those ideas that so that you could allow yourself to be what you are, right? Making the spaciousness for that. And I heard you saying that psychedelics helped you along that journey, but I would really love to hear more about what you noticed um, as how they helped you. Specifically, like if you noticed they were changing for example, your the way you see the world, how the world became to you, or what allowed for that shift? Because I'm sure that you heard in other places that, you know, being queer is fine, right? But we believe what we believe, you know what I'm saying? So what shifted in you that allowed you to embrace another way of thinking, another way of being?
Yeah, that's a great question. Well, I have to say, it wasn't just plant medicine that made those shifts for me. It was the life of my best friend. And through her, I got queer community. I had had queer friends even in college, even when I first met Leo, and I was very judgmental about homosexuality, bisexuality, which were the main terms that were used then. Um, and through, you know, loving my friend and seeing that what an example she was to me and anyone. I mean, just an epic person, and she still is. It really helped me. Yeah, and having queer community. How did I open up those spaces in myself? I think was kind of the sense of the question. What allowed for that was love. And I think coming from a religious background, if we learn nothing else, I hope that religious people learn that love is the most important thing and love is the centerpiece. And because that was how I was raised, it was impossible for me to look at her and see anything but love and see anything in the way she treated people besides love. And being embraced into the queer community, they knew I was queer before I did. And just like Leo said, you know, I'm super gay. And so one of the things that helped with the psychedelics was feeling like to embrace my queerness, even in a straight relationship, is important to me. And to talk about it and to be vocal about it. Yes, sometimes the most vehement homophobes are in fact queer. I think that's where you're going. And I wasn't the most vehement homophobe. I wasn't hateful. I was what my father would call confused. When he used to talk about queerness, he would say those people are confused. I think I was confused. I thought I was straight and I thought that queer people were sick, and that to me is confusion. I don't really know. I mean, that's a great question, and I don't know how to answer it. So I'll have to think about that. Can I return the question to you and ask, what are the things that gave you the spaciousness to accept yourself?
Give me 1 second because I'm cooking for my kids at the same time and I don't want to burn the shit.
I can't hear her, Leo.
That's because I was yelling to my kid to cut all the food off so I don't burn it.
Okay.
Yeah, the fish too, baby. Thank you. All the things, you know, everything, everywhere, all at once. Um, Ask me again. I need to hear it.
What are the things that gave you what you call the spaciousness to accept who you are and feel, yeah, feel that sense of self-acceptance?
I grew up in a religious family too, right? And in my situation, that also the way they perceived it was that there's something wrong. They didn't know I was queer. I don't really understand how anybody could not know. You don't want to see it. I do understand that that's not real. You just don't want to see it, and so you don't. But ultimately, I never really didn't feel queer. I always knew I was pretty early on. I just knew that I needed to keep it quiet because I wasn't safe to share that in the family I was in and the demographics that I existed in, places I had to shape shift. Ultimately, uh, what I had to do was rewrite my story because I was at peace with my queerness, but I still thought I was going to burn in hell for it. So in my mind, it was like, well, I'm gonna just go out then. If I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna go out like a demon. That's how I saw it in my body, that I'm just that. But honestly, going through that process of feeling like that, of just accepting myself as a demon, really ultimately was just accepting myself whole. I just had to transition out of the mythology that I was in. And once I did that, and it was really just some distancing and my own self explorations, and my bodies always know what I need. And so I always find myself in an abundant situation where exactly what I need is right in front of me. And so I just moved in the ways that I needed to move to evolve new mythologies in my mind that allowed me to release the demons myths and eventually embrace my demons, and then eventually have no need for that mythology at all. And at this point in my life, I just am, folks, do what you do, whatever. And as long as you don't come up in my space and be oppressive, or if I recognize oppression in another person's space, I wait it out to see if they are in the spaciousness in themselves to like take care of themselves, because I think it's important that people have the opportunity to defend themselves first. But if I feel like they can't hold it yet in their space, then I will step in and I'll check that shit, because ignorant violence is, that's why the world looks the way that it does. We sit silent while shit happens. And I'm 50 years old, so I've lived a lot of life, and I've gone through a lot of things to get to a place where I can speak to it. And so I do, because there's a lot of younger people that can't, or they're not there yet. There's a lot of older people that can't, or they're not yet there yet. And so I just make it a point to be what I wish I would have. Yeah.
That's beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does
Now I
anyone
gotta go
else
cook.
enjoy? Does anyone else have any thoughts around self-acceptance or gatekeeping, or what I was saying about treatment-resistant depression within the queer community? Well, I'll go on and talk about combo, which I've recently heard about due to these events, which is a plant medicine. I know it's administered in Peru. I don't know where else. And I was invited by a woman, and when I have some cash, I'm going to take her up on it. I have schizoaffective disorder, bipolar type. So that means basically I'm schizophrenic and bipolar. So I have the symptoms of both of those. And some people have been cured of schizophrenia by using combo. And I've also had a lot of gatekeeping around mental health, because people feel that depression and PTSD and anxiety can and should be treated by psychedelics, which I agree with. But if you suffer from schizophrenia, you're supposed to be excluded hands down across the board from any plant medicine. And I think that's a real disservice to the mentally ill. I have had great experiences with marijuana and terrible experiences. I've had only good experiences. Oh no, I've had one bad experience with mushrooms. But even that, I feel like there was something that came from that experience that was positive. Like I was talking about, there's a release when you use mushrooms. There's a psychic and spiritual and emotional release that happens following that trip or that journey, that I have experienced. And I haven't talked much to other people who are schizophrenic. I haven't talked to anyone else who's schizophrenic about, I took my star with Maria Alice. I can't read that. Hold on, I'm gonna see what you're saying. Is it relevant to this? I'm trying to think of things to talk about because I really got through my thoughts. I took my star with Maria Alice, part of Santo Daime, led by men. Yeah. Yeah. No. So that's exactly right. That was my concern within the Santo Daime space. Where do non-binary people fall within that space? And are they even allowed to receive the medicine? I don't know. Part of me wants to go check out this local church and just bring it up. There's a lot to be said for bringing it up. I think Lovely was talking about one of the things they touched on was when you see something happen, something, some act of oppression, they feel like it's their responsibility to step in. And, I love that. We need to be willing and able to step in for each other. And I hope that you will step in on behalf of others, and I will make an effort to do that too. Oh, wow. Leo is working on developing a church led by women. Yeah, that's a very wonderful idea, and I hope that happens. And I hope there are some queer people maybe within that church who don't identify as women, but who have experience being labeled a female at birth, or a non-binary people who identify on the femme end of the spectrum. Yeah, I identify as non-binary also. I saw a woman named Fruitcase on Twitter who identified as a non-binary woman, and I was like, that is a good fit for me as a mother. That felt good to me, and as someone who is a cis femme, I know I always appear as a woman, even at my most, dressed as a boy with a shaved head and a binder on. My voice is female and, perceived as female in my body. And that's fine with me. I've accepted that. I'm not that outward turned that I'm that concerned with how I appear to others or how they process my appearance or how I present in any way. And I'm 52, so I'm kind of over it in terms of what other people think of how I present, and what that means. Yeah, those are my communities: the Black community, the queer community. I consider myself a part of the homeless community, though I am now housed. My name is not on any lease, and I live through the love and support of my husband. But yeah, I want to learn more about holding space for others in the psychedelic space, and if anyone has done that work, how they came to that work.
I can jump in here for that.
Thank you.
So I started out as a space holder, and I identify as a psychodoula. Speaking of identification, I am all and none of them. So I do feel that some spaces, specifically, I am accepted as one of the girls. And then also there are times when things are very matriarchal or very patriarchal. I feel like I'm being othered because I am both and neither. So I think it's really important for those of us that truly are non-binary. And it took a while for me to embrace the non-binary thing because I am two-spirit. Like, I know what I have, and I don't think that obligates me to be one or the other. So that's just where I come from. But I have been in the space of being a sitter for so many people. And it started out, gosh, back in high school. I was the sober one. So I was the designated driver. I was the one that kept things, the space holder, the one that kept things safe, the one that my friends could call no matter what time, and I would answer and be right there. Or I was actually there with them, and I'd be like, "Oh, let's steer you this way." So it's important to understand the responsibility of the space holder, and also to know that sometimes the space holder can be just the person that is there. They don't have to be as educated. I have educated myself along the way, and I was invited into the spaces because I had friends that were like, you need to know what we're experiencing. And through that lens, I was able to see that. And space was held for me. And so I pay it forward for others. One of the things that has come up is the self-acceptance journey. And I am a self-acceptance coach. And I do use psychedelics sometimes in the self-discovery phase of the self-acceptance. So for me, I look at it as, if you have an idea, like if you're going to put a puzzle together, you have an idea of what the picture should be, or what you're hoping the picture to be. And you have this box full of pieces, and you dump all the pieces out. And then you start rooting around to find, maybe you're a corners person, maybe you're a borders person, maybe you're looking for, everything of a certain color because you know that goes into one section. There's a lot of organization that happens, and the same thing happens when we're choosing who we are going to be, not just who we were born into and who others see us as, but who we get to choose to be. And it is very important for us to do this work. And there's several layers to it. So when you were talking about identification, or if you're talking about sexuality, there is the biological sex, there is the sexuality, who you enjoy it with, and then there's the relationship type. And then there is relationship style. So relationship type and style are two different things. And we all try to, I think the world, well, actually, no, I won't say the world. America has has been trying to lump all that into one thing, which is sex. And then they say, oh, you can't say the word. Well, there's lots of different things that come with that ball, with that onion of constructs. And so it is very important for us to talk about these things, and to just, as I said, dump the pieces out on the table, and then really sort through them and see what comes up and what we choose to address in any space. And that does happen whenever you are sitting for a person, and integration is very important to me. I am an integration coach as well. And with the Condor approach, we actually have a 4 Ns process. So there's intake, intention, in space, and integration. And every N is important.
Thank you. I'm just waiting to see if anyone has anything to say, or any experience with
Yeah,
gatekeeping.
Paula has raised her hand. So, oh no, it was a mistake. I don't know, maybe a mistake. I was curious because I had asked Michu about the impact of straight folks doing these psychedelic underground ceremonies, i.e. therapy, i.e. spiritual guidance, with folks that are queer. Like, maybe you've already spoken to that, but what is it? Like, do you have any thoughts on that? Like, I feel like sometimes people think like they can do a training on, like, I don't know, queer, gay issues, and then they're like, I'm good. Or I can do a training on like Jewish trauma, or, African American trauma, and then they think they're good. But like, do you have any thoughts on these psychedelic practitioners that maybe have their own stuff going on, and they're trying to give counsel to people that are struggling with gender identity, sexuality?
That's a really good point. That's a really good point. We need people who have these experiences to be out front, whether that's being female, being Jewish, being queer, whatever it is. We're always going to need leaders to speak to these different things. And I hope that one day it will be as easy as, on these therapy sites where you can now pay for therapy. You can choose if you want a woman or a man. You can choose the race. And I think that's really helpful. We were able to get a Black woman therapist, and if we'd been able to specify a queer therapist, we would have gotten that as well. And I think you should be able to make those choices in psychedelia. And I love that it's becoming so much more popular and mainstream, because I think one day that could happen. You'll be able to go online. Now they have ketamine that you can be prescribed online and do the ketamine therapy. And I hope that one day we'll have, because I think ketamine is a synthetic, which doesn't mean it's not valuable. LSD is a valuable psychedelic and it's a synthetic. I place more trust in plant medicine for myself, for my own body and my own system. So I'm hoping that one day we will have psychedelic assisted therapy that is for all incomes and for all types of people, and that you're able to choose your therapist based on your identity and their identity so that you can feel fully seen and heard.
And as far as young people, another question I have is, if there's so many more resources for queer young people, then do you have any thoughts on like why the hopelessness and why the depression? Like clearly this is a community that's suffering. Like you said in the beginning, your heart is with these young people that are really struggling.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's just speaks to the greater culture and the homophobia within it. I think feeling othered all the time, I think adolescence is a time of, hormonal upheaval and emotional upheaval for a lot of us. And I can't imagine having to go through that as an out or closeted queer person. I had another experience where I was closeted because I didn't know I was queer. So even though I had these experiences, it didn't seem, and even after I had talked about how substances were a part of how I came out when Mishu was on, and I needed to be drunk to express my queerness. And I haven't had to do that in many, many years. And I've had sober queer relationships. And honestly, because I'm queer, I consider any relationship I'm in a queer relationship. It could be, and Ulysses is queer anyway. But I think, yeah, I think that needs to happen for kids. We need to have greater outreach. And I think psychedelics can really help young people. And because they're not addictive and they're being put on these antidepressants that in many cases cause suicidality or in fact suicide, that can be reversed. We can have really good experiences for these kids where they have a sense of self-acceptance, and maybe some kids can come out of the closet due to psychedelics. And maybe we can just have a more inclusive community for all, because I think if psychedelics teach us anything, it's acceptance of self and others. And I think the ability to meet people where they are and love them for who they are in the moment is teach.
I think Juliana had something that they'd like to share.
Hey there, my name is Juliana. I work in mental health, but I'm actually leaving mental health because it is a broken system, and I would like to work from a decolonial praxis. But I just kind of wanted to comment on some of the really valuable things that other people have shared. It's like it is really hard for BIPOC people or queer people to find, practitioners, providers, whatever, who are not, who kind of align with their own identities. And there are a lot of people in the field who feel, and not just, in formal mental health, but also in the psychedelic integration space or facilitation, where they kind of feel like, well, it's not my lived experience, but I'm still going to offer services to people without really thinking about what it's like to create a safe and inclusive space for any of that. Like sometimes I've been on webinars and there are people making comments that are homophobic or like at least low-key racist, and nobody's checking them whatsoever, and there's not even that expectation made at the beginning of a webinar or an integration circle that this is a safe and inclusive space, so no isms of any kind will be tolerated. So, if you can't say something compassionate, productive, maybe just keep thoughts to yourself if that's really difficult for you to, check yourself with. But it's like, you know, I've encountered other mental health professionals who are, you know, straight, and they're like, well, I took a course and now I'm ready to be working with queer people. And it's like they took a course and they feel like they have cultural humility. You know, I work in a pretty large mental health clinic right now that serves a lot of Indigenous people. And there is no cultural humility whatsoever. There's no consideration, you know, like a lot of our clients are Diné, Navajo, and they do nothing as far as doing any kind of cultural inclusion in people's healthcare. You know, we ask the question, but we're not going to offer you anything. So it's up to the individual therapist to even have any knowledge, much less incorporate something that is culturally sensitive or relevant in that person's healing. So it's kind of a hot mess. And as an Indigenous person in the psychedelic space, there's still a lot of problematic behavior, you know, from everywhere. But I just, you know, like, this is the reason I don't want to work in formal mental health care anymore. It's because it's toxic for me. So I can imagine how toxic it is for the clients to be in that environment.
Thank you. Yeah, the mental health care system is traumatizing for everyone, or as Oprah would call it, re-traumatizing. You come because you're traumatized and they re-traumatize you. Um, you know, or they traumatize you anew with fresh wounds. But I have to jump off here. I borrowed this device for the hour. So it's been great listening to all of you and having a space to share some of my thoughts. And I look forward to jumping back on here if she loans me this iPad again. And that's it. Love you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Shamsi. That was wonderful. I actually think we might have a few minutes to just fill because I'm not sure if Nat's here yet. I'm just going to check in with him. Did anyone want to just share for a minute in terms of your perspective of what you gained from the last couple hours or anything that came to mind as we wait for Nat?
I want to comment, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so yeah, I see a lot of this going on, I've attended a lot of different things because I've been on a search, and there are people who put a shingle out and really oughtn't be doing that. But I've also been in some groups that were really highly ethical and conscious about culture and community, and those are very satisfying. You know, Gabamate really promotes that compassionate inquiry, and so when you're in a group with that supports diversity and cultural integrity, it feels very safe. And when you're not, it feels very perilous. You know, so it's a really. I wish there was a place that there would be an exchange where you know these various modalities or people who are presenting stuff that could be vetted in a way. You know, I attend a lot of these different summits on trauma and on you know the awakening and on gender identity stuff, and they're not all that good, and some of them are really great. So yeah, as for me, it's like you know poking at it, and I'm an older woman, and I've been living for a long time, so I have a discerning mind. But when it comes to youth who are just coming out of their family of origin situation and have had to deal with the toxicity of the society and community that they find themselves in, they're lost, and it's really important to have resources for them. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
So Justice Manslayer is willing to fill in for Nat if for some reason there's been a delay. I could certainly share a little bit about my family history, Justice, unless you're able to pop on now and hold space until Nat comes. But it looks like Justice is preoccupied for another 15 minutes before they're able to take over. The fluidness of these 24-hour events is just very organic. You know, we just really, if someone comes up that wants to be a speaker and we have someone bail for an hour, we, you know, might offer it to them. It's just a very inclusive environment. So my history, I'll just share a little bit. I was raised in a family where everyone in my family, for the children, were given a gender neutral name, which was very ahead of its time. But I also think if you're raised in like a super liberal family that that kind of gives you the opportunity to be gay or be straight and that kind of thing, it can almost raise you with unrealistic expectations of the world, because then you enter the real world and people are really asking for gender to be defined and they want your gender defined. And, you know, you go into the bathroom that you know, are prescribed and that kind of thing. And so I grew up with a gender neutral name. I ended up changing my name to my middle name, but ironically, my middle name, which is what I go by legally now, is Leonora. So it gives me the capacity to both be Leonora, which sounds very flowery. It's a relative of mine that I'm named after. Or I can be Leo, which for me feels more kind of like tomboyish and reflects aspects of my nature that feel, I guess, more masculine, but I don't even like that term. I don't like having to put it into terminology. And I think I struggle with talking about maybe being two-spirit, if you want to call it that, because I feel like I'm in a political position. And there's a really well-known person in the plant medicine space that was supposed to speak at today's event, but they were not able to because they said that they didn't want their sexuality being part of their public persona. And I think when we do examine gender and sexuality, that sometimes it does put us at risk. If you're trying to lead an organization and you're trying to appeal to conservative voters like I am, it's not really the place where it necessarily enables me, right? And I feel like sexuality and gender is easier to hide than like race or like class or whatever. Like people can look up, you know, if you grew up in the ghetto or something. So I feel like I feel like sometimes kind of a hypocrite because I'm not identifying with like what my identity is, but at the same time, I don't feel like people should necessarily have to. And yet, the more I got into designing or putting together the LGBTQ plus two-spirit event, the more I got kind of enthralled with different characters' stories and the uniqueness of these stories. And when you look at art and how art moves us forward as a culture, I really feel like the LGBTQ community, two-spirit community, has been a community that has been like very overrepresented when it comes to you know, the art that moves us, that politically shifts us, that makes us transcend our thought processes and gets us thinking and moving and rebelling, you know. And so I feel like if you look back at the artists who have really shaped literature or shaped even science or politics or things like this, I think you'll find a large proportion of those folks, they may have been in the closet, but they're probably not gender binary, or they're not, you know, someone who is necessarily straight. And yet, when I think about things like Diddy, P. Diddy, that's such a controversial topic right now, but it's also for me a monumental time in human history, because I think if P. Diddy is doing things behind the scenes to young boys or men, you know, we've had kind of this Me Too movement, but I don't know if we have acknowledged that for people who, we were going to have a speaker, and I don't know if they're still going to talk, but it's a Black man who I think identifies as straight, but he feels like Black men within the community have a hard time coming out, and that as a result, it creates more problems in the Black community specific to the United States. And he had a preacher that he knew that couldn't come out of the closet and be accepted in his community. And so he was going to talk about that tough subject and kind of relate it to the P. Diddy stuff of when you look at the national like movie star scene, you don't see a lot of people that are like mainstream actors and actresses, primarily men I'm thinking of as far as Black people, where there's someone that is in the limelight, but they're openly known for being gay and they're still allowed to keep their star status. So I feel like what this really should be, instead of this kind of P. Diddy like gossip thing that the you know the movie mags are all about and all these crime shows are digging into the P. Diddy case, I think it would be an interesting moment as a culture in the United States to say, well, why are we so homophobic that the stars have to hide their desires? Like, I know that preying on vulnerable people is not cool, and the industry as a whole, I think, just does that regardless of gender and sexuality. But what does it mean? Like, what are we asking of our men in our society to be in the closet, especially when we look at race? And so I think it's actually a larger conversation about homophobia, you know, that we're, as a nation, I think we're really uncomfortable with gay icons. And that saddens me because when I think about the history of movies and I think about the history of the theater, a lot of the and playwrights and so forth, a lot of these gay icons, they made these fabulous stories. They made these, you know, fabulous things. And when I was in 5th grade, I had a sleepover that went horribly, horribly bad. 5th grade, mind you. And I got all these kids to sleep over at my house. And I said, guys, we're going to watch this great movie. It's fabulous, you know? And it was called Victor Victoria. I don't know if anyone's ever watched that, but it's a classic. And I loved this movie. Like, I really, really love this movie. And it's a woman pretending to be a man, pretending to be a woman with all these like gay Parisian like themes in like the 40s, and like a mafia boss that has to like deal with his homophobia because he's in love with the woman pretending to be the man, pretending to be the woman. And so he openly has to look like he's having a gay relationship, which he's like a macho guy. So it kind of like, he's like a football guy. So anyway, the point is that these kids didn't want to watch that movie with me. None of them wanted to watch the Victor Victoria movie. And when I think back, I'm like, look at you in 5th grade, you wanted to watch a movie that in some circles, you know, that would be kind of like a gay icon movie, you know what I mean? Or a transgender like icon movie. But as a 5th grade kid, I just thought it was a really cool movie. And I didn't realize that maybe these kids were thinking that I was weird, right? Like maybe there was something weird about me because I thought it was such a fabulous movie. And if you've ever hung out with gay people or queer people, you know, especially in the theater and stuff, like, you know, there's a vibe there. There's a good feeling there. There's a joyous feeling there, you know, I think.
Leo.
Yep.
While you've touched on so much, and it's like a Niagara Falls effect of so many things that you've touched on. And I would like to just kind of slow it down and talk about a few of the things. Like for me, growing up, Victor Victoria and Torch Song Trilogy were movies that I liked. I also liked watching the movie Morris because that was something that really spoke to how I was feeling. You know, the falling in love with your best friend who just thinks you're just killing time. That happens, and there was a trope in Hollywood movies, you know, where the gay relationship always lost out for a long time. And I actually liked the idea of a Torch Song Trilogy because it kind of gave us a happy ending that we hadn't had. Victor Victoria was different because it also shows that it's okay to be gender bendy if you happen to have a vagina, as opposed to the other thing. I did like the idea of one of the most prominent male leads of the time saying, I don't care if you are a man, you know, and then kissing her and then saying, and then her saying, well, I'm not a man. He's like, I still don't care, you know, and that was great. And to see Alex Karras, who was known as a TV dad, playing outwardly gay, you know, and that was something. What has happened, though, is we have seen it coded in so many different ways in movies. Yes, on Webster, yeah. And we have seen it coded in so many different ways. And this happens with anything that has been ismed, you know, where we have to start out with, oh, this is just the comic relief. And then, oh, well, this is the supporting character. And now we're getting to a place where we're seeing leads who are doing it. It happened with Black characters. It happened with it happened with lesbianism first, and now we're getting into it with gay men. And what's interesting is our community accepts a outwardly facing lesbian more than a gay man, man by choice. And I think one of the things that, like from Why Did I Get Married To, there's that meme of Janet Jackson saying, why would you marry a woman and then allow some man to bend you over? And then him saying, nobody's bending me over. And she's like, oh, so you doing the bending, you know? And that idea of you're less than, when if we look historically, there was like our greatest war heroes, the greatest warriors were actually either bisexual or homosexual. You know, that was going on long before. And there are lots of different sex, and I'm saying SECTS, not sex, but where they laid together, they shared fluids in order to share power. And that was something that was very normalized until we got Christianity and this idea of what is right for people. But that sort of thing has been going on for a long time. And now we have this construct of what normal is, and this narrow idea of what normal is, which is why when we talked earlier about neurodiversity, I don't necessarily believe in neurodiversity, because everybody is, is their own. So they have their own distinct biochemistry. And to say that something is normal or whatever, that just basically says that it fits into the gross average. And I think that it takes all of us in all the different ways that we show up to create this beautiful landscape that we share in. So I think that that's important. And when we are talking about the status, especially with what's going on with Diddy, that is a shame construct, full stop. So there is a way of, initiating people into a secret society and playing upon the shame of, well, nobody's supposed to know that you did this, and actually making them submit to whatever, or even drugging them, a la Bill Cosby. But this was something that you will find was mostly agreed upon until it wasn't. And it's an idea of, we're going to blackmail you into keeping the secret, so now we can control you. And so that just goes back into a shame construct. And it really does not play into the positivity of accepting who you are as an LGBTQIA2S plus person. There are some people who who can say that I am one of these things and I'm proud. There are also those people, and one of the reasons why the B has been historically not liked amongst the community, because the B, the bisexual, most likely is straight presenting and can hide in full view. And there are those of us that cannot hide, that see that as cowardice. So I think it's important for us to at least express, when we're talking about all of this, that the community itself has not been as unified as it could be. And there are reasons for it. And when we talk about that, that's a whole nother conversation. And I don't think that that really touches on psychedelics. However, that is something that we have to be aware of. Just like there are some people who are, who are trans, that have issues with drag queens, and there's some drag queens who have issues with people who are trans, and there are a lot of people who use drag as a gateway into being trans, or into accepting their trans identity. So there are several things for us to consider, where some things may be stepping stones, and some things may be, some things may actually be phases, and others may be, this is what I'm supposed to be, or this is what I was born to be, or this is what I choose to be, and I haven't gone through these steps. And I can say this outwardly, because I'm a person who was Two-Spirit. And when I said that Two-Spirit is under the trans umbrella, I was actually attacked by some trans women for not being trans enough. So I think it's important for us to realize that sometimes in these spaces, we are acting like crabs in a barrel. And it happens with a lot of marginalized communities, where they are constantly trying to pull each other down instead of lifting each other up and cooperating.
Thank you. The other movie that I was really affected by was My Beautiful Laundrette. And that was a movie I fell in love with when I was 17. And again, I tried to impress my straight friends with how amazing this movie is. It literally is like my top 2 movies. And it's about a gay relationship between a Pakistani and like a London thug played by Daniel Day-Lewis. Such a beautiful romantic movie, but I never really examined, like, why do I have this thing about, I guess, gender bending or gay romances? Like, I don't know. I don't know if there has to be anything that it means anything, but anyway, because Nat has not been able to join, as far as I can tell. I don't know if he's here and then not, that we're not able to see him. I've asked Justice to fill in the hour, because Justice is not going to be with us at 9 p.m. I asked Paula if Paula or someone else could fill in at 9 p.m. for Justice, but we will sort all that out. I just wanted to hand it over to Justice, but Justice, mind you, we do have 2 hands up, but you can always accept those hands after you've dialogued a little bit. And you may want to respond to what Paul Mark just shared, because that was, you're right, I said a lot, and then Paul Mark was just responding to my stuff. So take it away, Justice.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Justice Manslayer. I have an interesting last name, but it is actually my family's last name. There was like, I don't know, someone had said a point here where they said something about like people like killing people in the jungle, and I like looked over, I was like, someone's talking about my grandma. Just to kind of I guess a little bit about me. I live in Seattle. I'm originally from Philadelphia, so East Coast, West Coast migration. I'm West Indian, Native Maroon from Jamaica. My family immigrated to Jamaica, Queens during the like 90s, 80s, when a lot of people did. So I have, a bunch of experiences from growing up in a traditional Jamaican conservative household, living in the gutter projects of Philadelphia, transitioning to now West Coast. And, now I am a 33-year-old trans woman who, I DJ by night and do like corporate business by day. And so I just have like a hodgepodge of experience. And so I love sharing and I love having these moderations to just kind of clean up the kitchen, as Grammy would always say. I want to just touch on Mark and then we'll go to the raised hand. Just some things that I kind of wrote down between like the Leo Paul dialogue. And one specific question that Leo asked, it's just, why are we afraid? Why is there this stigma when it comes to male gayness, right? And I think Paul kind of touched on that. Paul Mark touched on that there's almost an acceptance when it comes to femininity, but there's this wall when it comes to masculinity. And as a trans person, like, I'm so aware of that myself, as I deal with so much, but specifically as a trans woman, I have absolute privilege over trans men because people forget that trans men even exist most of the time. One of my best friends is a trans man and we talk about it all the time. It's really sad. And I ultimately feel like there's this divide and there's still this kind of unacceptance of male sexuality, especially in the Black community, because ultimately our society is still a patriarchy and we push towards equality in gender and equality in social class, but we're not near that. Feminizing yourself is still seen as a negative thing, whether that is correlated to your sexuality, whether that is just your physical appearance, whether that's the way you sound, right? Growing up in Philadelphia, I was perceived as a young Black boy. And I remember, like men in the hood trying to coach me to speak with like a deeper voice because they said that like people wouldn't respect me because, I don't have like a deep toned voice. And so every shred of femininity, especially in like, the Black and brown community, sadly, is not seen as equal. And I think that a lot of the stigma behind gender and sexuality comes from that. In Jamaica, where my family is, it's illegal to be queer. If you are male, it's like almost a death sentence. But like lesbianism is actually not only normal, but it's like part of our culture. It's a very like normal part of our culture. And it's something that, like in Jamaica, the like negative slang for like a queer person is Batiman, which is like specifically like a man who goes after like butts, it's a butt man, right? And it's almost like a boogeyman-esque sort of character for them. And that's only associated to like men. You can be a woman there and be in an openly gay relationship and you have kind of like protection and just culture. And there's really nothing that we could do about that other than conversation and time, right? Because luckily we are heading in a progressive direction to where, maybe our generation's generation will grow up without that stigma. But for now, it's just a reminder that it's a constant fight for equality and it's a constant fight for just acceptance every single day. And as much as, it feels great being on these Zoom calls with like-minded people who already agree with us. It's a reminder to us, like that story that Leo shared. It's a different experience with you as a child, but it's a reminder to us in those circumstances to like, no, stand up to your friends and tell them like, we're going to watch this movie, or you're going to call your mama and she's going to take you home, and to be allies aggressively, because this is something that we've been working towards for forever, and we're just not there yet. And then to just go to something that Paul Marx said specifically, the kind of crabs in a barrel mindset when it comes to like queerness and gender and sexuality. You can see that in just our flags now, like I can't even keep up. It's like I grew up with the rainbow, and that was never seen as like, oh, it's just for like gay men and women. That was seen as like an all-encompassing thing. And now it's like fragmented so much, and like there's all these different groups, and like but when it comes to trans, there's like trans men and women, but you also be trans masc and trans feminine. You can be non-binary. There's all these umbrellas, right? And what happens when you compartmentalize the individual compartments maybe become more efficient, but the overall whole becomes less powerful, right? And so, yeah, maybe there's like this very niche, like non-binary demisexual community that now like those people can find, and that's a nice positive thing. But our collective whole is being chipped down because we're just like segmenting so much, and it's become kind of like a crabs in a barrel scenario because everyone's trying to just fight for representation, and that's the end of the line. And then to just like bring that back to psychedelics, I feel like the psychedelic community and like the plant medicine community often is kind of like a crabs in a barrel scenario, fighting for representation. And just like we don't really know, in the queer space, there's all these different sorts of like compartments, and it's the same with psychedelics, right? It's the super like hippie all natural guys who are like, they're like super like the stereotype that, it's like, hey bro, like just do some psychedelics, man. It's those guys all the way to like, in my culture I grew up, it's like medicine men and women use these things naturally. If you were having a child, for instance, you would call a midwife and a medicine woman, and she would show up and give you like a plant medicine cocktail. And it's a very kind of holistic process, and it's very serious, right? And then we had someone else mention, one of the other speakers, that now they have ketamine clinics. And so you have everything from these like completely like spiritual standpoints to like more cultural to now more like pharmaceutical. And then inside of all that we have queer people, right? And we need to find a way to just like have everything kind of meld together, right? And so I don't, I naturally don't have a solution, but as someone who's in the space, I just see the segmentation, and I hope that we can do something about it before it gets as segmented as like the queer community has been. I'm gonna call on just the raised hand so I can get a ramble break. I don't know how to. We can go to Paula June, because they've been waiting for a bit.
I'm sorry. I had a little movement when you called me, and so I had to get to a space.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Claretta.
Hi, Claretta.
I want to say something to everybody, and I want to say something so that we can spread this, so that we can understand that everything we're talking about here is inside of us, just inside of us. And you are in control of you, period. No matter what anybody says around you, no matter what anybody thinks of you, you are in control of you and your actions. So nobody makes you, ever. And if you think about that concept and construct of living a life, you will understand that absolutely those things that hurt you or make you feel like you, whatever you say, is all in your control. And so therefore, a label that someone puts on you as a vanity sort of label that makes one go inside of them and say what that looks like and what that is what we do in the world. All of us are looking out of our own eyes and saying what that thing looks like to us, period, whatever it is. And sometimes it's a beauty such as you that looks at us and we go, oh, look, and we try to explain, what is it? How does it come to me? Sort of like learning an animal if you never saw that animal before. Because no matter what, each individual one of us, whenever our eyes set eyes on another or a thing, we got to identify with that. That's just who we are in looking at our outer shell. And so I go past that outer shell always, no matter what, any day, because I think that's where we get hung up in a land or in a place to where we think that this and this and this and this and this and this and this matters. When we talk about how we identify in our sexuality, and our sex and our friendship, because you're talking about Jamaica and how the women, they can allow women to be together. That's only because women allow women to be together. We allow us as a people to sit with each other and hear each other's stories and share, and then
this is
we
really good.
become connected, and friendship and sex is something that humans do. And so if humans do it, we may do it after we get a feeling of friendship. And so therefore, we accept that. And that's why I believe that one community does do a better at it, meaning the female community sometimes, and not all the time, but I choose not to label me. I'm not a label. And so you might think I'm Black. You might think I am a woman. You might think that I am gay. You might think that my eyes are bulgy. You might think something about me. But that doesn't make me in my core, in me, be anything except what me accepts and what me thinks. And so the way we can get rid of this stigma of the male getting raped, or the male raping, or the male putting his sexuality on another when another didn't want his sexuality to be a part of him. Well, however you identify with the language to explain that, the male accepting his own way of life, looking at himself in the mirror and saying, hey, hey, you don't get to label me. I am whatever I believe I am. And so when you label yourself and you say, call me them, call me they, call me Claretta, call me Leo, call me John, call me whoever you say, call me, that's when your identity, you decide your identity. It's something that I just always say, just mind your own damn business. Stay who they are. They are they. What? I don't give a shit. You want me to call you? Say that's what you want me to call you and demand that you call me that and ignore everything else that doesn't, because you're the acceptance. You are the gate into you. And so control your gate. That's what I say. That's what I had to say today. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yeah, and you are right. You are 1,000% right. And I'm sure a lot of people agree, and I have noticed that in my experience that for some reason the you know the for some reason these issues fall into the men's space more than the women's space. And I'm just going to use binary terms here for simplicity and because it's just us family talking, but I wonder why, right? I wonder why. And it's funny, like I'm a Christian, so I'm just gonna like make a connection here. Sorry if it makes anyone uncomfortable, but it's just ironic to me because like as Christians we're taught that like Eve ate the apple and was like the one who was like poisoned with like this sinisterness, and it's just so apparent that it's the opposite, and it's
I
men
just
and
have to say
masculinity.
crazy stories, just crazy stories. That's what
Yeah,
they are.
it's just crazy stories. Yeah. Let's go. So just a couple things that I wrote down. That women create that safety and that environment in Jamaica that allow that to happen. That is 1,000% correct. And that is the only reason why it is not accepted in the male space, because the men there have not come together collectively to say that it is okay. And that's all that needs to happen. And it's heartbreaking that doesn't happen. And it's also like, it also makes me proud that women push back against things like that naturally. And that like I can go to Jamaica and be a lesbian and not deal with harassment because I have like a sisterhood there. The idea of not having to be into labels and to not have to like conform and mold into a gender, race, or sexuality. When you were speaking on that, it just made me just go straight back to psychedelics, because I feel like that's like the trip space.
Yes, yeah.
A lot of people like that. That's one of the reasons why a lot of people seek the trip space, right? And that's one of the like medicinal therapeutic parts of it, is that you're in that space.
No, baby, it's inside. Baby, it's inside of you. It's inside of you. See, because what happens when you're on psychedelics is that you have to go inside, because it's fucking with your insides now. And so you gotta be who the fuck you are with that shit. And it's just telling you, hey, who are you? Wait, what you thinking? What really has happened when your mind is free? What does happen to you? What happens to you?
Exactly. And maybe we should change the language around that, because psychedelics are really just a controller to like activate what's already inside of you. Like someone mentioned earlier.
No, baby, you control you. I'm sorry for interrupting, but you control you. Nothing controls you. That damn psychedelic don't control you.
Well,
you
give
gotta
me
stay present at all times with your psychedelic. You're still present, baby. You got to stay present in your mind. It's about controlling your mind and knowing exactly what you can do with you. And so it's about an openness. And so what happens is you have to lay in the earth and experience it. And then you'll understand that it goes inside. But I'm sorry, I'm going to let you finish your thought.
Oh no, you can like feel free to finish it. I wish you would come back on video so I could see you when you're speaking. give me a little bit of space here. I'm not speaking super literally. I'm just, I'm at home. I'm half I'm half like at work still. So I'm not speaking
Well, I'm
extremely
with the
literally
grandchildren
here.
and I'm
Um,
outside. Okay. And so
um,
I'm running around, not really, but I'm, but you make my spirit jump in there. You know what I mean? I just want to give you a hug. If we was together, we would be hugging. I guarantee you that.
no,
And
you
and
literally
and it's only
remind me of my
because
like
I just
auntie.
think you're just such a beautiful presence in the atmosphere. Like when I see you, it invokes feelings of that's beautiful. You know what I mean? And so whenever that happens, I have to, communicate with that. And so that's what's happening. And I'm interrupting your flow. And I'm sorry for that. But it you are in control of you, baby, all day. You, just you. Because when you think, you decide. Only you. Nobody see you thinking. So every time people say other people make them or say them or compel them or treat them, I go, I don't even understand why you're talking about that, because it's about you. You see yourself. Look in the mirror and see yourself and identify. And that's where you stay. At your identification. So if anybody say anything, you're a nigga. Okay. That everybody got one, an asshole, so everybody got one. No matter what, we still all go and move our bowels, no matter how we have to. You know what I mean? We all are human creatures, and we are going to feel, and we're going to, I'm going to talk a little bit at 2, guys, and I'm going to stop taking your time. All right, sorry.
Okay. I'm gonna have to stick around until 2. I'm gonna have to get a lunch break. So I want to just call on Paula here, because they've been just waiting so patiently. I'm not really sure how to unmute you, Paula, but if you want to unmute yourself. Okay, I guess we'll wait for Paula. They might have stepped away. Just going to like the text kind of comments here from Juliana, that we have to consider repercussions of being our authentic selves and make choices about what risks we're willing to take. Exactly, right? You want to navigate the world like bravely, but also smartly at the same time. Leo, I feel like the biggest issue is homophobia over gay Black men or gay Latino or Asian men. There are no stars making it from those categories, like Ellen. We're in a society that worships movie stars, even our gay men of color icons. Yeah, the thing about queerness, no matter how progressive society gets, for some reason, it just never seems to just even out. And there's a lot of like queer and gay representation in like feminine spaces. And again, this goes back to about women intentionally making space for everybody, right? And not even just queer people, but just everybody. So you see a lot of gay representation in like fashion, media, music, things like that. But it's rare that you're going to see an action movie star and like as the protagonist, like a John Wick character who's gay, right? We're for some reason, we can't cross that line. But the day that happens is
It's
the
actually
day that the
happening now.
floodgates just open up, and Leo is spot on about that.
That is actually happening now with Marvel, and there are a couple other things that are coming up.
Yes.
So yes,
Marvel has been almost a spearhead in that, and they've actually started this a long time ago in comics. They've been doing comics written by queer people and non-binary people. They've had non-binary superheroes. I have
Oh, now they're doing neutral appeals. You know, like neutral appeals, like they have Ryan Gosling in the outfit that appeals to males and appeals to females. You see how that's happening now. I think it's more acceptance. I'm telling you, it's about accepting you.
well, it's about accepting. The thing is, I think that self-acceptance is and this isn't a pushback, it's just a statement. Like self-acceptance is definitely a goal for everyone, and it's an achievable thing, but everyone's at different levels, right? And when you reach a point of self-acceptance, that empathy starts to spill over into other people. And so like I'm at a point of self-acceptance, I love myself. you know like God took his time with me. And but I also, I work in the community, I work in a psychedelic space, and I encounter so many people who haven't reached that point yet, right? And so the point of this conversation, the point of this forum, the point of us just being together and being like-minded people who've probably, are on that self-acceptance journey, or at least closer to it than a lot of people who aren't on this forum, is so that we can communicate on ways to spread this, right? And ways to get more people into this community and get more people on these like more healthier pathways to just loving yourself. And the point of this forum specifically is to get queer people who are in the psychedelic community who haven't garnered that level of acceptance to get there, or at least feel more comfortable there. And so just to kind of bring this conversation a little full circle, because I have 10 minutes left, just as like an open question, if you are queer, gay, person in the psychedelic space, what has been the hardest issue for you? What has been the thing that's made you feel awkward sometimes? Or like Leo had mentioned, there's some ceremonies that are specifically male or female, right? As a trans person, right, I wouldn't, like, am I going to wait in the hall? And so think about another thing like that. Think about something that's tangible in this community that we can all touch on. And I would like to use the last of my 7-8 minutes to just address one more issue. And I'll just ramble for 30 seconds.
I'll go ahead and jump in if you want.
Thank you for saving a bitch. Go ahead, Paul Mark.
I see you, sister. I see you. So, well, what happens in the psychedelic spaces is the isms come up, and it is an unconscious bias. And so the racisms can show up. The gendering shows up, and that shows up a lot because there's all this pseudo spiritual talk about the divine masculine and the divine feminine and all of that other stuff. And there's not a lot of space for those that hold both. And it's important for us to know that as people of the I'll just say under the 2S umbrella, because that encompasses all of us. For those of us that are under that umbrella, we were the medicine keepers, because the medicine holders, because we could walk in both spaces. And in this new world, or actually in the world that we're stepping out of, there was this idea that you had to be either masculine or feminine. And we are now getting back to the space the pendulum is swinging again, where it's okay to be in the middle, and it's always been okay to be in the middle. And it is, it actually gives us more power to be able to wield both. Whereas some people are going to definitely be polarized, and there's acceptance for that as well. So you can be fully on one end or fully on another end, or you can be on one end and deciding that you want to go over to another end. And let's face it, whenever there's a spectrum, there are very few that are on the absolute poles, and most of us are somewhere in the middle.
In the middle.
Yes. And so when we start separating out things for and saying things like, oh, well, and there's so many ways that people say it, but it's still genderism. And calling that out and just saying, hey, there are a lot of spaces that say that they're inclusive, and then on their forms, either they don't have an intake form, so it's not a safe space for us, or they ask something that lets us know that it may not be a safe space for us because they have not considered us. And that is something that I think is so important, to actually have an intake form that asks us, maybe there is a space for those of us that have been born one thing and then see ourselves as another. Maybe there is a space where, I had some people who were practitioners and who were facilitators that wanted to be upset about asking pronouns. And it's like, well, if you want to be a safe space for people, ask their pronouns, because they may feel it's something different. There's such things as gender trauma and such things as name trauma, So, for instance, I'm a Paul Mark. Do not call me Paul.
I caught on quickly with that, Paul Mark.
I'm not going to even guess to call anybody anything. I'm going to say you present as you are. You tell me what to call you when I meet you. You know what I mean? When I come upon you, when I see you, you know what I mean? And if you're standing in a arena and you telling me who you are, that's who you are. That's how we get there. We get there with each individual one of us empowering ourselves. That's how we get there. But I understand everybody can't empower.
Give space to ask the question. That's the thing that's coming up. You have to ask the question to let other people know that it's safe to come as they are.
And just to kind of touch on like your specific example of like pronouns, right? Say we go to a specific event that's like a psychedelic event. And that's not even a conversation. You mentioned it to someone. I'm assuming you're not mentioning it for you necessarily, Paul Mark, because you're the type of person who'd be like, these are my pronouns. But you're mentioning it for the 99% of people that that are participating that might have like the pronoun trauma or even the name trauma. Like imagine getting misgendered in the middle of a psychedelic journey. Or being called a man, and so I'm sure you're mentioning it and you're asking for that representation for the 99% of people who haven't found that power in their voice yet, right?
Yes, and for me it is creating a safe space. So when we talk about psychedelics, there is the set and setting and creating safety for people to do this deep work. And people aren't going to go deep if they don't feel safe. And that's how it ends up with challenging trips. I don't believe in a bad trip, but some trips can be scarier. Some trips can be more challenging than others. And it can be that you are unintentionally traumatizing someone because you're still stuck in your own constructs.
And I'll actually just wrap up on that note. Thank you so much, Paul Mark. Thanks in general, everyone. I feel like we just filled this hour together. Even though I've maybe been the mouthpiece, we definitely, as a community, filled this space. The point of these spaces and psychedelics and plant medicine and getting together as community is to foster that vulnerability for healing, right? And exactly what Paul Marx said, I feel like is the resonating theme through all of this. I don't feel like you can truly heal with psychedelics unless you're, especially with other people, unless you're truly in a space where you feel comfortable and you feel safe and you feel accepted and you feel understood. And that's 1,000 different arrays, and gender and sexuality is included in that, right? Um, I couldn't go to a black tie affair, with a bunch of like white collar people who don't understand my perspective, and then like take like ketamine with them, for example, like that just would not be a good conscious space. And I think we just need to challenge ourselves that sometimes our spaces that we feel like are conscious are not all the way there yet. And this space on gender and sexuality is just a space that we need to work on. And we're better than probably most communities, but these conversations are just always reminders that there's always more work to do. There's always, why not make people feel more comfortable? Why not make people feel more open and accepted? And why not make more opportunities for people to heal? I'm going to just call on Violet, and I'm going to just use that as my transition out of this hour. I'm working from home, so I'll be still online. I'll be listening to everyone, but thank you for hearing me, and I love you all. I don't know you all, but I love you all.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Violet.
Hi, I'm so sorry. I'm stuck in something and then I can't get out of here. And I'm so sorry. It just happened to me here.
We can hear you now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Justice. I really wanted to join that last piece of the conversation because I think what you were saying was so incredibly important and relatable for me personally. So let me just go ahead and introduce myself, and then I can try to join as this part. But I just loved your presentation, and I wanted to say that before I started. Thank you so much. And so I am Violet. I am I'm sorry. I kind of was like running around with trying to catch my dog right before I sat down. So I do apologize. But I am a parapsychologist. I have a master's degree in metaphysics, and I also have some degrees in the formal sciences like anthropology. A lot of that came from seeking to understand a lot of things, partially why I didn't fit in with society, why it was so difficult to feel normal amongst people. And I for a part of my life, I thought that was because when I was younger, my parents were a part of this like renegade group of Catholics that sort of absconded to Idaho and started this church. And the leader of this church was somebody who had been thrown out of a previous church for cult level like type of activity, trying to basically like organize a cult. Which then he started to do with this group. And I was literally born into this situation. So I grew up with so much brainwashing in terms of like who we are as people. There's this Father God in the sky with a beard, and there's this ghost, and there's this, there's Jesus, and I didn't know much more than that. I didn't know much more than those things. And so there was a point in my life when I started to shift in my consciousness about who I was as a human being. I had gone through so much looking at myself in the mirror, trying to literally figure out like who the heck I was and what I was, because I didn't understand. It was very confusing. And there was also this pressure from this religious experience to be a female, which I really felt so uncomfortable being my whole life. And when people would be like, oh, but you look so feminine and you must be the femme one, or you know, and it just makes my skin crawl sometimes. And then there's women that will tell me like, you're, you know, it's such a blessing to like have these attributes and these things. And then part of me, I'm like, I know that, but I really had to make peace with having that because I didn't want it and I didn't feel right having it and it didn't make sense to me. And then so having this religious experience though was because I feel like my heart and my soul has always wanted to be at one with the universe and be on the level, you know, that the universe wants me to be on. I feel that purpose. I feel that spiritual sense of myself as a spiritual being, as somebody who has like an eternal soul. And so that is what actually led to the whole breakdown of me as a Catholic and led to my experience of seeking so deeply into the mysteries of life that I encountered all these ancient teachings, and it settled me so much to encounter that, because in the world before the current paradigm, which I have learned there's been so many paradigms of reality. What is reality? Who are we as people? That idea, that
Violet, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I think there was a mistake and the next speaker was scheduled for Raphael and you were scheduled for 3 Pacific Standard Time. But if we need to like switch it up, maybe we could get Claretta to take your 3 p.m. spot if you were busy.
To be honest with you, I was a little bit shocked when Justice introduced me, and I thought like I must be off because that's something that happens to me frequently. Okay. And I'm so terribly sorry. Raphael,
I didn't mean to interrupt. I just before we got too deep into it, I had Justice called on you because they thought you had a question.
I was just clapping. I'm so sorry.
I see you were supporting Justice. So okay, so never mind. Everyone can just like
I will just hang out. I'm so happy to be here.
Yeah,
Raphael,
so grateful for you. Yeah, so grateful for you and so grateful for Justice. So Raphael, I want to make sure I'm pronouncing your name correctly, but I want to introduce you and then Claretta and then Violet. So this is all a very organic process. Everyone's a leader, but Raphael, if you could take us until what is 1 p.m. our time, sorry, 2 p.m. our time, and then Claretta will take over. And then Violet will take the hour. Okay, thanks.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm so sorry.
No worries, no worries.
Well, thank you so much for organizing this. It's just wonderful hearing everybody's experiences and perspectives, and I'm really excited to speak with you all and hopefully, you know, have a sort of a discussion that I think is one that is really important to me and really dear to me, and hopefully will also empower a lot of the community, which I think ultimately that's what this is all about. So my name is Raphael Lancelota. I use she, they pronouns. I am currently a PhD student at The Ohio State University of social work. So I'm currently involved in social work research related to psychedelics specifically. I've been a practicing independently licensed mental health counselor for the last 5 years. A lot of my training was working at a ketamine clinic, which was one of the first ketamine clinics to involve somatic focus therapy in resolving trauma. And a lot of my interest in kind of going back and pursuing the PhD was thinking about how do all these therapies actually get translated into the world, beyond a clinical trial setting, beyond these really controlled settings. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about that. I want to talk about the importance of community aspect and the things that happen beyond the drug experience itself. I also wanted to share a little bit about myself, just so you know who I am and where I'm coming from. I am white, Cuban, transgender, non-binary, trans femme person. My introduction to psychedelics was at a pretty young age. I dealt with a lot of grief. A lot of my family members that I was close to passed away when I was at a very young age. And this led me to ask a lot of questions about life, about identity. And I think I was kind of lucky that I stumbled onto psychedelics because, I could think of so many different ways that could have gone. And psychedelics really gave me this sense of inner peace and a strong sense of inner knowing that I thought only existed on psychedelics. And throughout my life, I just continued to really follow that feeling of inner peace and continue to pursue that. As I got older and as I learned more about creating that in my life and creating that in my experience, through therapy, through experiences in community, that eventually led me to accept my identity as a trans person, and more gave me the capacity to feel that feeling every day in my daily life. And my experience through that, not just with psychedelics, but also just the role that so many people in my community, in my social circles, that gave me the space and gave me the support to fully accept those things about myself, and fully gave me the ability to be empowered in my identity, and to really go forward with that. So my experiences with psychedelics, definitely feeling those changes and feeling like they really helped me with just helping my mental health, helping my spiritual development. And one of the things when, all these studies were coming out about psilocybin or MDMA, I kept thinking like, wow, my brain is very translational. So I'm always thinking like, okay, well, it worked there. Now, how do we get it from, this clinical trial setting, and how do we move that into the wild, so to speak? And one of the things that really stood out to me, especially as I was working, in a clinic doing ketamine therapy and also working with cannabis, I really started thinking, well, how can we make this more accessible and more applicable to many more variety of people? I was working in Denver, and a lot of the clients were pretty wealthy. They were white. And, that's not to say that those people don't need access to this, but I thought a lot about people of a lot more identities that weren't coming into that clinic and weren't receiving this kind of support. And I also started thinking about, well, how are these trials organized, and who are the participants that are participating in these trials? They're mainly cis het white people, and most of them are men. And so I really set out to think about, well, number one, how do we start to focus not just on a psychedelic effect, not just on the acute psychedelic effect and its impact on mental health, but how do we start looking at the social environment? How do we start including the importance of social support and community support that goes into the real work that is the long-term integration and the long-term relationships that make those changes, or those temporary states we experience on psychedelics. It's in our relationships that they become solidified. So one of the things, I was given the opportunity to lead a large survey study of LGBTQ folks who had had a memorable psychedelic experience. And we collected lots and lots of data. The primary outcomes paper is currently being reviewed to get published. And in those primary outcomes, we saw a lot of data that showed that psychedelics were helpful with gender identity, were helpful with sexual identity, just the acceptance of those things, that queer people who had had psychedelic experiences felt that those experiences helped with their mental health. One of the things that I'm looking at now that is a little bit more focused is on the role of social support. And so kind of the next step here is looking at that the perceived social support that people had, with their family, with their friends, and then with loved ones. So one of the things beyond that that I am trying to propose, and I think this is where I want to transition more to a discussion, is the idea of starting to change the way we do clinical trials. And one of the things that has really struck me is the idea of community-based participatory research. And so this is a framework of research that came out of Black feminist theory, came out of Indigenous theory. And the whole idea is that communities and researchers essentially share power and focus on co-creating research that is relevant and research that empowers the communities that it is touching. And so in the case of clinical trials, the way they're currently being run is, it's a clinical trial at a university or medical center, and people who want to participate have to go to this medical center, and they just have to go through the protocol that's been designed by a researcher who really hasn't collaborated with an existing community, or has any connection to existing communities. And one of the things that I'd like to see is that researchers are connecting to communities and creating relationships where people who are referred to these trials are referred by community members who had something to do with those studies. So they're ensuring that those trials are actually going to be supportive and safe environments. Like we were in the conversation that Justice was talking about earlier, and what Paul Mark was saying earlier, the importance of having people there where getting the correct pronouns, getting the correct name, and really treating people and honoring their identity is so paramount, is so important to a process really being healing. And so one of the things that I'd love to talk about today is how do we keep collaborating and supporting each other to have more visibility in these clinical settings? And how do we start to remove the stigma, and how do we start to also support more people who are part of these intersectional communities, who are using psychedelics or have used psychedelics for healing? So that's really the conversation I want to host today. I want to open the floor. This isn't just about me talking about myself, and but yeah, these are the things that are burning for me, and yeah, I'd just love to open the space for all of you wonderful folks to to discuss. So thank you so much for having me here. And yeah, I'm opening it up. Let's see. Let's see, somebody's raising. Okay, we got Shannon. You're raising your hand.
So I thought I would be helpful by saying what's happening in Seattle. So there's Seattle just passed legislation allowing psychedelics for research. So that's live, and there's some therapy groups that have started offering psychedelic therapy assisted around the state, and particularly with ketamine, because for mental health purposes, other types of entheogens aren't just, or psychedelics, there's a little overlap there, right? Aren't conducive to using other types of prescription drugs. So for mental health.
Shannon, you're breaking up a little bit. I'm sorry.
In terms of mutual aid, CBD and mushrooms to homeless people every Sunday.
Sorry, Shannon. I think you're breaking up. I don't know. I think your connection might not be very good. Is that? Yeah. Maybe turn off your video. Shannon, maybe turn off your video. You've been breaking up. I think we missed a lot of what you said.
Okay. So there's a group. The last thing I was saying is that there's a group in Seattle, a couple of them that have offered trainings quarterly or monthly, one of the two, you know which one it is, around how to use depending on the term you use, entheogens or psychedelics safely, and with reflection on trauma. So that's going on. There's another group that's done free distribution of CBD and psilocybin on Sundays for free to homeless people. And there are therapy groups that offered ketamine assisted therapy, and it's available on Medicaid now. You still have to qualify, and it's specifically only for specific diagnoses, but like depression, for example, MDD, and definitely not for other ones, like oh, come on, what I'm forgetting the word for it, the ones where you tend to hallucinate. So that's going on in Seattle. And there's been an underground movement to get this passed. Yeah, psychosis, and there's another P word that I'm forgetting. So that's going on here. I'm curious how, I'm bisexual. I'm not sure how my bisexuality figures in the psychedelic space yet. So that's what I have. I'm also a social worker, and I'm out with health issues for quite a long time. I miss using the modalities and the thinking about population, so it's refreshing to hear. So I'll pass the wand to someone else.
Thank you, Shannon. I posted a topic question just in case it's helpful.
Were you waiting for just another person to speak up on your topic, Raphael?
Yeah, I just want to open it up to be a discussion. My goal was not to talk the entire time. So I really want this to
Totally.
be I want this to be more of a conversation than like a presentation, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, totally understandable. And I was curious. I just wanted to make sure there was space because I'm sorry, my dogs are just so distracting. They're always getting me out of my seat. But I have I love that you're in the clinical realm of psychedelics because I feel like there's so much that can be gained from that realm. But I also am so curious, like, what is your perspective on? I know you were asking about just that you were mentioning that it's paramount that we start really being inclusive in terms of doing actual studies on people who can relate to psychedelics and not just like like you said, like the cis white male, candidate that isn't maybe not even really like using psychedelics necessarily on the same level or for the same reasons. But I feel like that's a lot in the medical field, everywhere still. Like I know wherever I go, I never see non-binary as an option on, it's always male and female. I always have to choose like my biological, and it's very annoying. And so I really do understand what you mean. And I think that there's a medical wide, just in the whole field itself, that's definitely a need that's there. And I love that you're there and you're representing, because maybe just the more representation and the more just it becomes normalized, hopefully that will start to become more accepted. From the perspective of like, so I'm on the I don't want to say, so I would say the spiritual side of psychedelics. So, and there's a whole perspective of consciousness and animism that really permeates the world of psychedelics on that side of the fence. How do you what's your view as somebody who's in that clinical realm? Are you working to, how are you including that, or do you feel like it should be included, or where are you with that? Because I'm so curious and I want so badly for that to be a thing in the clinical realm. So would love to hear your perspective.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think the important thing is to make space for whatever resonates with folks.
Mm-hmm.
And so rather than, put that, kind of put that as like, well, this is what's going to happen, or this is what this is, making space. Like if somebody is experiencing that connection, of everything being alive and their relationship to all things, that there's space for that, right? We're not, and I also think that's where it's so important to talk about where people are centered, so that the structure of those clinical spaces, which for some people, a clinical space is really going to be helpful for them. That's where it's important to make sure that that it's culturally relevant for that individual. And I think that goes for, all therapy. But I think especially, with this topic of animism or, any spiritual beliefs that people may have, it's really important to include that. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think in some ways it does. It helps me know like where you're at. And I'm wondering, do you see that openness and receptivity with I guess it's something that I kept feeling like I was running into when I was doing working through my anthropology degree and just more in the formal sciences than the other side. it feels like sometimes there's just a sort of a shutdown when it comes to that
I will
experience
say,
or the value of that experience.
100%. I will say that, our research lab is pretty unique in that we are nested in social work. And so even though we're doing clinical research, which, we have medical staff, but the medical staff are not necessarily running the study. So we do have a very different approach than, let's say, Johns Hopkins, which is a primarily medical, and UCLA is primarily medical, and so they may have like you said, the medical approach is a bit different in that regard. So yeah, I think there is definitely a distinction from like medicalized approaches to psychedelics versus even thinking about a therapist or a counselor or a social worker or other disciplines that that may have a bit more context in terms of cultural awareness or cultural inclusivity. So yeah, I think it's really valid, like what you're saying, of the medicalized experience and really the importance of like, this has really got to shift, because if the medical establishment is dictating how these things get rolled out, and they're not including, if all they're thinking of is male or female, and if all they're thinking is like, we have to have this psychedelic experience, we don't really know what happens in there, we don't really care, as long as you have something.
Or you're getting a benefit, right, out of it.
Right.
Yeah.
And so there's definitely that sort of very disconnected view of it, where it's like, it's just a drug that's being given versus, an experience. I think for me, that's where it really is important, that integrating into community, because that experience and that process, it doesn't end when that drug wears off. It actually can be such a catalyst for how we go out into our communities, how we allow people to see us, and how we are validated by, by our milieu. So yeah.
No, that was perfect. And thank you. I appreciate that. And it's really cool to know where you're at, and just to know that openness is there. My whole thing ever since I kind of undertook this work was just a bridge building attitude, and really just wanting to connect the communities and become a liaison for having that understanding of what's inside of that experience and what it's doing for people on that sort of more metaphysical level. So thank you for your comments.
Yeah, great question. Thank you so much.
For sure.
And yeah, thanks for your thoughts. I saw Justice had a comment, and Leo did too. Or if either one or both, would you want to?
Sorry, there's just a little background noise on my end. But I'll go ahead. So I was just curious. I see the impact of the Western mindset, as far as I don't want to demonize it, because I think, we do need to see the intersectional issues in research, and we need to see different, people from all different LGBTQ backgrounds, in the limelight as far as research and looking at doing the research and designing the research and all of that. But I was just curious in your kind of spiritual perspective, because from my perspective, I see the psychedelic space or the psychedelic experiences as experiences with entities that have unique personality traits or have unique I can't even say the word right now, but have unique spirits to them, like you would have an intelligence, like a god or a goddess or a spirit that guides you. So because in essence, in my mind, you're talking about kind of like little deities, right? Like Mother Ayahuasca and the spirit of the bufo toad and all of that. That for me, if you are talking about an intelligence in an entity, then what does it mean to say we're going to be able to try to quantify this connection with basically God? You know what I mean? If you will. But like, because I find every different plant medicine experience to be its own entity or its own, I don't know, world, I guess. And even like the enigma mushroom, I'm not sure if you're familiar with that strain, but like from my understanding, that's like a human created strain. And when I did that strain, I felt like I was having such a mathematical experience. I felt like I was getting a lot of downloads of things that I would specify as being very specific to that medicine that made me feel like I was having a very mathematical spiritual experience that was different than acacia or Syrian rue or so forth, which for me, acacia and Syrian rue brought about this whole Egyptian thing that I didn't even have a sense of, but all of a sudden I was having this Egyptian journey that was for me was more visual than any ayahuasca journey I had had in the ayahuasca church. So I'm just wondering, how does one go about thinking in essence kind of that they can tame God, right? In the sense of like, who are we to say that we can understand God, right? And I don't know, just when we examine these things clinically or medically or scientifically, would an indigenous perspective, and I know that, you know, indigenous people have many different perspectives, so there's not one indigenous perspective, but would an indigenous perspective say, who are you to be, you know, trying to dissect God, or you guys can't possibly understand these worlds with the language of the sciences because the sciences don't include the language of the spiritualists. You know what I mean? We have this divorce. So that was what I was commenting on. Thank you. I'm good.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think what you're pointing to is like there are aspects that can't be measured, right? And I think the goal of science, or you know, a scientific approach to this is not to quantify God, or is not to define any of the things in these experiences that are so incredibly personal, incredibly spiritual, and ineffable even. I think why we look at this through a scientific lens is, I mean, it's one of the languages that we have to to understand experiences. And I also think too, it is one of the languages that under the current social paradigm that we have, it's one of the languages that allows for policy change, and it allows for it just allows, I think, for more of that acceptance. And yeah, it's a tool, like you said. So yeah, I think I want to say, at least for me, I think that there is space for the spiritual. There is space for the ineffable. I don't think that, you know, God or religion, or that these great variety of experiences are I don't think that they're lost in you know, in research settings. I think there's space for them. And I think what is quantified, or what we are trying to understand, is less, you know, how we measure God, and more how do we support people in their experiences with God. Like, what are the things that we as human beings need to do to be there to support someone who is having a spiritual experience like that, or someone who is seeking seeking this kind of healing? How do we best support that? How do we create better spaces that allow for that healing to unfold? And so I think, yes, I think a lot of that, it exists in traditional or, you know, in indigenous cultures and indigenous practice. And I also think that may not be accessible to everyone. And I think that so I think that science and approaching it in this way is just another way of learning. Yeah, learning what works, learning what doesn't work.
I don't know how to raise my hand, but if you
Go
if
for
you
it, Justice. You got it. Yeah.
okay. I just wanted to just, I guess, make kind of like a side mention here. I'm also in Seattle, and I'm in like the cannabis space. I've been in it for, I don't want to date myself, but well over a decade. And one of the biggest issues here, and I feel like in plant medicine, like legalization in general, is it's often kind of in this like decrim kind of like accepted space, and it's usually kind of dominated by like naturalists, holistic people, spiritual people, people of color. And then as we transition into legalization, that starts to look a lot more wider, a lot more corporate, a lot more big money, especially once we start adding like excise taxation and things like that, right? And so specifically for in Seattle, we had a completely beautiful medical cannabis system. And when they transitioned into legalization, they shut down almost 3,000 stores and gave licenses for about 150. And then those only went to like multimillionaire corporate white people who are super disconnected from cannabis. And so, not to demonize the Western like influence, because like for example, I'm trans, and like in my culture, transsexuality has existed forever. And part of that is because of the homophobia, right? It's like it's almost used as like an alternative to being just a gay man. Um, and so there's like some positives and dark sides of that, but it's been in my culture forever. But it's only been a like Western modern idea that you take like hormones and do surgeries and actually like feminize, right? And so I actually appreciate that Western culture has like added that part to it. And I love living in like a feminine body and being a woman. And so I want to embrace, like this, right? But I guess I'm just trying to throw out the devil's advocacy, right? How do we protect the system that we have now, but then also modernizing it and getting it to the place where it's, acceptable? Because I know that's what we need, right? There's no way we're going to get ketamine in like an Ozempic style shot where people can take it at home unless we hold hands when it comes to like Eastern and Western philosophy. So how do we modernize, how do we add science and like safety and functionality to psychedelics, but then also still give them the respect and appreciation and to a degree worship that they deserve?
I think we have to follow the system. We have to follow the guide of the system. The system tells us how they do it. Why he take over? Why he took over? Because he had control. That's why he took over. He took over because when the law was enacted about allowing marijuana to be legalized, they put that into control. And so how we do it is we have a movement to change the law. And in order to change the law, you got to be a voter, you got to be a participant, you got to be telling where the main frame of our fabric, if you will, of America sits. That's how you change it. So just like I was talking about empowering yourself, how do you change it? You take control. You have to go to the control power source in order to change. And that's how you change it. And so I hope everybody is registered to vote no matter which way they go, because that's how you change it. When we voted on the marijuana bill, people collectively got together and said, hello, this is what we're going to do, just like we're doing with the psychedelic movement.
If you would go ahead, I'd love to hear your opinion and the host.
My opinion on like being inclusive of those different perspectives.
Yeah, on mixing both kind of philosophies from like Western and Eastern medicine, how do we modernize and make this like a functional, available thing for everyone? Like at-home ketamine kits and things like that, but then also still make it like a holistic, natural, spiritual process. Or do we have to sacrifice? What's your opinion?
Oh, I don't think we should sacrifice anything, because I think the real power in this work is by fully integrating all of who you are. If there isn't space for all of who you are, then what are we doing? So I think that's where, I mean, at least for me, thinking about the model for how this is done is requiring a connection to community. It's requiring thinking about our relationships to one another, our relationships to spirituality, our relationships to ourselves, and including that as an inherent aspect of, what psychedelic therapy is. I think it's ultimately I think it needs to be less prescriptive, like saying, hey, you are going to take a psychedelic, and that essentially means you're going to have this experience. I think either way, like, it doesn't have to say you're going to have a spiritual experience or you're going to have an experience with this specific ideology, but there is space for whatever your ideology is and whatever your relationship is to those things. Does that make sense? And in that way, I think we make space for all those things where we don't have to compromise, where we actually get to include everything, get to include all of who people are. And I think that gets mirrored in, how we're going to get involved in the legal system. For example, it's through our communities that we get each other out to vote. It's through our communities that we create social change. And so I think this is a really important part, because if everybody just is doing ketamine in their homes and they're not really connected to anything, great, you've had an experience, but you're not contributing to social change. You're not tapped into what your community needs and that sort of thing.
If I may. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Raphael. Were you commenting?
Oh yeah, I just saw. Yeah, I just saw Leo made a comment. I love that comment. Make a Burning Man project to build low-income housing. Yes, I agree. I did go to Burning Man once, and that, like, I was very sad the whole time, because all I could think of was like, wow, if all this money just went to help all these different things in the world, I think we could solve some problems. Discrimination in the research scene. I think in some ways it can be active discrimination, but I think there's a lot of passive discrimination. There's just selection. There tends to be selection for folks who are white, cisgender, and I think that just is how the system is designed. That's more of the people who are around you, and so I think that there is a real push for more diversity. I think that there's a desire for more diversity. And because of the way that academia is structured, and because of the way that research is structured, it's a much more challenging space to be someone who has marginalized identities, because there's less awareness. The people around you are less aware of, how to interact and how to be inclusive. So in terms of racism in research, again, I think it's similar in that you can have someone in research who is white, for example, who is trying to do research in a Black population. And I think one of the ways that racism may show up is that there isn't that connection to Black communities, or there isn't power sharing with those Black communities. And so this is where I think it's so important to have that reciprocal relationship, or even have someone who's part of those communities that you're wanting to do research in to consult with, and to have those conversations. I think that there are changes that are happening, but I also think that that change is slow. In terms of, I don't have as much experience confronting white people in research, but I would imagine that that would be pretty uncomfortable. Yeah.
Raphael, would you eventually have be able to design, or are you already designing research studies, and in that capacity, would you be able to create that inclusivity that you're looking for?
So yeah, that, like, one of the things that I'm working on for my dissertation is like a very early stage of this, where I'm going to a local conference for LGBTQ folks, and it's actually put on by one of the healthcare providers in Columbus, Ohio, where I live. And it's a presentation that I'm giving where I'm kind of giving some overview of psychedelic therapy, of the research so far, and talking about some of the limitations. Like, there's a lack of representation. And it's an opportunity to start a conversation with people in that community. So really talking to the healthcare providers, talking to people who are LGBTQ, and just getting a genuine reaction, like for people to say, well, this could be helpful, but it needs to be done in these ways, or these things these are concerns that I have. And these are things that if I wanted to support this research, I would want to see X, Y, and Z. And so that is just the start of, number one, creating those relationships in the community and saying, hey, what do you think of this idea? And first of all, just finding out, are people interested in this? Do people want this? Mm-hmm. And then number two, giving them an opportunity to be connected for the next step of that, which is, okay, let's talk about actually designing this together. How do we design this? What are the things that are important? This is the feedback that you gave me from the first round. How do we start to integrate that? And so that gives that power to the community. And so where I'm acting as an advocate for the community, working with people in that community, and maybe doing things that as a researcher or as a therapist I'm able to provide, which is finding funding, collecting data, and putting together a research team, coordinating meetings with community members. But ultimately, how the trial or how the study is designed, that's a co-created thing.
Yeah.
And when we think about how people run through a study, we're also thinking not just what happens when they're in the study, but what happens afterwards.
Right.
Where is their support? Do we have queer therapists that people can work with afterwards to make sure? Do we have support groups? Right? How do we keep people involved? So that's what I'm working towards. These are the ways that I'm starting to think about it. And I want, ideally, whatever happens in these studies, that's what ends up happening. People copy that, and then that's how these treatment models emerge. And so if we start to create treatment models that involve, go to the existing communities that are already out there. Go to the integration groups that are already happening. Go to the, the queer support circles that are already out there, and connecting all of those, and that becomes the standard of care. I think we will see a lot of change in terms of, not just seeing better integration, but just seeing, more connectedness in our communities. And I think, Leo, you said, revolution. To have a revolution, we have to have community. We have to be invested in each other. And so I think, as part of, this is, for me, it's not really about research. It's about how do we start creating models that we can replicate out. It's not about research. It's just about saying, hey, we can do it like this. And bringing it sort of out of the underground. Doesn't need to be an underground medicine circle. This can actually be the way we think about healthcare. We think about healthcare in a community way, where we're nourishing our communities and we're empowering our communities to say, you know what you need to heal. And that has to happen.
I love that. Awesome. Thank you. It's a great answer.
Yeah, thank you. Justice, you said, do I think psychedelic therapy can help people who've come out of the closet to accept their identities? So I can say personally, yes, I think that's true, because that has happened for me. But and also I can say, from the survey study that we recently are in the process of publishing, like 65% of the people who responded to the survey said that they noted changes in their attitude towards their gender identity after their psychedelic experience. And there were, from before to after the experience, people said that they had much more self-acceptance with those experiences. So, not just, obviously I can say what I think, but I also want to say, what evidence do we have that other people feel this way too? So yes, I think so. I think that so far we're seeing evidence of that. And I think that, again, this is where it's so important to talk to more people, just having, I'm curious, what do you think? Do you think that psychedelic therapy can help people?
I think that psychedelic medicine, plant medicine, helps all people come out of all trauma. And I think that if you are living a life of like repressed gender and sexuality, you are living a life of trauma. And when you are coming out of the closet and having that kind of like true life experience, that's like you coming out of that, right? And then like the plant medicine helps like process the PTSD, right, of like being in the closet. And so I feel like it helps all trauma, and I feel like gender suppression is trauma. So yeah, so it's a big yes for me. But I'm curious if we can put that into function, right? And use it in a therapeutic way, because I know a lot of people, maybe you're a trans woman who has like 3 kids and a wife at home, and you're 47 and you just like, you're like, I need to live my life, and you throw all of that away and you come out of the closet and you transition, and you're like, you need help processing that, and you go to therapy, right? I would love to be able to figure out a function to incorporate psychedelic medicine into that like specific sort of therapy, because like you said, like I've had my personal experience with it, and I think it'll help a whole bunch.
Yeah, it would be wonderful for that to be an accepted, thing that people can find and receive in a safe way, right? to be supported in that. I see that I have 2 more minutes, so I think we can keep this discussion going. I also want to make sure that whoever is next gets their hour too. So whatever folks want to do.
Just a quick note, just something that Paul Mark just commented, that there is already a shortage of therapists, and like there's even a smaller percentage of those that are psychedelic informed. I just want to end this segment, because you're in this space, and some of us else are in this space, just to challenge us, to educate our coworkers and our peers, right? If you are a therapist, if you're a mental health worker, and you are also a psychedelic person, maybe invite that person, outside of work to hang out and, talk.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I think I'm going to keep talking about community-based research, because again, part of that research can be to train community therapists, people who are have that identity, to say, okay, you're therapists who are working with queer people, or you're queer therapists. Let's train you in this so that you can also be, so we can increase, the number of people who can provide that. So
and before they do, let's try to do it in a way that doesn't have a financial barrier or a certification. I can't even say the word barrier, right? Because that's what's going to come next, right? Like, sure, we'll educate you on psychedelic medicine, but it's going to be $30,000, and you're going to get this piece of paper, and it's going to be a very
that's not empowering.
education.
That's not empowering. That's not power sharing. That is not right. That's the total opposite of what we should be doing, especially if we're talking about empowerment, right? Like, we want to make sure that that there is no cost if we're doing something that's going to benefit. So yeah, such a great point. Well, thank you all so much. I am so thank you for talking. Thank you for your questions. Thank you for sharing your wisdom. I love you all so much, and I hope that you will consider staying in touch. I don't know if I can leave my email, or if there's a way for me to. Okay.
Absolutely. Just put it in the chat. Put your email in the chat.
Okay.
It's been a blessing to meet you. You seem like a wonderful person. So thank you so much for the work that you do, and just appreciate your authenticity. And I can just tell you really care. So it's very moving. Our next moderator is Claretta. So thank you to Raphael, and
thank you, Raphael.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
I've been waiting for Claretta.
Yes, Claretta, let's go.
I am Claretta, and I want to talk to you today about labels, because to me, that's where we getting hung up at in talking about our human outer core. I love to explore inside. I think that the inside of you is the world, and I love to explore our world outside too. But what space is it? I don't know. Freedom is what I think most of when I think of how we go about this life, and how we can improve our journeys. And so I want to first thank Leo for giving us this freedom to have this platform to speak. Thank you so much. Thank you, my sister. Thank you. I want to say that the reason why this space is created is because Leo looks at every individual as a human being, and we all are just human beings. And I think that when we reference to the core of us, say we are humans, we tend to allow people to be the people that they are. And we don't concentrate on that outer shell as much. But when you talk about people's feelings and the isms and what comes up and the trauma that they have and the things that affect them inside, I can only think about one thing, and that's people being empowered to control themselves. Because once you start to just think about yourself and controlling yourself, you will absolutely radiate to others and help them with their the way they see the world and the way the world sees them. I think that a lot of it is our acceptance of ourselves. And so in this labeling that we do, it's rooted in a lot of vanity. And so I understand America's obsession with the outer core, but the vanity that we have as people to prevent us from accepting ourselves is incredible. And I think that's where we should start. We all should start with ourselves and just checking ourselves and making sure that we are creating a space for us to live as a human, and that means accepting everything that you feel, everything that you do, and support just being a human being. I talk about these labels, and I do want to open a discussion, but I have so many labels, I can't even go to one. I believe that we have to have a safe place as a human being to be who we are. And the only way you're safe, your place is always going to be safe, is if you have safety within yourself and within what you espouse to the world. And so I challenge everybody to challenge themselves to be the best you. Every day when you look in the mirror, see who you are and really understand at your inner core who you are. I always say treat people like you want to be treated, but sometimes that's cursing somebody out. I want you to curse me out if I do some dumb, lame stuff that, you need to check me on, but I also understand that whatever you say doesn't have anything to do with me and who I am and what I'm going to be. And so that's one of the main things I think about labels, and I can't put an odometer on what label is the label that I should cherish today. And so it may be the label of what that is sexual in nature. It may be a label that is relationship in nature. It may be a label that is gender rich in nature. It may be friendship in nature. It may be assuming to the outer realm in nature, but it all is a label. And so when I think about labeling somebody and telling them what their sexuality is, I reject that whole notion. Somebody tell me what you think about that.
I like that. I like that because I guess you can't control labels that people put on themselves, but like you will never, like you said, you mentioned earlier before, like every person is like their own individual world that they create. And so there's no way that I could look at someone and put a label on any part of them, including gender. I don't know their history. I don't know their path. I don't know their future. I don't know their fate, right? You can't assume someone's a good person, or a bad one. So if you can't assume that, you can't assume gender.
Yeah,
or sexuality, or
I think that that's where we need to go. You know what I mean? I don't call myself anything until I experience the movement in my world for that day. You know what I mean? I don't know what I'm gonna call myself today. I don't know if I'm gonna be, I don't know who, because I'm so many people. I'm so many people at any given time. And so I kind of sit with the community, and I just ask the community, why are we labeling us? Why are we doing that to ourselves? Anybody? Why are we doing it?
I'm
think
so sorry. I
Well,
kept trying to say something. It was someone else. Did I just talk over someone?
no.
You know, Loretta, I think you're making a really, really good point, and I'm so in agreement with you about really not like the labels definitely hold us back, but I do also think that we're at a point in our evolution where the reason I think that we right now have so much in the way of labeling and what's is because I feel like we are needing to define a new paradigm, a new social structure where we can feel free to identify as who we are. And I'm not really trying to make excuses for what you're saying necessarily, but I think that it's part of evolution, which, because you were asking the question, why, you know, and I really think that maybe that is part of the answer, that it's a part of our evolution. And I don't know, you know, I'm not here to convince anyone of anything evolutionarily speaking, but evolution has literally been something I've been studying for like almost 20 years, and I from all aspects and from all angles. And I think that it's really fascinating, especially when you're looking at the old stories, and what they prescribe for this time is actually so on point as to what's happening right now, where it's all sort of this mess right now because everything is just getting disentangled. So I think that's where the labels are helping us, but then I think that we're going to outgrow that, if that makes sense. And I'm sorry, I'm not on video right
Yeah.
now. I'm just running
Oh,
around.
I absolutely think we already outgrew all the labels that we have. That's why we keep adding new labels. You know what I mean?
Yes,
That's my point exactly. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, when we gonna stop doing the labeling thing
right.
and start just presenting who we are? Let's
Yeah.
just present ourselves. I present to you, I'm Claretta. I have my grandchildren today, so I'm a grandmother. I had my children, that's why I have my grandchildren. I have my family, that's why I'm home today. You know what I mean? I work as a lawyer in the mental health arena, and I am proud to be in this day because I'm happy that I have another day to live and explore. I'm happy that I have this medium to share because it just makes me feel so human, you know, and I embrace that in my atmosphere. And whether it's with psychedelics or not, I embrace my atmosphere being manipulated so that I can explore it and understand what it is, you know. And so I embrace any encounter, and I think we should stay present. We should stay present all the time because that's the one thing that has helped me get through the most trying times, is to be present. Be present in your atmosphere, know exactly what you're doing, know your human support, know what you're doing, keep your self in you, you know, in your humanity.
Yeah.
And then we will all help each other, I'm sure. But what happens is we start to get selfish and we start to think that vanity is really it, and we got to change and we got to make our appearance dictate who we are. And that's when we lose, you know? And so I am a strong believer that the labels we hold for each other, the labels we hold for ourselves, is what's creating this chaos in our world. And we need to come together and understand that we're all human in this space. And let's rock that space, you know?
I totally
Any
respect.
thoughts? Any thoughts, anyone?
I don't want to interrupt because I wasn't sure if someone else wanted to speak, but I've just been thinking a lot lately about how to be grateful. You mentioned like being grateful for every moment you have. And I deal a lot with like conservatives that I'm trying to get involved in the psychedelic movement, and trying to learn how to speak conservative. Even like gay conservatives, you know, are out there and they don't want to necessarily be part of an event like this. And I remember I was talking to a group in Australia. It was like the Australia Psychedelic something. And they got offended that I wanted to do this event because they seemed to believe that this would create more division and that we should like not look into like labels or whatever. And I just got I found myself getting really annoyed, but at the same time, like, they're allowed to have their opinion or whatever, but I do get annoyed when people are like, they think the psychedelic movement is such that it should just become like not an issue for sexism, not an issue for racism, not an issue for classism. It should all be like, peace and love or something, but it's not peace and love, right? If you look at who's making money or who's controlling, the movement or whatever, it isn't about peace and love, like the hippie movement, the anti-war movement of the 70s and 60s. And like, I wish it was more of a loving, kind space. I think that people, it blows my mind that people who consider themselves like hippies, I guess, think it's okay to be cruel to other people in this space, even if you don't agree with them. So those were some of my thoughts as you were talking about identity and getting hung up on labels, because I kind of want to say to everyone, like, instead of calling yourself a liberal or calling yourself a conservative or, whatever the hell, you need to call yourself, like, I don't know, just maybe what I would love to do is a therapy where I send like a conservative to go and like live with LGBTQ people for a while, because I think unfortunately we all get pretty affected by who's around us, and we pick up the habits of those around us. And so I think if you're surrounded by conservatives, you'll become conservative. But I think if you were surrounded by a bunch of queer people that were like multi-ethnic and everything like that, you probably would develop more compassion and maybe vibe with those people a little bit more. So I think a lot of it is about exposure, and that yeah. I don't know what else to say. But.
Well, I kind of think of that as shared human experience. You know what I mean? Like if everybody has shared human experience, all we're doing is sharing our human experience. I remember when I had my first grandchild, my son started dating a girl that was from the Philippines, and her family, she was Filipino. She identified as that. And I remember, thinking, oh, they don't really like me. They move away from me at bingo and stuff. And, and I'm like talking about it. I'm like, I don't know. I mean, I never really talked longer than a minute to one, and who cares? And why am I fixating on what's her identity, And so I'm all like, okay, and then her mother and father, kick her out of the home, and they don't want her to live with them because she's pregnant by my son before they got married or what have you. And they're like, we got to live with you, mom, and, and stuff. I'm like, okay, that's fine, and all that. And then we had this Filipino grandbaby. So they naturally would love the baby because the baby identified like them. I had to check myself to understand that I'm loving a human being now, and I'm not loving that label. I'm not loving the thing that we put on her to say that's how we identify her. And when I talk about labels, I really mean identification. What is your identification? Why do your identification has to be cloaked in a sexuality, or cloaked in a relationship, or cloaked in something? Why is our identities not, more reflective of who we are? You know what I mean? I don't know how to introduce myself. You know what I mean? So I just say, hey, they identify me as Claretta, and I'm going to introduce myself like that. So when people ask me what's my pronoun, I go, I don't know. Call me the pronoun that you think that you need to fill that space to talk about what we're going to talk about. And so if you think they fits, or she or it fits, put it there. Because you're explaining your story to me. You telling me, you saying something to me. You're trying to communicate to me. So I started thinking it's our communication that we really are trying to do. And that's what I learned. I learned that how am I going to communicate with that baby? What I learned is all of that identity crap didn't mean shit. How am I going to communicate with this individual? And I lost a lot of my capabilities of labeling others after that day, after she was born. And so I commend you. I want to motivate everybody to get that experience by putting themselves in a place that's unfamiliar to them. Maybe it might be at the rally that you didn't expect to be at. Maybe it might be that it was in the room that you didn't expect to ever see, or maybe it was with psychedelics, or maybe it was without. Maybe it was, outside or inside or on the earth or at the sea. I don't know. Put yourself in those places and then communicate. Don't just put yourself in a place and just stand there. You know what I mean? Like, I find myself on the ferry, and I'll go on the ferry and I'll just say hi to everybody I walk past in the ferry. Just say hi until somebody want to talk longer. And then I just stop and talk longer. Why is that? Because that's the human experience that I want to get. I don't want to label them. I want them to tell me who they are and what's inside of them. That's how I roll in the world. How do you guys feel about that? Anybody?
You might have to unmute people, because people that aren't hosts, they need to be unmuted.
Oh, do they?
I can talk a little bit on that.
Okay.
So one of the things that comes up, and this is connected to what is name trauma, but there's also label trauma. And sometimes people have something that a sound that they answer to. And so they, if someone says, I am Todd, call them Todd. If someone says, I am, Prince, for instance, that's what they are. Or if they want to be a soundless symbol, that sort of thing. And when it comes to labels, one side is the projection side of what other people are labeling you. And then the other side is, how do you wish to be seen? And that is the thing. So
that's it.
Yeah, in communicating, we're asking, so what pronouns would you like me to use? Would you like me to use pronouns? I mean, I'm okay with most of them. Just don't bro me, don't call me brother. That's a thing that I'm okay with. And there are some other people where pronouns really do mean a big thing to them, and it's because they've had the gender trauma and other things, or because they're in a different journey. I'm not going to judge them for their journey with certain words, and that there are some who, like earlier, you use the N-word, which I do not use, and I know that there are some people who have used that for me. There are some people who have who actually like that race play kind of thing and are really into it. I just know that that's not my gig. And so, I'm not going to yuck somebody else's yum. I'm just going to say, hey, that does not apply to me.
Absolutely.
And this is the space of choice that we all in. So how do you choose to be seen? You choose.
Absolutely.
Called. How do you choose?
Yeah, I like, you saying that it's empowered in the individual, and I appreciate that. But I also think that we have to control our own traumas. You know what I mean? We can't just keep running into spaces and then get a trauma, and then we traumatized again. Traumatized by the trauma. You have to, at some point, think about how I'm going to repair myself so that trauma does not enter. I mean, I'm just saying, I don't know how you get there. I can tell you I'm there. I don't know how you get there because I've been called enough of those labels and enough of those things and shut enough of those doors, or had enough of those doors shut, to understand that, you get trauma from everything. I think you get trauma from anything that happens to you. It's how we are controlled to disperse with our trauma, how we are told to handle our trauma, how we are actually managing our trauma ourselves. You know what I mean? It's about managing your trauma. So if every time somebody say the N-word to you, that makes you have a trauma response, you need some therapy on self. You need, not rather than argue with him about calling you the N-word, you need to go in your own space and understand how N-word affects you, because nobody should attack your core because you know everything in it. It's a hard shell, and you should absolutely make it that. But I understand trauma, and I understand that people deal with it in a lot of different ways. And so don't let me tell you or judge you as to how you deal with your trauma. But I must say, please, if you're dealing with trauma from anything, seek a way to deal with that trauma. Absolutely.
So I just have a question to kind of like expand on that, because I actually love your philosophy. Man, my question is just, it takes a lot of like you just said, you're there, right? But it takes a lot to get there. Like just listening to you, you're like, you are a powerful person. You know what I mean? Like you have so much just like energy in your voice. What would you say to someone who is maybe whenever they meet someone, they say, hey, my name is Carol, I'm non-binary, femme, I use she, her pronouns, and it's like a repeated process, and it's something that they lean on because they have, you know, insecurities about being mislabeled, misgendered, misidentified.
Because that's their,
what would you say to them if they were right in front of you?
What I would say is, who are you kind of convinced who you are? Who is it that you're speaking to when you say these things that you would like to tell me that you are? Who are you trying to convince? Because we don't have to wear a label to say what our name is to know our name, you know? And so if you know who you are, you don't have to always tell everybody who you are, because you will radiate out of you. You know what I mean? If you're transgender, everybody will see you transgender if that's what you're radiating. You know what I mean? If you're bisexual, you're going to radiate bisexuality because that's what you're going to do. And so what I say to that person is, I want you to go inside today. I want you to go inside of yourself and inside of your own mind and ask yourself, who am I trying to convince? And what do I want them to be convinced of? So that you can understand that acceptance of you is inside of you. It's nowhere else. It's nowhere else. It's nowhere where they say it. I mean, but I learned this through a school of hard knocks. You know, I was raised in as a Muslim with Farrakhan and with racial identity issues from the beginning. I'm number 5 of 9 children who, you know, are living in the inner city of Brooklyn, New York for most of my life. I had a baby when I was 16 years old to change my perspective on how I have to flow in the world. I became a lawyer at 30, a mother of 4, you know, a grandmother of 12. And so I've lived a lot in this life. And so my experiences makes me say these things. That's what makes me say it. You know, I can't tell you how to get acceptance of you other than the way I got it. I mean, I remember trying to do my hair. I remember my hair being a big problem because it's you know, it's coily and it's curly and it's you know, it can be dry and it stays. It doesn't move. My hair doesn't move. It just stays right there. If I move it, it stays. You see how it stays in one spot? I love it now because it stays. and I remember not loving it. And I remember wanting it to fall down locky and fall down beautiful, curly, or straight. I remember working on it every day, every single day. I got to look at my mane, look at them, look at my mane, my mane, my mane. And it consumed me for years, going to the beauty parlor and trying to get it. And one day I looked in the mirror and I said, you don't accept the hair that grows out of your own scalp. Cut it off and let it grow and be what it is. And do not do anything to it until you can understand it and love it. And this is something that I made myself do. It was about 15, 20 years ago. And I made myself cut off all my hair. And I just looked in the mirror every day that I was going to do my hair. And I just looked at my hair. And it just grew in and it did it. And I'm just looking at it. And I didn't comb it. I didn't do anything. I would move it with my fingers. I'd make sure it doesn't get caught. It doesn't get tight. I mean, what do you call it? Matted, because it can mat, and I just left the freedom of the hair. You know what I mean? When I washed it every day, I just left the freedom of the hair, and I put product in it and stuff. I didn't obsess with products. I didn't care if it was Suave or if it was, it didn't matter to me. It went from a range. It was for this hair or that hair. I didn't care. If I picked it up, I did it because, I used to have this anxiety of going in, and I still do sometimes, of going into a store and picking an item to get, like lotion, and it's like 400 lotions. How do you pick the lotion? And so I started just picking a hair product, like hair, yes, shampoo, yes, and stopped fixating on what it would provide for me. And then started looking at the product and what it actually gave me. And then that's how I decided to do it. And now I've been doing this same hairstyle so long, I don't even know another hairstyle. And guess what I know? I got freedom of hair. It's beautiful. And I don't think we think about having freedom of hair. And then I think about all the other freedoms that we have. We have so much freedom. And then I started thinking, this is freedom, period. And now the only thing I think of is keeping freedom, keeping my freedom. That's why I told you guys earlier, and I'm going to say it again, please vote so we can keep this freedom, because this freedom is wonderful. Justice?
So just like a slightly challenging question, because we're in the space for specifically queerness and the psychedelic space. And so I also feel like it's important for us to like advocate for that, right? And so what if your perspective is kind of from like you just said, freedom, right? And like expressing like who you are, regardless. What if it's not a freedom that you're born with? What if it's something like, say specifically, let's say a trans man who lived their whole identity being identified as a woman, and they put all of this blood, sweat, tears, sacrifice, medicalization, financial investment, they changed their whole life to be a man and put all of that work in. And then you go into a space and people do not respect that identity. They still refer to you as a woman. They still call you like her, sis, etc. Is it disempowering for that man to allow them to disrespect the work and effort that he's put into his own identity by not respecting his identity? Is it almost, is the idea to kind of turn a blind eye and just like say like, oh, they can believe whatever they want, I know what I am? Is that kind of giving them the power though?
It's say it. No. When they say she, you go he. When they say it, you go Claretta. When they say it, I'm not saying to you, don't be who you are in your space. I'm saying to you, it's up to you to identify you if that's who identify it, if there is identification going on.
Okay, I think that was a little lost a little bit. Yeah.
No, it's only you that identify
for yourself and like pushing back against someone.
That's how you do it. When
Yeah.
if somebody called, if you called me Clarissa, I would go, my name is Claretta. No matter what, no matter how many times you did it, and no matter what you thought behind it, you were doing to me. Because guess what? You can't do nothing to me. I
So
told you the only thing you can do to me, you can physically hurt me, but the only thing you can do to my mind and my body and my soul is nothing, because I'm the only one that can do something to my mind, my body, and my soul.
So would you say
That's
that we
it.
don't
I take ownership of me.
so would you say that we don't need labels and labelization? However, if a person chooses to represent themselves with a label or an
That's their
identity,
thing.
and Paul Mark, I see you nodding.
That's their thing.
Would you say like, okay, the labelism isn't necessary, but if it's necessary for you and you say, my name is Justice, that is
Right.
my label.
Right.
And you stand behind that person
If I
defending
call
that
you
label.
Jude, what are you going to say? If I say Jude, you're going to say Justice, sir. I'm sorry. I mean, empower yourself to know your identity if you identify.
Yeah.
I'm
No,
just
I
saying.
agree with
I'm
you.
not saying to you that people don't do some cruel stuff. I've been called the N-word a lot of times. I mean, and the B-word and all kinds of words. And I'm going to tell you, never does it affect me, because guess what? That's their opinion. They don't even know me. So how can you tell me that's who I am? And so you can't tell me who I am. You only can identify me. And that's what I'm talking about, these labels. You only can identify me. Leo?
Okay, I started to write something, and then I thought you would get offended or someone else might think that that's offensive, but I was writing, maybe you're a master witch, because people are legitimately affected by others. And I was going to cite some very interesting research. Like, this is just my perspective, but as a mental health therapist, I think that there's been a giant abuse of people in the self-help movement. And you may disagree, Claretta, but it could be that you're such a masterful individual, like a master magician and a healer and an alchemist, that you're able to protect yourself. But what they're showing more and more scientifically is that we've told people all along, like, you are not affected by other people, words don't affect you, people's emotions around you don't affect you. But now they're showing through science that, like, because we're animals, you can literally pick up on little subtle negatives from someone's body language, their eyes, their smell, how they're thinking, and so forth. So we've been taught that our bodies are like these little, like, I don't know, odd, like separated like structures. But now they're learning more and more, like the fluidity of science, that actually we can potentially pick up on other people's negativity. And I get that you're saying we have the capacity to like shut it out, but let's say you're an empath, or like you're kind of built to be responsive to the cues of the universe. So I think you personally, because I know you personally, that you may have the capacity to just be like, so because you're in the field of dealing with mental health and people that are crazy, like day in and day out, like work people, I'm sure that are crazy too. And like that whole culture, I'm sure, is very
yeah, but I think that that's the work, Leo. That's the work. That's the work that I'm saying, empower yourself to do. The work is you. You remember when I talked about the hair, the work was me. I had to work that. I didn't just get it. I was the girl with the big nose that was fat and didn't understand, and and had too much and didn't have a boy, and what the hell?
But
A whole bunch of that, and the skin too dark.
Here's my question. What if the science proves that we're actually not encapsulated in these bodies, but our thoughts, like ESP and all of that, like we're all kind of drifting into one another in this mad chaos that's really not matter?
What if it did, Leo? Live in today. Live right here. I'm right here with Leo.
Okay,
I'm right here with Leo.
Live in today.
I don't understand why I'm thinking about my hair and my label, or whether my sexuality. I'm not having sex with Leo right now. I don't care about my sexuality in this moment. In this moment, I care about seeing you and your identity in front of me, and talking with you about how you're moving through the world, through these poles, through this exploration of mine that I'm going through. Aren't we doing that every day? That's what I'm doing every day. So I don't really got time to label you. I don't really got that time. I'm busy seeing how the hell I'm going to move in this atmosphere tomorrow. I don't know. I might not be here.
Okay,
I
but
want to
let's
move
say,
right now.
okay, one more thing. Let's say if you're talking to a queer young person and they're struggling and they're feeling suicidal and they're saying, I feel like people around me hate me, or I feel like people around me don't judge me and don't like me, or whatever.
The first thing is, do you like you, baby?
Totally.
Do you like you?
Do you
Tell
agree?
me if you like you.
Okay.
Name me some qualities of you that make you so damn likable.
Okay.
Stay inside of you.
I get
Stay in
that.
your
I get
moment,
that. But
and
do you
you
think,
will accept you. I believe that, but I understand some
but here's
people
the
are not
question.
that strong.
Are we
I get
doing a
it.
disservice to
I
these
get
young
it.
people by telling them it doesn't matter what those people around you say? Or
No, I understand what you're saying, but I'm asking you, why does it matter? Why does it matter? What they eat don't make me shit. Why does it matter? Why does it matter? That's the question. Why does it matter? Check yourself. Look at your ego. Look at your vanity. Look at your thing. Look at everything in you and ask yourself,
But if we're all
why
if we're
does
all
it matter?
interconnected, I mean, maybe if you see us all as isolated, but if we're all interconnected, then
In
maybe
the interconnection, what? Why does it matter if I stumble over my word, if I don't say something right, if my communication is down a little bit when I sit next to you, Leo?
so your
What is it?
motto
What does
is
it
almost
matter
like
if I smell and you don't like my smell, but I love that smell because I got it from Peoria and I love it? What does it matter? I'm telling you, it's about us accepting us first. And that's how you get comfortable in your spaces. Accept yourself. Put yourself in the space. Understand you. Look in the mirror every day and say, I am. Who am I? That's what you do. And I'm telling you, it takes therapy to do that. The therapy you use on yourself. You know how we tell ourselves, it's not going to happen. I'm not going to get that. I'm going to have this. I'm the man of the world. I am beautiful. I am this. We do it. We label ourselves. That's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about labels. Justice.
So I just wanted, you know, I had a math teacher in college, and he was a mathematician, and he was trying to teach us calculus, and everything was so simple to him that he couldn't teach it. He would just write the problem, and then he would write the answer basically, and he wouldn't explain how to get there. He would just be like, this makes that. It's simple. And he was just on such a level that he couldn't break it down to us at a student level. And respectfully, I feel like you are of the same experience where like this has been a journey for
Let me
you, and
break it down
you
for
have an
you. Oh,
understanding
I
of this
love that you're
philosophy.
saying that. I love that you're saying that. Let me break it down for you.
I want you to break it down, yeah, so that
this is
we
life.
can bring this to other
Life.
people and understand
This
it
is
better.
life. Take a breath. This is life. Life. Every day it tick tocks by seconds if we want to use a clock. And it go tick, tock, tick, like you eating that pizza. Stay here, here, we're here. Stay in every moment, in the moment that you're in the moment. And you will not have time to label yourself. You won't. Because you're in the moment. You're too busy enjoying that pizza. It tastes so good while you're hearing somebody speak about some knowledge or something while you're thinking your thoughts. We right here. We're not having sex right now, but somebody could be. It's not. Live here. And if you live here, you'll understand what I'm talking about. I'm talking about life and just doing it. Even though you're poor, even though you're rich, even though you have it, even though you don't, even though you want it, even though you seek it, everything that you do is in your moment. And if you live in your moment and you stay in your moment, because it's hard to do, life will be good. You wouldn't get so depressed. You would only have clinical stuff that's going on, that you need a vitamin or you need a mineral or you need something that is making you have that tiredness or that swelling or that thing that is affecting you physically. You know what I mean? But if we really think about the brain and its makeup, it protects you. And so you got to be confident that it does. Just like some people are confident in God and how he gives them what they need to be on this surface. Stay in the present. Stay in the present. I employ all of you to stay in the present. Any thoughts about that, y'all?
I know Indy is sleeping because she's in the UK. But if you need to raise your hand, please do so by
This
someone, it looks
reaction. We could tell them to you, like where your reaction is, where the heart is that says your reaction. That's how you raise your hand. Shannon. Shannon, did you want to give us a thought?
You have to unmute her.
Do I have to unmute Shannon? Okay, I will unmute her.
I'm now unmuted.
I think she's unmuted. Let's see. Where's Shannon? Shannon is unmuted. She doesn't have a video, but she's unmuted. Oh, Shannon, something's wrong with your.
So I turned off the video because the last time I spoke, you all couldn't hear me when I had the video on. So I think that in my therapy, being in the moment is taught. It's mindfulness, but also we have, my exploration is into those details about different identities and what I think about spirituality and how to make how to understand it. That would be called metaphysics. So yes, I think I think the strong insistence to be in the moment isn't quite enough. I mean, there is something that our brains do called making sense, and that's also equally valid.
I hear you. It does have to make sense. And sometimes our moment is riddled with trauma because we're being raped. Sometimes our moment is riddled with something that makes us remember that we lost a loved one. Sometimes our moment puts us in a grief, and we just have to understand that we are the ones that managing our moments. That's all. I mean, I think that that's just what it is. We manage our moments. And so if we manage our moments with a panic attack, we got to understand that panic attacks are those things that thinks that we can not handle our moment. And so education of who you are is the key. And so if you're having these things, if you're having, these things happen to you that have a physical bearing on you and have a physical presence in your atmosphere, you want to make sure you address it. And that's when I absolutely say explore who you are. Always. And you will get to a place to where those traumas do not affect you. Shannon? Well, Leo asked, am I ever scared of death? I used to be scared of death before I had an experience in which I thought maybe something could happen that I could die. I never felt like I was going to die, but something could happen that I was die. I had a heart attack. And I was about 43 years old when it happened. And I have the scar from the surgery to today. And when I think about death, I think about life now. I never think of it as anything else. Death means the end of a life, and that's it. And it means maybe reincarnation, I hope. I don't know what it actually means because I never died. And so I am looking forward to it and don't want it to happen ever. And so I really feel like I want to live forever. If you know any vampires, please tell them to come and bite me. And I'm serious about that. I'm not scared of vampires, and I'm not scared of anything. What I do know is in the moment, I might have to invoke some of my fear so that I can fight my way out of something. I know that might happen, but I do know that, I'm in control of it, and how I respond and how I actively respond to somebody who comes in my space is how I do it. And I'm hoping that everybody else do it in the manner that is best for them. I understand trauma. I understand what happens to people. I understand that sometimes some people can bully you without you even knowing that you're being bullied. I understand, but I understand that everything I understand is inside of me. It's not in another. And so when someone shares and they tell me their experience, I look in it and I see where I'm at in that experience. And if I fit, I fit. If I don't, I move on, because I'm always exploring to figure out who I am, why I'm here, what I'm doing, what I can do better, what can I add to my life for this moment right here. Shannon, you want to speak? Leo, do I find a lot of white people are unhappy? I find that the weight of humanity weighs down a lot of people. And whether they're white or they're black, humanity weighs us in vanity and money and uh, support and self-acceptance. All of these things guide us. And I know you want to speak, Shannon. I'm trying to get you to speak, but I don't hear you. I don't hear you. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get Shannon to speak, but Shannon's mic is maybe, I don't
know. It's
is it,
that the muting is controlled by the host, so I can't just
I didn't mute anyone because I want everybody to speak all in unison, And so
when I hit the mute, the speak
I'm
mute,
gonna ask all to
it
unmute. So
blocks
I'll
me
let you
sometimes.
guys. Can you unmute now? You're talking now. I see you, Shannon.
Well, now I can, but earlier when you asked me whether I wanted to speak, I couldn't. So
Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that. Go ahead, speak.
At 9 minutes.
So I have as a white person that I do have like unhappiness, and I also have other stuff that cause unhappiness. I think that, and I'm poor, so I am white, but I'm intersectional. I have other things. So I grew up with privilege, and even though I'm poor and I have mental health stuff going on and I have sexuality stuff going on, I still carry that privilege, right? Even with those other things that have less privilege. So, and I think that in terms of the religious teachings, in Buddhism, it's taught that everyone suffers and everyone has this basic sense of being unsatisfied and unhappy.
Mm-hmm.
But I have another topic to raise, maybe during another time, related to integrating psychedelic experiences
Mm-hmm.
and animism. So
And what ism?
animism.
Oh, I'm not familiar with animism.
So
Animism?
do you want to go into this now?
Yeah, if you want to. I mean, is it going to take more than, wait a minute, I only have 8 more minutes. So, I was talking about labels and stuff. And so maybe you'll give that topic to Leo, and maybe we'll have a talk about that someday. That could be. Shannon, we don't want to dispel that you have a gift to give us, but we may not have the time frame to get that gift at this time. But we're going to be on for 24 hours, and you can chat about that if it's a new subject. But I don't know what it is, and so you could explain what it is. I think if you can do it in these minutes. Unless we'll take the next person that has raised their hand and then allow them to speak. I see Violet has a hand up as well, Shannon. And so you may let Violet speak, and then we can try to figure out whether we can get your topic in, okay?
The a couple sentences is that it's a longer topic, but I'll define animism. It's just that there's a spirituality and life in the natural world rather than looking inward. That would be a meditative kind of experience. Then you're looking outward to the natural world.
I can't keep pointing out before I repair in. And so it's hard for me to look out as much as it's for me to look in. I'm the person that something happens on a project and make a mistake, and I look at what did I do to make that happen. And so I'm very responsible, if you will, only because I think that's the only way that I can communicate what I need to project to the world. So I believe that taking personal responsibility for how things are going in your life can help you understand and have empathy and sympathy with others, because you'll be accepting all of your flaws, and so
this idea
I stay inside a lot more than I go out.
This idea isn't talking about that. It's where it's talking about where you find in Western terms where you find God. So,
I find God everywhere. I was Muslim raised, right? And so right now I'm studying Jehovah's Witness because my sister wants me to explore that realm. I have explored other religions just by peeping in. I like to go to different places of worship, but I also think that my God is spiritual, and he presents himself with me in a light, and he stays here, and he's just mine. And so I don't know what other people do for God, but God for me is right here. He's doing it. He makes sure everything is okay with me, and I know that he has my back. And so I don't really care about any other way of God, whether he's Jesus or I don't know who you want to call him. You could call him whatever you want, but he's God for me, and God is in me here, my spirit, my being. He makes sure I get guided and I get places that I need to be. I talk to him all the time when I pray. I know he's real for me, and I don't know what to say about other people finding him.
So it's it's a bit longer topic, and to make the distinction between an animist place to find God and like a monotheistic or a Christian or a Islamic way to way to find God. Then there's some technical details. Like you said, we only have a few minutes.
No, I found God after I had a heart attack. When I asked him to do something for me, and that's how I found the spirit that I have. I found him in my trauma, and he's here. He's not Allah, he's not Buddha, he's not Jehovah, he's not nobody. He's Coretta's God, and so I don't know how to explain that to people. I just know who's my God. And I haven't had to explain that to anybody since I had that revelation, but here I am. I remember Leo and I having a discussion about God, and it's interesting that this is where I'm at today because, Leo is a Jew, but she is a German Jew. And I remember just teasing her and saying that to her all the time. And because it reigned like a controversy to me to be a German Jew. And so we talked about it, and we talked about religion, but now I'm at another place. Guys, I know I feel like this was a very, very good talk, and I really enjoyed myself being here. I see that I'm leaving some hands up, but I think our next speaker can talk about that. I respect all the speakers, Raphael and Justice. Thank you. Thank you guys who came before me to help Leo make this event a success. I hope everybody can learn to control themselves. You are in control of you. Nobody makes you. Nobody can bully you. Nobody can take anything from you. Nobody can give you anything. The only thing that you can do is receive. Try to protect your core. Try to protect your inner being. Try to make sure that everything that you do in your life protects the one that you are the only one that can label. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Claretta.
Thank you, Claretta. Welcome, Violet. Thank you. We all love you so much, and hopefully we'll see you back on. But thank you for your wise words. And Violet, it's now officially your hour.
All right. Well, thank you. I know I felt really still a little bad about that earlier. I apologize. But I'm so glad it is my hour now. And did Claretta go? Did I see her go? Because I want to just say
no, I'm staying. I'll stay for your hour too, probably.
All right, perfect. Okay, well, thank you so much for, I really love hearing from people, in all different spaces and all different walks of their journey, because it's always so enlightening to hear where somebody else is and what their unique perspective is. And I really appreciate that sharing that you gave us. Shannon, I had raised my hand at the end because I did want to let you know that I can definitely field your questions and comments about animism. If you wouldn't mind me just allowing me just a few minutes to sort of elucidate a little bit of my background so I can give you guys at least some maybe qualifying statements on why I could or should talk about that. So I know that I had sort of gone into, I think I was a little bit off track earlier, and Justice, I'm sorry, I think I had my misunderstanding in my mind just kind of created some stress. So I felt like I was probably just talking really fast. And so I just kind of want to recap in a more organized and concise way that I came from a space of a really, really intensely Catholic ideology. And I think what's great about that is that it was once I got out of that, because I literally was on a mountaintop in a valley, like in a space where you're really, really away from the world, and also kind of kept away from music, television, even like having to dress in ways where you're covering yourself up and things like that. So it's a really intense level of mental experience to feel like this is a normalized way of being. But what I was going to get to is what's great about that is that once you break out of a paradigm like that, you start to realize what a paradigm actually is and how much reality is defined by what we think and believe.
Yes.
Right. And so that led me into a lot of spaces of learning where I was looking into, like I had mentioned earlier, I do have a master's degree in metaphysics. I'm a parapsychologist and counselor in that space. I'm also an integration coach for psychedelics. I've studied with the Shipibo. I've studied with Kun elders. I've studied with Navajo elders. I have a very deep and emic understanding of the ideology of a lot of world cultures when it comes to spirituality and their global identities and the identities of their deities and who they regard as creators of the universe. And what I have found in that study and that learning process is that if you back it up really, really, really far back, a lot of that stuff starts to really look quite a lot the same, mainly with really just different names or labels, if you will. So I think what's really cool is like that I've been able to develop this really, like for me, it's a really beneficial understanding of plant medicine and psychedelics from the space of the older, more ancestral understanding of them as a pathway to getting into a space where you can get outside of your physical self and leave behind the cares and worries of the physical self and get into your eternal self and your eternal mind and have a better understanding of maybe like the bigger picture and how we're all connected and how we're all really affecting each other with our thoughts and beliefs and behaviors. And that's why I feel like this kind of conversation is so important, because as we evolve through this space and time that is the dawning and awakening of consciousness and awareness of who we are as individuals, I actually think the individuality of this space and time of evolution is really important, because it's going to teach us how we're connected and how really, really important it is to respect each other and to respect where we're at, all of us, like where we're at in our own lives. With that, that's kind of like my background. I also am an anthropologist, and I have behavioral health sciences understanding as well. So I've just always really been seeking to understand both the human condition and then why we're here, what's behind it, and not just what I say or what's in my experience to teach me, but I have really looked out and tried to see what is everyone else saying too. What is the conversation globally? What's the conversation from our actual ancestors about where we came from, without writing off all of their stories as myths or fancies or those types of things, like really digging into the actual reality of that. And the plants have taught me something that I learned in metaphysics was that in the course of our evolution, there's all these different levels of consciousness. And so humans have a specific level of consciousness, animals have a specific level of consciousness and sentience as well. Plants also have a realm, and even it's been studied. So there's real actual studies on plants and their consciousness and their world, their relationship dynamics, their interaction, their communication. They literally have a realm, but their realm is slowed down from our realm so much. Their time, it's a whole different realm of time. It doesn't move at the same pace that ours do. So when we embark on this journey and we interact with these plants by taking them in, and this is, Shannon, where I wanted to get to with continuing that conversation with you, because in animism, the ideals of animism date so far back in our ancestry that there is no culture that doesn't harbor beliefs about animism. And what animism is that there is literally a consciousness in every single thing, like even inanimate objects, even rocks and crystals, and even things that man makes, cement and houses and stuff like that. There's consciousness in literally every particle, because every particle comes from the all consciousness that has created this physical universe. And so it's awake and aware in every single thing and every single aspect of itself.
Oh, I just call it energy. I'm sorry, I call it energy and everything.
Right. So, and that's okay. And this is what the cultures of the world have brought me to. And I have experienced this understanding, like you, Claretta, probably in your field. It's like, okay, that's energy for sure. So, but in animism, when we're embarking on this journey with the plants, we are going into a space where we're now in their realm. Now time is a whole different space. Now how thoughts and emotions affect what we're experiencing is much more profound and much more, immersive, I think, than what we normally experience. So, and the plants are able to, in that space, come to us in a form that we normally maybe would recognize. Some people will recognize specific forms, others will recognize other types of forms. So the plants will come to us in those forms, especially if we're ready to receive that information. And they'll speak with us, and they will, depending on how they communicate, I feel like I've experienced a lot of telepathic level of communication. But they will communicate with us and help us to understand our brotherhood and our connection and the importance of our unification as a community, as a recognizing each other as important and necessary, and recognizing where all of us are as important and necessary as well. And I think the plants are here also at a specific time where we're evolving into this understanding of this spectrum of sexuality, a spectrum of identity as a human being. Who are you? I identify as non-binary, but I'm not rigid about that. I mean, I have a lot of people who still don't understand that, don't question that, and refer to me as a female. And I don't normally, I pick and choose when to make those comments, but I recognize the evolution that's happening. And so I try to push for that everywhere. And if you know me at all, you're going to definitely know who I am and how I identify. But I want to leave it at that. And Shannon, I would love to, if you wanted to talk more about your question and where you were going with that, I could definitely start there, and we could talk about animism and in whatever facet or function you wanted to.
Well, I just didn't know what it was, and that she brought it up. And so I sometimes you have these labels on things that you don't even know that you fit in that label. You know what I mean? And so I fit in that label possibly. And so maybe that's why she brought it up, and I just didn't know what it was. And so it's interesting. So I didn't necessarily think about what I would say about that topic or not, but it's interesting to note that there is a label to it. But I didn't need that. I didn't need a label, but I understand. But that's how I can look for it. That's how I can find the same philosophy. But I think that the philosophy I have is just one that I got because I got it from a whole bunch of different sectors of being communicative with my world. And so I do understand that, communicate with your world. That's all I know. And I'll find out what's my place and where I should be and what I should be doing,
Yeah, I definitely understand. Definitely. And thank you for that, Claretta. Shannon, I'm noticing you have your hand up. Do I need to unmute you? I'm not exactly sure how to do that. Yeah, okay. Leo, can you instruct me on? Oh, you're muted too. Shoot.
Yeah, this is Sean. I'm trying to unmute her. I got to figure out how to do it.
Oh, thank you, Sean.
Yeah.
Is there a way to turn off that control that's kind of disruptive?
Yeah, could I be muted?
I can't talk about this now. I have a visitor. I'm very interested in this topic, and I apologize for bringing it up when there's only a short amount of time. But this is a longer topic, and I'm very interested. I just
That's
can't
totally
talk
okay,
now.
Shannon. It just wasn't the right time. It wasn't the right time for it to emerge, and that's just fine. I definitely get that. I will be here for an hour, so if you do happen to have free time and want to come back and fill that question, I'm happy to talk to you about it at any point. I'm so sorry about my dogs, you guys. They just all of a sudden decided to be very active and vocal.
We really can't hear them that much.
Oh, good.
It's 3:11. I'd be glad to talk about it at 4.
3:11 at 4. Okay. I mean, I definitely, I will be just signing off, but maybe the next person has thoughts on that as well. But yeah, thank you. Honestly, if anyone else is interested in talking about that, we can. I think that a couple things were mentioned during this conversation so far when I has been able to tune in, and I noticed one thing was, well, I mean, we're talking about acceptance in the space, and I have noticed a lot. So there's a few things that I've noticed with ceremony stuff that I can talk about, and hopefully maybe you guys can relate to and maybe have some thoughts on. When I first encountered ayahuasca, I went to the Amazon and really wanted to experience ayahuasca in its traditional setting. I didn't really trust necessarily what was going on in America at that time because I wasn't sure. I'd never seen what it should be. So I went down there and I spent a month in actual like Amazon jungle. And during that time, I never felt judged, or I never felt like I needed to be like there was necessarily like a role that they were seeing me as a male, a female, or whatever. They treated everybody exactly the same. And I didn't feel that feeling that I sometimes get here in the States with that. When I came back, what I found interesting is that I was attending different ceremonies. I've been to the Yaga Assembly in Tucson. I've been around Arizona a lot. And then I had found another group that was in another area. And it definitely felt a lot more role oriented. And it feels like in the Western mindset, there's a really heavy focus, for instance, on like women groups. And that's not to say there's anything wrong with women groups. There's no shade on that. But I've never seen like an LGBT group. And that's something that I'm actually striving to create, is more of an inclusive LGBT type of setting where an evolution of ideology is occurring. Because, and Justice had mentioned at one point that in her culture that I loved it so much. You had said, and pardon me if I missay anything, but you had said, the masculine is, you're in the sun, you're masculine, and in the moon, you're feminine. Did I get that right, Justice? And I just thought that was so beautiful. And it really does exemplify how ancient cultures, many, many ancient cultures, really not just one or two, but many of them had an understanding for the fact that we all have the ability to represent one or the other of masculine and feminine, whatever we feel that's inside of us, whatever is really coming out in our expression. I choose to express non-binary because I feel both. And I've had to participate in activities that are for both and raise children and do all these really hard labor things and whatever. Like, I don't see a difference. And I didn't feel a difference in the jungle, but I feel a difference here. And I wanted to ask you guys what your experiences has been. And if people try to say that there's an ideology coming from those types of tribes and that they're coming from that and saying like, oh, it's male, female, you have to have these roles and whatever. I wasn't seeing that there. So I'm wondering if that's something you guys are experiencing here on this side. If anyone has thoughts. Is that you, Claretta? I'm just seeing Samsung, but I see a hand up there.
Yeah, I do have my hand up because I think that what happens is we do that in America, in the Western world, we label our groups. Probably when you were there probably were people that were LGBTQ and everything. We just didn't identify the group. Yeah. And so what we do here is we do that labeling, and then we try to say that we are all inclusive, and we kind of do all of that talk. And all we have to do is have, and I always call this is how I explain diversity, a Leo party. You know what I mean? I don't know if you ever been to a Leo party, but a Leo party has everybody there. And nobody is labeling saying I'm a conservative and I'm a this and I'm a that and I'm black and I'm this. Nobody is labeling. We're just having a group of people getting together talking about what life has given them or taken away,
Fun. Yeah, that sounds really cool. And I agree with you. I do think that like, I definitely I don't, when I hold ceremonies and do things like that, I don't focus ever on, so far I haven't focused on anything specific, like male, female, different roles and things like that. But I think that because of the lack of representation and maybe potentially the lack of safety for people who are in the LGBTQ space, that it might be nice to have something that is more oriented towards that, or at least with open arms or something like that. And I'm, definitely looking for other thoughts and experiences on that as well. If anyone else has
I just think arms are always open. Please just join.
I will say arms are not always open, and that is a bio-individual thing.
Mm-hmm.
So we can't talk for everybody. We can't speak for everyone. And
Oh,
there are spaces where certain things are welcome. There are spaces where certain things are not welcome.
yeah,
And
and I that's what
and hold on,
that's
I'm
what I thought.
talking. I'm
I'm
talking.
sorry.
Thank you. So you've had the platform for a long time, and what you're saying is not necessarily creating a safe space for other people to speak up and to talk about their experience. So when we are looking for a space for inclusivity, sometimes saying, I can't hold this space for you is inclusive, because somebody may see me as a scary Black man. I know that I don't answer to that, but I also know that some other people may see that. And so in that, that can be traumatizing to them, and they're looking to go into a vulnerable space. So it's important to monitor your own nervous system. And if you're going to be a facilitator, you have to get good at monitoring other people's nervous systems and knowing when they feel safe, or knowing if there's something that's within your power, because everything is not within your power. As a facilitator, I may say I create a safe container, but what if there's a scorpion? Well, what if you're laying on the floor and you're in bliss and a scorpion comes and bites you, or a spider? I can't control that. And there are certain things that, as a facilitator, we have to be able to know what sort of spaces we can hold, and that allows us to create safer spaces for our audiences, if that makes sense.
It does, Palmer. Thank you so much for your comments. Do you feel like, and it sounds like you're a facilitator, and I'm sorry if I missed anything from you.
I'm a psychedelic, so yes, I understand that. And I am an integration coach.
Wonderful.
So I also know that sometimes I'm not the coach for a certain person.
Yeah.
And sometimes I am. And each person knows that, and I create that space for them to speak up for themselves. I'm with the Condor approach, and we actually have a free giveaway that is just questions for you to find out what your red flags are for any kind of facilitator, be it a doctor, be it a shaman, be it a restaurant. What is it that are your red flags? What makes you say no? And it's important to do that work. And yes, it is important to know what feels safe in your body and what feels unsafe in your body, as well as how I, as a space holder, can hold space for somebody who may be going through a difficult time. Because there are some things that I have not been through, and I can't hold space for that. And I will not allow my ego of I can do anything to get in the way of that. Now, in an emergency, the person who is there is the person for the job. However, most things are not an emergency like that.
Sorry, I got caught up in the comments. Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I was wondering if you, in your experience, do you feel like there is a need for more spaces to be opened up, more specifically in the psychedelic realm, for like directed at LGBTQ IA?
I think that if there are, and the space, well, first of all, if you're going to be facilitating, one person can at most handle 3 people on their own safely. After that, you need to add a helper, And so, and generally, even with 3 people, it's good to have a helper then, So I will put that first and foremost. And when you say, is it important to have a safe space I think, or to have specific spaces. I think it is important to have specific spaces for people who have specific things that they need to work for. So it's not a, is it beneficial or is it not? It is beneficial. And there's going to be specificity necessary for different types of spaces, because within the LGBTQIA2S plus community, each letter has different experiences, and each member of that letter has different experiences. And so it's important to, again, do your own research on self to know what type of practitioner, what type of facilitator you would need, or what you need that facilitator to be aware of. So, for instance, I don't, I was gonna say, there may be some traumas, like I've never been raped. So I could hold space, but I don't feel as confident holding space for somebody that's been through that, molestation, maybe, child, physical abuse, yes, for sure. There's all those things that I've worked through. And there are some people who have experienced it and have not done their work.
Yes.
And so they are not safe, because you get somebody that's in a trauma and now you're back in your own trauma and you're not good. You're no good to anybody.
Absolutely. I 100% agree with that. So it sounds like you're saying less broad in terms of just, right, but more specifically, who are you in that community? Right. And what do you need? Where are you at right now? And what do you need? I love that.
And yes, and I don't think it's an exclusive thing where it's like I only work with this, that, and the other. It is a thing of saying, I'm informed in these different things. Just like when you go on BetterHelp and you're looking for a specific type of a therapist, you find what a therapist is trained in, and that's where you start.
Yes.
Then you see if you actually gel with that person. But you're looking for people who are informed in different areas. And I think the same thing needs to happen with psychedelics.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think that's such an important point. And it made me think of something that I had thought about talking about earlier, because it leads into that. But I think that when I have learned how to facilitate and how to work with medicine from Native communities, from where they're ancestrally from, I think that the way that they work is very communally. And so there's this expectation, I think, behind that work, that everybody shares the same knowledge and beliefs and understanding. And that's why it works the way it does in that setting. And so I do think that we run into problems just trying to take it out of that setting and bring it here, and where we have just this huge amount of diversity of paradigms and belief systems and people. And like, you're so right about that. I think that's such an important thing, because we can't expect everyone in the room to have the same paradigm, same belief system.
And one of the things is that we do have our unconscious biases that we don't know about.
Right.
And so if a person is afraid of Black people in general,
right,
I'm not their facilitator.
That's right.
It doesn't mean that they're a bad person. It just means that they have a trauma that they have not worked through. And when I talk about traumas, I'm not judging a trauma. Like a trauma is a trauma is a trauma. However, when people say, oh, I'm traumatized by that, or when people say, I've done work on that, I always say, if you're still feeling a charge, you're not done with the work.
Right.
And there are people who can talk about things that they've been through.
Yes. Without that happening. Yeah, Absolutely. Right. And I completely, and I think there's even, and you probably have run into this too, as the type of person that you are in the work that you do. But I have also found the cycling of trauma. So like,
yes,
you deal with this surface trauma. Oh, I dealt with my trauma. I dealt with it. I'm so good. I'm so fucking good. Right. And then year later, you're just in hell. Like,
yeah.
what the fuck happened?
Well, and what happens is I started out as a preparation guide.
Okay.
Because there are, as a psychodoula, I take people through a reading and a Reiki session prior to going in.
Beautiful.
And it's because there are some big bads that people have suppressed, repressed,
yep.
and anything with under that Prussian umbrella.
Yep.
So it's locked away.
Yep.
And that's what causes the, in quotes, bad trip, you know.
Yeah.
And I don't believe in a bad trip. I believe that some things may be uncomfortable, some things may be scary.
Yes.
And yet people are like, oh, well, I was this, that, and the other. Well, what part of you have you not dealt with? Or what part of you have you judged negatively and then shoved under the carpet? Because there's only so many things you can shove under a carpet before you've got a speed bump.
Right. 100%. Yes.
You know?
And you're just tripping and falling like,
yeah,
whoa.
Exactly. And when we talk about people who go into these journeys and they're like, oh, I'm looking for ego death. Whenever you're remodeling, you don't just knock down every single wall because some walls are weight bearing.
100%. Yes. Yes, absolutely. I love that so much. I do. And I'm so much more of like ego partnership.
Yes.
Oriented.
Ego is your friend. Ego is your friend for this journey.
Right. It is. Absolutely. Yeah. Right. And that sense of, and you probably, because I think when you're prepping people and when you're coaching people before the journey, it's so important to let them know that when you do encounter that suppressed memory or that scary thing,
right,
the acceptance, right, the breath, it's so important to change how you're responding, right, to that inside of that, so that you go from bad to like, okay, I can get through this.
Well, and you know what's interesting is that it doesn't even have to be in psychedelic journeys, because the people that I've coached, I have had some people who were just like, oh, I found this, and I went deeper and deeper, and I dug it up, and it's like, wait a minute, that's something that's part of your core. You don't necessarily need to dig it up and get rid of it. You know? It's sometimes you just need to, it's just a function of identifying it and saying, okay, so you live there.
Yes.
I'm going to honor that space.
Yes. 100%. I love that. It reminds me of, I don't know if you work at all with astrology, but I really love to introduce people to themselves.
Well, and, you know, I'm trained in tarot, astrology, and a lot of other things. I do not like astrology because it's incomplete.
I see. Okay.
A lot of people only look at their sun sign.
So
and
true.
So much more.
Yes.
So much more.
Yes.
One of the things that I actually have become to love recently is human design, because it takes so many things into consideration. And human design actually gives me a great marker, you know, and even though I'm not as versed as some of my friends in it, I can look at a chart and I can be like, okay, so this is how this person's.
I can really appreciate that. I really, really can. I do think with astrology, like when I say introduce people to themselves, I really am like breaking down their whole entire natal chart and being like, these are all parts of you. Like, don't try, like you were saying, like, don't root it out. Like, that's part of your core, right? And it's like, that's because you have these placements and there's this feeling inside of you. And that's literally a part of you. You need to accept that. You need to bring that in and recognize that you may, you know, like sometimes we don't like parts of ourselves, but I think when we can start to really try to like become more holistic with our view. I love that though. I really think you're right. And human design is such an amazing, this is where I feel like science is starting to have some more alignment with.
Woo and science are starting to make and I am highly woo. And
yes.
I do have a scientific, or I do have a scientific mind. Because potions are a big thing for me. So chemistry and critical thinking are very important to me. So yes, I can find the balance in the woo and the scientific approach.
Yes, 100%.
And one of the things I was going to say is when we talk about all the aspects of ourselves, people focus on shadow work and they're always looking for, or not always, but a lot of them are looking for that dark shadow to pull it up and get rid of it.
Right.
They're forgetting about the golden shadow. And shadow work includes working with both of them.
Yes.
And so I actually I do mirror work, which encompasses both. So it's really important for us to pull up and honor not only those things that we feel good about ourselves, but those things that we have judged negatively and those things that we have felt that we are not worthy of. Because the golden shadow is those things that you haven't felt worthy of.
I love that. I haven't really heard that philosophy, but it's totally in alignment with my belief system. So,
well, you're
thank
welcome.
you for sharing. I appreciate that. Yes,
my gift to you.
Yes, thank you, Paul Mark. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's perfect because I do think that I don't know. I do feel like we seem to really have like a very intense need to focus on the like dark matters, you know, and it's almost like the good stuff or the light stuff, it doesn't hold as much, you know, excitement or something, but because
it comes back down to safety. Anything that stands out is something that is fearful.
That's a good point. Yeah.
And so if something is different, we're like, okay, what's that? You know, and it's just like when I have a cousin who's a pilot and I'm like, how do you look at all these gauges? And he's like, I don't. But I know when one is off. And so that vigilance is there.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a really good, I love that analogy. That's great. Yeah, absolutely. It's fun talking to you.
Well, thank you. Justice, would you like to join the conversation?
Yes, anybody else, definitely don't want you to feel like you can't.
You know, I guess I just have like a little add-in to what you're saying about like shadow work not necessarily always representing this sort of like darkness that we have to like overcome, right? Your shadow the point of your shadow is just your past, and that shadow can represent everything. You could be someone who's lived an like abrasively privileged lifestyle, and maybe you lost your trust fund, you know, and your shadow work is processing living the first 10 years as a millionaire, right? And understanding that you don't need those material things, you don't need to live that status of life to be happy. And so like shadow work is just work in like bringing yourself from your past to your present. And it's exactly what you said, Paul Mark. It's not, you know, it's not always I think that it's easy for people to see the progress when it's like going from like bad to good or negative to positive, right? And so it's easy to kind of say like, okay, so you know, I'm going from like this dark place to being like in this light. But sometimes it's the opposite, and sometimes that's okay. And it's also okay to not you know, to not be in like a perfect space, right? But the fact that you're doing work around it is what's the like the okay, the good, like the progressive part, right? But this idea that like you can fix yourself to be a whole unbroken person, I feel like it's just it's just something that we should just never teach anybody.
Well, and to speak to that, what if there is nothing bad, wrong, broken, not enough, or too much about you?
Well, I mean, that's
How does it feel?
we had a speaker a bit ago. I don't want to say their name wrong. I think
Loretta?
Claretta. Yeah, right. So that's like dipping a little bit into their philosophy, right? Of like having that as a fact, right? And like that is true to all people. Like a flaw is there's no natural flaws. You go out in nature and there's no such thing as a flaw. Every single flaw has a reason, and people are the same way, but we're forced to fit into this kind of like society where things are very black and white. And so when you're outside of that at all, you feel like you're damaged or wrong, or you're seeing things incorrectly, or you're maybe in the negative, you made the wrong decision. And a lot of that just has to do with just understanding that your environment changes and you change in your environment. And like I may feel like I'm a broken person, say in at my mama's church, like when they're trying to like pray for me to save me from my life of sodomy.
And that is their projection of shame onto
exactly, and that is
their projection. You don't have to accept that,
projecting onto me to make me feel like I am like an incomplete, broken person. And then I can be I'll be at a drag show with my girlies the next day, and I feel like Madonna, know? And so like that feeling of incompleteness, of just like not being right in general, is just all up to like perspective and how we make people feel. And so it's always great to just like always invite people and be warm to people, and never, it's impossible to say never do something, but try our best to not make someone feel like they're out of place, or they are wrong, or they need to correct themselves, or they are not whole in any sort of way.
So because I work with affirmations, the negative is something that I take out of it. So instead of trying not to do something, let's do our best to include people and to honor them for who they are.
I love that.
Amen.
Can we call on Kitty?
Yes, I actually was going to stop the conversation for a second because I noticed she had her hand up, and I've been noticing your comments, Kitty. I would love to hear from you.
I just want to say one thing first, because I actually invited Kitty here.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Kitty is a good friend of mine.
Oh, yay. Thank you, Justice.
Yes.
Hey, Kitty girl.
And so I would, Kitty, if you could please just like introduce yourself so that everyone can like hear a little bit about you and like what you've done with like your life and where you are now before you ask your question.
Sure. Hi, Kitty.
Hello everyone. And it's so good to see you. I've been listening and kind of going about my day, soaking up all this goodness. And yes, thank you, Justice. My name is Kitty. Pronouns are both she, her, and they, them. And I am a trauma survivor, a witch, and one of my trades is being a licensed therapist, and I especially work with trauma survivors. I'm also an artist, and this is one of the ways I know Justice, through the art world, the music world, and it's all connected. But I love this conversation, and my comment or my thought is from the somatic trauma perspective, there's even, I get to like be really existential with like, does it really matter if we even call it shadow work or light work? And I like to pose this different perspective, which may fit for you or not, but this perspective that all of it is coming back to ourselves, like our truest essence. And that excavation process comes in different forms, packages, settings, times in our life. And just listening to you all, it helps me really remember the shadow goes all the way. And maybe some of you can relate to this with me, but like my trauma journey started in the womb, like before I had a breath. And so part of my shadow work or this excavation is even tending to that, to the whole story of the body. And I love how Justice said that you could think of shadow work as just the kind of integrating and navigating the past in that way. So I just wanted to sprinkle that kind of
I
big
love that, Kitty. Thank you. Yes, absolutely. It speaks to something I was thinking about with trauma and how it creates the body, if you will, as I'm sure you guys are so well aware. And it's the chemicals that the brain is giving you when you're re-encountering those moments when you were traumatized originally, like church, for instance, Justice, or, you know, places like that. And your brain is literally almost against you in that moment, because it's like you've been injected with something that you literally don't have control over. It's very difficult to gain control over, you know, in your conscious mind. And that's really what triggers are, and what they do is they flood the body with a chemical response that is really, really hard to overcome in the moment. And with all the philosophies and knowledge and everything that you possibly could have, it still sometimes feels insurmountable. And I love that, because I think it's very important to recognize that as deep as you can go, as much work as you can do, there may always be something more, especially, like, you know, if you did begin encountering trauma in the womb and beyond that, you're like having to deal with trauma. And I recognize that everyone's trauma is different, but I feel like I understand when you're saying that, Kitty. It's different than the example of the rich guy losing his trust fund. It's so much different than that, because you've got this environmental trauma happening, and there's things that your mother and father and whomever is or lack thereof, or whomever is encountering in that time, or things that are maybe happening to them, and that's being transferred to you, and your brain and your body's already becoming constructed in accordance with that reality. This is life. This is where I'm coming into, and I've got to be ready, you know. And getting that out of our bodies, I think that's one of the reasons I love psychedelics so much, is because it creates a space in our neurology and actually interacts with specific neurons in our brain to sort of have this almost, I love the way that when I was training for Mind Bloom at one point, how they said it, and they were saying it's like you have like a layer of fresh fallen snow. And this is a time where mindfulness is key and presence is key, because you can take that moment in the psychedelic journey and you can start carving out new pathways so that your trauma doesn't get a hold of you in those moments, so you can overcome those triggers. And that's why I love it so much, because I feel like it goes beyond anything else that we have in the world of psychology and medicines and whatnot, that I've found. And I think partly because it's conscious. I guess that's my stance, where I'm coming from with it too, because I really do feel like these medicines, at least the ones that are coming from nature, that have evolved with us through time, have a consciousness that is really intense. Justice.
I guess I wanted to like share something a little personal.
Yes.
Like
please.
Kitty just kind of like aired on a little bit. This is, I guess, something you're gonna learn about me too, Kitty. When my parents separated, basically when I was at my birth, my mom has never been in my life. And in like middle school, high school kind of time, I was doing a project on abortion, and from a pro-choice standpoint. And my father, who's very abusive man, saw what I was doing, and it's like I explained to him that I was pro-choice and he's pro-life, and just his way to kind of like mind fuck me about that was just to drop like a little jewel on me, that when I was born, my mother tried to have a late term abortion and it didn't take, and that sent her to the hospital, which induced my birth. And so like that's that was how I was born. And so my father like dropped that on me, then tried to, and this is I'm like 16 I'm like 15
Wow.
years old. Never heard this before, by the way. And so, you know, and then he uses that as like, okay, so now aren't you pro-life, right? Because
Wow.
if it was a pro-choice thing and you're in that situation, you'd be dead right now. And I guess the story goes that she tried the late-term abortion and didn't take, and then he's the one who like drove her to the hospital and like got her stomach pumped, and so trying to like make himself seem like a hero in that, right? And it honestly fucked me up for a long time, for a long time, and I like couldn't oscillate between like which one I was, and like I don't know, it just really screwed me up. And it wasn't until maybe about 10 years later, on forget exactly, I think mushrooms, but it was a psychedelic trip. It was just like a camping like trip, and you know, it's like very light sort of thing. And I just had went on this long hike and I got lost with just like enough mushrooms in me. And that experience just like came to my mind, and I like sat with it during that trip. And it like, I don't know, it's just like this idea of doing like shadow work, right? Where it's like that incident, I have no side, right? I was just an innocent being involved in that. And it took that like kind of like psychedelic shadow work to literally separate me from the situation, and just like tell me like, you were a baby, you were like, that decision had nothing to do with you, and you're an innocent person to that, and it has nothing to do with how you should think and feel about like other people and like yourself and things like that. And it legitimately took me 10 years of just dealing with trauma, of feeling like, you know, just a happenstantial person. And you know, doing some like psychedelic shadow work helped me specifically with that. So I just wanted to share that.
That's amazing. Thank you.
An example of something where it's like the shadow work isn't necessarily dealing with a positive or negative, it's just dealing with your shadow.
Dealing with your shadow. And yes, I love that. I really do. I think, thank you so much for sharing that story and for allowing us to hear that part of your past, because that's really intense. And it kind of reminds me of something Paul Mark was saying earlier, like when you've really done your work, you can talk about it. And you really just exemplified that in such a great way. And I really love that, because that's what we're here to show up for. It's like, this is why this work works and why it heals us.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Can I
if I can just tag on to that, that is not your shadow. That was your mother's shadow.
Right.
Yeah.
I love that.
Okay, go on.
Katie, did you have a comment?
I really appreciate Justice you sharing this as well, and I feel like this is where we get into the power of story, right? And this kind of reclaiming that story and the timeline. But my last thought before I go back into listening mode is this sheds light on what's beautiful is the experiencing of suffering and discomfort and joy. Like speaking of light work, the vehicle for experiencing is the body. So it makes sense that the vehicle for integrating or healing is also the body. And I love that that's where our plant allies, our plant medicines gets to come in and help us, because, you know, lo and behold, we have bodies.
Hey.
And y'all just caught the overarching, like the premise of my work, that like, even if it sounds so simple, that's where it's at. So thank y'all for this conversation.
No,
It's funny that you made that reminder. I ate that slice of pizza earlier because it was like almost 3 o'clock and I haven't eaten shit today. And I just got up and I got on this, and this just like fueled me so much. I just sat here, and at a certain point I was like, I gotta remember, I have a body. I need to feed this, you know, I need to like get up and like rinse off and like, you know.
Oh my God, that's such an important reminder too. Like it really is, because I do think that it's like with journey work and something like that, you are moving your mind out of this realm and out of the body a lot of times, but it is really important to remember that this is our vehicle of expression, and it's so precious. And I think it's also just kind of as a good wrapping up point, because I have like 8 minutes left, but I think that being that it is our vehicle expression and that it is precious, I actually really love how everyone chooses to express differently and have all these amazing labels, because I feel like we're educating everyone in society on a new paradigm, and that paradigm includes us as a spectrum of individuals. Our community is a spectrum of individuals who come from all walks of life, who feel all kinds of different ways, who want to express themselves in all different kinds of ways. And if we can just I think it's just takes people like us, and we're there, but I don't think, sorry, my dog, I don't think the world is necessarily, it's just waking up to this stuff. It really is. Like, it's so new and so fresh, and there's so many people who really just are so stuck in their old paradigms, and I think giving that up is devastating for them. So they're fighting you so hard and they're resisting you, and they're just like, but it's up to us to be that voice and to change it and to be the role model and to be there and to be out there working and doing these things and inviting people into conversations and spaces and sharing. And it's all so important, and I'm grateful for all of you guys and the work that you're doing. Oh, Parmak, you're muted. Is there a way to unmute you? I wanted to hear that. No, something.
Oh, Mark, your message that you typed in, I just want you to know, like, that just hit me, that hit through me. And I've never considered that before, and I've grew up without my mother, and I never have been with her. And just sitting with that for a moment just made me realize that I was with her whole life. I just didn't spend my, I guess, air breathing life with her, but I've had a lifetime connection with her inside of her.
That's
Thank
beautiful.
you.
That is so beautiful. You're welcome.
Awesome. Well, that was really beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing your wisdom, Paul Mark. I really, really love talking to you. I feel like we'd be such cool friends. And I also love your hair. Like, literally just has been my joy to watch your hair this whole time.
Yeah,
so.
when's the meetup? When do we all fly out to Leo's and
right,
Sean's?
for real.
And Sean barbecues for us.
Yes. I'm so for that. But yeah, I don't know if like anyone who's interested, I would love to follow y'all. And if you I can drop my link in the chat, and I would love to just, if anyone else wants to drop their link and add them to Instagram or whatever, please do that. I think that, let's see, it's 3:56. I've got 4 more minutes. I don't see any other hands up. So I just want to say thank you guys for having me, and thank you for hearing my story and talking with me and spending this time in conversation with me about these things. I kind of have, plant medicine has really just become such a huge, huge part of my life since I encountered ayahuasca. I had encountered plant medicines before that, but I don't know if it was just where my consciousness was at the time and evolving and being able to recognize new things. But like when I was a kid and I did mushrooms, it just didn't have the same impact at all. With when I experienced psilocybin, which is now what I would call it, and respectfully as a plant medicine, as an ally, and ayahuasca just really opened me up to something really amazing about the universe and a whole new thing to explore. And I just love that. I love that it's creating these kinds of conversations. So and bringing people together who I really admire and respect. I love the community so much, and it's just such a wonderful group of people that's here as well. So thank you guys so much for having me. River, are you next? Because I'm not sure. I don't have the list in front of me.
Yeah, I have the list. River is next.
Leah.
Thank you, Violet.
Sorry. Thank you so much, you guys.
Thank you, Violet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Violet.
Thank you, Violet.
Will stop.
Justice, it sounds like you need some food. If I heard correctly, you need some lunch. Okay, all of a sudden, I'm not hearing any, oh, everyone's muted. Okay, that's why I'm not hearing any sounds whatsoever.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Yeah, so next up is River. If you want to get started, introduce yourself and
Well, I'm going to give everyone, a couple minutes to go to the restroom and or get water or a little snack.
Oh, okay.
So that we can refresh. Back to back's a lot. But I'm excited to have this opportunity to share what I've learned as a trans person working with plant medicines, both as a facilitator as well as a student and or just like paying participant. So particularly how it seems to be quite effective at treating gender dysphoria. So that'll be the focus of what I have to share today. Plant medicine to treat and gender dysphoria.
I'm sorry, River, can you turn your microphone up?
That's a really good question. Let's see what we got. MacBook Air. This is the microphone I'm using all the time, and I don't have a volume control on it. Are other people not hearing me well? It's just my laptop.
It sounds like you're in a hole.
Oh, that's not good. Let's fix that.
Is it an external mic or is it your embedded mic?
It's my embedded mic on my app.
Okay, so in Zoom, you might have the mic down low. So look at your Zoom settings.
Input volume. Here we go. Is this better?
It's getting better. A little bit more.
A little bit more. A little bit more.
Yeah. That's
okay.
Great.
Amazing. I didn't even realize.
There you go.
I didn't realize they had set input volume. This is crazy. I'm on this like 10 hours a week for work and nobody said anything.
I didn't either. I just learned something new. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, now you're cooking with gas. Let's do
it. Right on. That is so helpful. All right, let me shut that one down and move the chat window where I can see it. And okay, so switching speaker. All right, welcome everybody to the next hour in this epic historical marathon. I'm curious, for those of you who are on here, how long have you been engaging and listening today? Anyone? Unless you do have background noise going, I'd rather you just leave your mics open to speak.
I think it's going on 4 hours now.
Yeah. Woo! I think I've been around for about 3.
Nice. Well, it's a good sign that it's that engaging. Sweet. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just give you an overview of the points that I intend to hit as I share what I have to share. But I also will say that, I have my plan, but we're going to go with real life as it happens. So there's lots of breaks throughout what I'm sharing to ask you what comes up for you or if you have any questions. And we'll move between what's relevant and alive for you in the moment, and assuming that people are all interested, like continuing to move through sharing what it is that I'm inspired to share. How's that sound? Thumbs up. Okay.
Great.
Great. Thank you, Violet. Yeah, it's good to have at least one human responder on these things. Otherwise, I might as well just turn off and like do a monologue into a recorder. Okay, so my name is River Michaels, and my goal today is to provide you with the information you need to find and use plant medicine ceremonies or guided one-on-one psychedelic assisted therapy sessions to treat your gender dysphoria. I'll put the word treat in quotes. What I'd rather say is move into right relations with the experience that we commonly refer to as gender dysphoria, but I'll get to that. So over this hour, I will share why I believe it works to heal dysphoria and how plant medicines and psychedelic assisted therapy fit into the existing gender affirming care model quite nicely, actually. I'll share my personal experience and I'll share best practices for choosing the right medicines, the right facilitator, the right context. Again, there's no right way, but having been in this world for over, 18 years or so now, there are definitely best practices that are generally applicable to most situations. So I will share those. I'll get into the pros and cons of working in a group context versus one-on-one. And then I'll share like 3 critical resources that I feel like all gender nonconforming people should have at their fingertips when engaging or even considering the process of engaging with psychedelic medicines. And throughout that dance, we'll do Q&A as things pop up. So that's what I've got on the roadmap. What do y'all think? Sound good?
Yeah, I'm very interested in hearing what you have to share.
Great, thank you.
It'll be a learning experience for me. I don't have much experience in this area, so I appreciate the opportunity.
Specifically, I think a question came up on psychedelics in therapy on people who have recently came out and that helping them like with their identity and like processing it and like you said, building a better relationship. So there was actually a question around this and it was left unanswered. And so it's great that you're coming in, you're doing a whole hour. So I'm excited.
Great. I'm happy to hear that. I'm wondering who here by show of hands has experienced or is experiencing gender dysphoria, just to get a sense of.
Definitely.
Yeah. Okay. And I'm assuming we probably all know people who are experiencing gender dysphoria. So if it doesn't apply directly to us, it may apply to somebody we love and care about. Okay. I'm a bit preaching to the choir, but I also know this is being recorded. So I'll just dive into a little bit of contextual 101 info, but not too much. So why is treating gender dysphoria important? I mean, if you've never experienced it or don't know anybody who's experienced it, you wouldn't even know why it's a thing to consider, right? But I think, as all of us know, gender dysphoria at worst can cause a person to take their own life. I'd say at best, it causes a lot of suffering. And it seems to be, in my subjective interpretation and direct experience, like the core psychological struggle that comes along with a gender nonconforming journey from the moment of some form of awakening to that to the point where you eventually align and settle into your new gender identity. So throughout that process, the dysphoric element where your internal experience doesn't match how the external world treats you, or how you see yourself in the mirror and in your experience yourself in your body. There's this misalignments, and that's maybe on the simplest level what one might refer to as gender dysphoria. So inside the queer community, particularly the trans feminine side of the queer community, which is the side I am most familiar with because that's my experience, there are 3 approaches to treating gender dysphoria. One is gender affirming care in the medical model, medical transition model, gender affirming care, which directly treats gender dysphoria through, changing your body and your hormones to match how you feel. Also, talk therapy is I think probably like the second leg of the table that treats gender affirming care. Treats gender dysphoria. And then third is pharmaceuticals that can help manage the symptoms for some people for whom they're overwhelming. Might add fourth is community. It's not on my notes, but as I read this, I'm like, oh yeah, like that is like one of the greatest supports I've experienced is community. So we'll go with, the current treatments are kind of 4 that in general most people are engaged with at varying degrees to manage this experience of gender dysphoria. So I'm here to propose that there's a 5th, which is plant medicine ceremony or guided one-on-one psychedelic assisted therapy sessions, because in addition to the 4 that I've mentioned, this finding the right way that works for you to engage with psychedelic medicines is at least in my experience, and for those who I know and have observed, is like probably the closest thing to healing the root cause of gender dysphoria after the actual physical gender affirming care. So I feel like it's like the psycho-spiritual foundational healing component of the medical transitioning, talk therapy, and pharmaceuticals, including HRT. So with all 5 and community, and with all 5 of those together, actually, it's a very, very powerful approach to managing gender dysphoria. This is the 5 that I've been working with consistently since the beginning of my transition. And, I'm an example of one, and everybody is totally unique, but I seem to have suffered significantly less gender dysphoria than most people I know. And I've also consistently been engaged with my plant medicine practice from the beginning, all the way through, in addition to the other forms of support I've listed. So, my goal here is to provide you with the information you need to be able to start considering the best way to add plant medicine ceremonies and or guided psychedelic one-on-one sessions to your treatment plan and life plan. Curious if there's any questions that have come up before I dive into a little bit of my background and experience, establish a small amount of credibility.
Sorry about that. I was wondering what plant medicines you have used, or what, if you have found one that works really well for you.
Yeah, thanks. I will definitely speak to that, because each medicine is its own tool, and there is no one size fits all when it comes to medicine. And I've found over I've been consistently engaged since 2008, and I work with one medicine a lot for a while, and then it transitions to something else, and then it transitions back, and then it transitions to something else. So it's a journey, and I personally experience it as, you know, a groups of different spirits, if you will, and
Yes, definitely.
and spirit doctors are better for certain conditions at certain times.
Absolutely.
But cultivating a relationship with each of them does take effort and time, I've found.
Yeah, part of my curiosity, of course, my dog wants to speak too. Part of my curiosity was something I've noticed with psilocybin, and I feel like it's a little bit of as above, so below, kind of, for me at least. But with psilocybin, how the spirit in the medicine is a very transient spirit. Doesn't have like an identification with a specific gender. It doesn't appear as in that role. And even in the
Transgender,
second,
yeah.
it's like, what's that?
It's either transgender or subgender. I'm not sure which.
Right. No, and that's fair. That's fair to say. But I feel like because mycelium, just in and of itself, is such a communal consciousness, and it always is advocating for its community in whatever way. There's something about that specific one that I have really loved for. It has helped me a lot with that, I guess.
Yeah. It has a lot of advantages when you list the pros and cons for each material you could choose to work with. This one has quite a few. And, you know, you talk to 50 people, you're going to find some amount think that it's a very masculine spirit. Some will say it's trans. Some will say it's feminine. Like, it's so subjective. I believe all these medicines actually show up in the form that you need them to be. So
I totally get that.
Some exception where ayahuasca tends to show up how she wants to look, regardless of what you need. So
pretty much.
Great. So yeah, I'll speak a little bit about my background and experience. So I've been consistently involved with plant medicine ceremonies and or therapeutic psychedelics, like consistently, like every month or two, couple months, since 2008. And before that, I would characterize my involvement at like a recreational level with spiritual intention. Like, you know, I was doing acid at 15, which I don't recommend for anybody, but for better or worse, that led to a spiritual awakening that was really, in hindsight, really important, but at the time quite confusing. But it did inspire me to, once I graduated from high school, take the graduation money and go backpacking through the Oaxaca area of Mexico to find the Mazatec people and do mushroom ceremony initiation with the Mazatec, which I did at 19. Again, unintegratable. One thing you'll hear a lot about and I'll nod to is prep and integration. Back then, even in 2010, there was hardly any, there wasn't a thing, let alone in 1991, which is when I was down there. So anyhow, been in it for a long time with long pauses, but since 2008, it's been like a priority in my life experience for all kinds of reasons. The majority of my experience has been with ayahuasca. I've sat in over 200 ceremonies, both in the Amazon and Peru and in places other. And then like as consistently, but not at the volume, San Pedro, which is a mescaline containing cactus native to Peru, which I actually credit with cracking my egg and holding me through this journey very, very effectively, much more so than ayahuasca. In fact, at a certain point in 2020, when my egg cracked, so to speak, I'm like, in my head, I'm talking to ayahuasca because, she's always there. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, how can I sit with you for 200 times and you just like, don't even show me this? She's like, that was San Pedro's job. Okay, whatever. So anyway, everyone's got their own relationship with these rascal spirits, but and how they work is mysterious. But let's see, where was I? So yeah, San Pedro has really been my guiding medicine on my transition journey, but I've also benefited significantly from guided one-on-one MDMA journeys with a therapist and or very experienced guide who may not be a therapist. And like I said earlier, there's just different tools for different aspects of your need or your healing process. And sometimes you want to work with a chemical that is very reliable and predictable, and not with a trickster spirit in the form of a plant medicine. So again, it's like a toolbox. You want to learn which tools are best at what, and then source the right tool for the job. A little bit more about my background. So I've been organizing and taking groups to Peru for deep healing retreats since 2012. And been very involved in supporting and developing the underground network of one-on-one guided therapeutic type sessions for the last decade. Yeah, but since my transition, my passion right now is figuring out how to transfer my experience serving the cis het world in the ceremony and therapeutic psychedelic context for the last, whatever it is, 14 years, 10 years, no, 14, to serving folks who are experiencing gender dysphoria. And to be clear, other than working on myself, to date, I've only facilitated one retreat program that had 4 trans women and only trans women in the retreat. So, my full group retreat experience was fantastic. I would repeat it without changing very much. However, I've only been able to pull together all that it takes to do that, including finding trans women that are willing to do it once. So very, very limited experience in this, serving others in this way, but super a lot of experience serving myself. Curious if there's any questions that have come up.
Well, when you were speaking about the trickster energy of the plant medicines, I was just internally thinking, I wonder what of the synthetic medicines like ketamine or LSD or MDMA, like where you think those are applicable, like as tools?
Absolutely. Yeah, maybe we can, let me just see if it makes sense to jump ahead, because this seems to be a reoccurring question around which the right tools for the job and the pros and cons. Let me scan my, one thing I think I want to add to the soup before we start getting into sort of like analysis of strategies of approach. I think when I was asking myself, preparing for this, like what has been like the biggest, most helpful insight, perspective shift in consciousness that the plant medicines have given me with regard to not helping me manage gender dysphoria. And it was really clear. I'm like, well, the plant medicine journey is a spiritual journey. It's not about cultural identity very often. It's about coming back home to a sense of wholeness in your soul and self, despite what you've experienced in our culture and families of origin. So it's really the common theme with all these plant medicines and psychedelic states in general, when done with the therapeutic intention, is returning to wholeness, coming back to yourself. And for those of us who are gender nonconforming or trans, that includes coming back to the fact that, you know, we may have been performing a gender assigned to us rather than this gender experience. So my initiation into gender transformation was at a spiritual level. The medicine, the first experience that San Pedro gave me was literally, hey, are you curious to know what it's like to feel yourself absent of any performative masculine energy or identity? And I'm lying in a hammock, it's summertime, looking up at trees and the birds are chirping. I'm like, hell yeah, why not? And it was like in an instant, something that seemed to be woven throughout my whole body just dissolved. And these channels opened up and I just felt flooded with what we usually characterize as nature-based feminine Shakti type of energy. It was just like this abundant, fecund, nature-esque, or 100% nature maybe, like clearly very feminine in its energetic experience, just flooding my body. And it felt like the most ultimate homecoming, and it was extremely pleasurable on top of like, oh my God, this is, you know, conceptually amazing. And I got to spend, you know, 40 minutes or so without, like, on vacation from all forms of masculinity, legitimate or acquired. And it was really profound, and it created quite a juxtaposition between, you know, my default sober state and this full-on feminine energetic state. So I oriented to this whole thing as like feminine energy versus masculine energy, and my body just being a vehicle for expressing it. Whereas once I, you know, found myself into trans culture and the trans cultural narrative, as well as the trans medical narrative, which is so seductive, I found myself falling into really focusing on it as an external identity, cultural identity shift challenge. But the plants kept saying, like, this has nothing to do with the world around you. Sure, there are consequences, but this is not about whether you look like a woman or look like a whatever. It's about feeling and allowing that energy to move through you and express itself however it authentically wants to do that, which is an internal job that then you use your, like, cerebral cortex to help manage in order to keep you safe in the world. And so in summary, the orientation that I found super helpful, that is definitely thanks to the plants, and not thanks whatsoever to anything having to do with the conventional current narrative around gender identity and culture, is that this is about shifting from one dominant spiritual energy to a different dominant spiritual energy. And your body is not a battleground, it's a circuit or a fountain or a vessel through which these nature, like primordial nature, life force express through you. And every time I drop into the medicine space, that is confirmed in ways that are so deeply somatic rather than just conceptual, that I always come out of it feeling more aligned and totally relaxed, and the whole concept of dysphoria falls away, because dysphoria is actually quite linked to the external cultural narrative. Those are, in my experience anyway. Curious if any questions come up about that.
I have on top of, I think it was sort of answered already a little bit, but I'm still confused on which plant medicines do what effects, and if you're a beginner at it, where should you start? With
we
which
haven't
one?
even started talking about that yet, so you didn't miss anything.
Okay.
The key point that I need to get across is the distinction between gender as experienced through the cultural construct of gender that we all know and we're born into versus gender experienced as an expression of spiritual energy in your body that is pre-culture, if you will. And that the plant medicines, as I've experienced them with people, including myself, work on this spiritual understanding and are less concerned with how you fit into the world's contemporary cultural construct around gender.
Okay.
Thanks for giving me the opportunity to summarize that in 3 or 4 sentences.
I'm here to learn it. I don't understand it too well, so the more I'm exposed, the more I sort of wrap my head around it.
Yeah, awesome. So let's get into the question that people are happy to hear about, which or have answered, which is, which medicines are the right for which medicines do what? From my experience, this is just my opinion based on 14 years of being involved in this, and it certainly, as anyone who knows, there is no truth with a capital T when it comes to medicines, but there are certainly best practices. So I thought I would talk about, I'll add ketamine too, but ayahuasca, San Pedro, psilocybin, and MDMA and ketamine. Because, with some caveats, these are most likely the people's easy access first responders, if you will. We'll just start with ayahuasca. You can't go wrong with ayahuasca. If you have access and you're willing to learn about surrender, then ayahuasca is a very, very, very generous healer. I experience her as very different from all the others in that she has clearly an agenda for you and you go in with your intentions and preferences, but she's going to do what she wants and you just get to learn to trust her. Common thing you'll hear is you get what you need, not what you wanted. Sometimes those two things align. And in contrast, San Pedro especially, MDMA also, mushrooms somewhere between San Pedro and ayahuasca are very collaborative. They may reveal things, but they usually don't force you to look at or engage with aspects of your psyche that you don't want to at that moment. Mushrooms, psilocybin often does, but not nearly as much as ayahuasca. So as far as intensity, if all things equal and one had the choice, I would recommend starting with MDMA or ayahuasca again in MDMA or San Pedro in a therapeutic context because it's so collaborative and very unlikely to trigger deep trauma wounds that cause PTSD type reactions that frankly most facilitators are not qualified to deal with. So there's a little bit of self-care to be added into the consideration of what you do, because depending on the context, is this a group ceremony or is this a one-on-one? Do you know your trauma history? Often lots of stuff comes up that you didn't even know you had, but if you know what you have, and you would consider yourself somebody who has a significant amount of trauma, then you absolutely want to do this in a context that's capable of holding a PTSD type trauma response. You're kind of putting yourself at risk as well as everybody around you if this is a group experience, if you're going to have a very severe set of triggers come up. This is particularly happens in ayahuasca, and almost never in ketamine because it's a dissociative anesthetic, which is a whole different, it's not even actually a psychedelic. Certainly would happen more in mushrooms than San Pedro and MDMA, but it can happen with San Pedro, but San Pedro is usually, yeah, it's less prone to like digging around in the shadows of the suppressed aspects of our memories. So consider your mental health history and the amount of burdens you're carrying that you have to heal and work with, and choose a medicine that's either gentle or a container that can handle it if you have a worst case scenario response. I'm going to pause there to see what the next question is with regard to what I've shared already, or yeah.
I don't have a question, but I could share a response.
Yeah, go ahead and reflect. Give me a reflection here. That'll help.
So, I mean, my first experience of doing mushrooms at college at 16, because I went to a 4-year college in the Berkshires at 16. And it was basically a lot of rich kids for the most part. And then like some people of color that they kind of like got into like, you know, as a kind of like a token, you know, to make it more diverse. But it was mainly like wealthy kids whose parents had kind of ignored them and then like shuttled them off from like boarding school to this college or whatever. I was out of my element. But when I was there, I tried mushrooms for the first time, and I did have a significant childhood trauma make itself aware to me. And so it was horrible in that it totally threw, like most of my peers went on to like Georgetown and all these great universities, because a lot of them just transferred at the 2-year mark. But I really fell apart and didn't even go to my final classes. I just kind of had a breakdown, and I didn't even have a way to articulate it. And even though now I conceive of mushrooms as a very much like a friendly little fairies, very fairy type energy and helpful and loving and good, at that time, for me, opening up Pandora's box, not realizing I had all this childhood trauma that was like hidden away, it felt like maybe not a disassociative experience, but it felt like, I don't know, just like all these memories coming flooding back from your childhood that you've suppressed. And it shook my world for about 3 years. I was kind of a basket case. I wrote a book about it, but everything you're saying is just for me really kind of triggering, but probably in a good way somewhere inside me. But it just, you know, when you talk about gender dysphoria, like, you know, I feel like I probably have that on some level, and maybe a lot of people do on a spectrum or something. But it just feels for me like you're talking about these things in a very like calm way, but my reaction is not matching your calmness, because I'm like, why am I having such a like not violent, but like very
emotional.
Yeah, really feeling emotional. So yeah, that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Maybe there's some part of you that's feeling resonance with the frameworks or the context in which I'm framing these things that help make sense out of why you had that experience. And clearly it was like a deep wound experience that, you know, you didn't have the setting or support to move through it. I'm really grateful you shared that, because the number one reason why I haven't actually been able to provide ceremonies for more trans folks in or out of my community is that, you know, according to the National Center for Gender Equity, transgender people are twice as likely as to experience PTSD as the general population. This is no surprise to us. And this is, unless you're a therapist with a degree and a lot of years of experience holding PTSD type trauma for people, you have, in my opinion, no fucking business offering psychedelics to trans folks. And that probably extends to most humans in the queer umbrella, because we're all dealing with a lot of deferred maintenance in the psychological healing and a lot of trauma. Most of us, right? So, you know, I started just talking about like which was the right tool for the job. And my quick summary again is like, the lowest viable dose of the most gentle medicine is the best place to start. There is no value in blasting your head off unless you happen to have all the money and time in the world for tons of therapy if needed. But like slow is fast when it comes to healing. And these medicines, if dosed appropriately, seem to be pretty good at giving you just the right amount of exposure. But, you know, in the wrong set and setting, which is almost every set and setting a teenager ever does mushrooms in, and certainly myself, I never did mushrooms outside of the ceremony with the Mazatec tribe in the right set and setting as a teenager. I thought I was, but you know, hindsight, nah, not so much. Anyway, so and ketamine is also really great. I'll just do a shout out for ketamine because it is very rarely emotionally provocative. It may give you perspective on some things, but it's generally a soothing, healing experience that promotes positive neuroplasticity and other physiological benefits, in addition to the psychological benefits. So there's like very little risk and potential high upside. It also has a very high potential for abuse. But the therapeutic doses, which on the street they call them K-holes, K-holes are the only reason to do ketamine, in my opinion. If you're not in a K-hole, you're not doing therapeutic dose of ketamine, in my opinion. Anyway, so ketamine and I don't know. I personally think mushrooms are pretty advanced and very tricky, very hard to predict. Most of my guide friends that are experts and have been doing this over 1,000 times, for some of them 30 years, will never, ever, ever start a client on mushrooms, ever, despite what the client thinks they need or wants. They always start with MDMA because it's the most predictable, gentle, and usually very effective at healing all the low-hanging fruit, plus reveals some of the deeper stuff that may be more appropriate to use mushrooms or some other tool to get at. So it's kind of a diagnostic tool for them as well. So
I have a question, River.
Yeah.
I understand it. I understand your comment about how you feel like somebody who you need like a trained therapist to be offering psychedelics to people in the community.
People who know they have or think they likely have like real PTSD type trauma.
PTSD. So I guess I respectfully, I understand that comment because I feel like there's a difference between how we receive that medicine in the West from how it's received in other parts of the world. But I wanted to know from your experience, because maybe you didn't have PTSD. I don't know. I didn't want to assume.
Do not have PTSD.
Okay. Because I was wondering what your experience was going to the Mazatec or to the, South America for that. Because I personally
spiritual.
Yeah, and I guess that's what I'm kind of getting at, is that I guess there's two different ways to go at the medicine, and I really feel like there's some really gifted healers in the community of medicine workers who don't have therapy degrees, but I would trust way more with my traumatic experiences. So can you speak a little bit more on like that position and like what that means to you? I would love to.
Let's put that into the category of how do you vet a facilitator?
Fair enough.
Because it sounds like you and I have been around for a while, and I know, pretty much everybody I would recommend to a loved one, it doesn't have a therapy degree.
Right.
And also those people would require them to be working with a therapist outside of doing the ceremony with.
Yeah.
And then of, let's say 4 dozen people that I've known personally that provide ayahuasca or adjacently that provide ayahuasca, for example, the people I'm is like represents like 5% of those people, because most of those people, you know, are people with guru complexes, not.
There's a lot of that.
There's a lot of that. And so how do we vet?
Yeah.
You know, how do we know?
Right.
So in my little outline here, the next thing would be like, how do you choose one-on-one or group? Well, often that's an economic choice because group programs tend to be cheaper. But you can expect not to get very much one-on-one support other than acute support if you're having a real challenge in that moment, and some conversational support in the day after. But it's usually very rarely a part of the program, and that's also why the price is quite low, because frankly, the most expensive part about providing therapeutic psychedelics is the one-on-one therapy time.
Right, it's time consuming.
Yes, so this is like, you know, yeah. So ideally you would, and my recommendation would be you actually save money and work with a one-on-one a few times before going to group. That is like a best practice. And if you happen to be in the Bay Area, there are a lot of opportunities for that. I'm sure also in Portland, Seattle, and Denver seem to be the hubs that I'm aware of. But if you don't, and or you're just feeling called and you want to join a group, 90% of these groups, well, let's say half of them are going to be ayahuasca, the other half might be some variation on mushroom, kana, something, whatever. By the way, anybody who's selling you on a kana ceremony, there's a 90% chance they're lying, with some exceptions there, but like, it's a very popular way to like, anyway, whatever, that's it.
Good to know. Never heard of it.
Yeah. Oh, it's kana. Like, really?
That's.
You sure it's not MDMA?
Okay.
Also, if anyone's serving you a blend of medicines, regardless of what they call that medicine, and it's psychedelic medicines, and they're served to you in chocolate, you can't trust what they actually put in there. The medicine's usually really awesome, but they're often lying as much for legal purposes as they are for, like, you know, branding their unique medicine blend. Anyway, I digress. So one-on-one or group. So how do you choose? I mean, best case scenario, the person's queer. Like, step one, are they queer or not queer? Do I have access to a queer leader? If yes, then prioritize vetting that person before going to a non-queer person. Queer people in this space with a lot of experience are very, very, very rare. Queer people in this space with not a lot of experience, but like big hearts and really good intentions and probably quite great, I think, are increasing significantly. But the ones with 10 plus years experience and more than 1,000 ceremonies under their belts, I only know of 2. I know of 3, and one of them has passed away. And now there are 2. But there's obviously more than I'm aware of. My scope is pretty much narrowed to the Bay Area. And again, talking about people with like 1,000 ceremonies under their belt, which, yeah. Anyway, so queer or not, if you can get queer, great. If not, then second thing I would ask them is like, how many years of experience have you been dedicated to doing this, mostly, if not full time? Is this like a part-time thing that you do? If someone, you know, or is this full time? There's a big difference between a person who's thinking about this every day and somebody who's, you know, got a day job and doing this, you know, once or twice every couple months. Again, doesn't mean that's a reason not to do it, but like, as you're scoring your pros and cons, more experience is better, and more consistency of experience is better. And another way to ask this is, how many ceremonies do you guess that you have facilitated? Because sometimes there's people who've been doing this for 30 years, but like for 10 years they had kids and they didn't do it, and then and then they did it for 5 years, and then their mom got sick, and then, but over 30 years they've done 1,000 of them, but they haven't actually been practicing for 30 years, so to speak. I don't know. But anyway, so another way to get at it is like, how many ceremonies have you actually held as the leader, not just the assistant? And then you can second, it's like, how many of you assisted if they're kind of new to leading? Who is your teacher? How did you learn it? What's your relationship with your teacher now if it's plant medicine? That's a good question, because yes. And then there's the question of a therapist or not. As you mentioned, Violet, I've found, oh my gosh, it's so hard to know when people are waiting in the waiting room. I don't know if anyone else can let them in, but I'm not looking at my video, and I feel bad that people have been stuck in the waiting room. Anyhow, for those who just joined, we were just kind of going through, how do you choose a facilitator? Highest level, are they queer? If or not. If you can, go with queer. If you can't, all right, move on. Then it's years of actual experience, and then how many ceremonies they've led, because sometimes years and number of ceremonies don't line up or aren't equal, so you get two perspectives. And then, are they a therapist? Like, what is their therapist training? Like, I have no formal therapist training, but I've done so many therapeutic trainings that I feel very comfortable working with people who have lowercase PTSD. And I am very clear on what uppercase PTSD means to me, and I would not let that person into the ceremony unless my co-facilitator had a master's degree and the equivalent of an MFT, then specialized in trauma. When I co-facilitate, my co-facilitator is MFT trauma therapist specialist, and they do the prep, they do the medical screening, the prep and integration, one-on-one coaching calls, and co-facilitate the therapy or the ceremony over the 2 or 3 days in my program. So I think that's like the best case scenario. So yeah, you just really need to take care of yourself and know what level of need you have. Ideally, you'd be working with a therapist outside of the plant medicine scenario, because those two worlds often don't blend very well. It's a lot easier to find a really good therapist that's not your plant medicine facilitator than it is to find one that's good at both. So the next way I would vet real quick is the quality of the medical screening process. Now, especially when it comes to ayahuasca, this is a really great way to vet. So you submit your application, they say, oh, welcome, you're new, we need you to do this medical screening to make sure it's safe. If that screening isn't so thorough that you're super annoyed that you have to fill it out, then it's not good enough. Like, it's good when you're like, oh, fuck, I hate filling these things out, and or why is this so long? That's for your own good. And think of it two ways. One, they're going to know your situation well, which is, really good for you. But as important, you can trust that everybody else sitting in that group with you has also screened that thoroughly. And that means that the group is likely to not have psychotic breaks happening during your ayahuasca ceremony. This is kind of like the biggest buzzkill you can have for any group ceremony, particularly ayahuasca. Someone has a psychotic break, someone calls 911, ambulances and police come, you're tripping on ayahuasca. And this only happens if the person didn't screen properly, which sadly is often the case. So when you get a half-assed bullshit medical screening process on an ayahuasca ceremony, don't go to that ceremony. Move on. That's my recommendation. Also, people that are well established often can afford to offer sliding scales, so you can always ask for that. Running out of time, so let me see. I want to jump to resources, and I'm going to cut and paste them into the chat and then talk about them so you all can just grab them. Let's see.
When you're ready, I have a question.
Okay, thank you for holding. And I'm just going to get these resources into all of your hands. Jay Early, blah, 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 blah. Okay, there we go. I have to put spaces, otherwise it just all blends to the okay. So the most important and exciting resource I want you to know about is what Sound Mind Center produced. It's a PDF guide for Gender Affirming Care 101 that anybody providing a ceremony for a trans identified person needs to read this before they decide to provide that ceremony. But it's beholden to us, the trans community, to provide them with this information. They're not going to get it on their own, most likely. So this PDF is so great. And very basic, but will help any cis person or cis het person understand how to be more sensitive and work, like, not misgender you, for example, and other things. So it gives them the basic framework. So I want everybody to have that PDF and be able to email it to friends and or email it to therapists or people they work with. It's so helpful. The second thing I would strongly advocate for, which kind of puts your therapy into your own hands, which is learning basic internal family systems, or IFS. There are many books on that. I find the best one that I've recommended to many, many, many clients, and they all love it and get right on it, is called Self Therapy, a step-by-step guide for creating wholeness using IFS. There's by Jay Early. He also publishes a workbook with worksheets to support that book, which is really, really helpful. I have all my clients work with that so that you can do essentially parts process with yourself in prep and integrating. And then last but not least, the only person who is a queer and deeply respected and deeply traditionally trained medicine carrier is Javier Riguero, who passed away in the beginning of the pandemic. He was my primary teacher for over 10 years. And his books on ayahuasca and San Pedro are the ones that every queer medicine facilitator I know, as well as straight ones, ask people to read these books, whether it's ayahuasca or San Pedro that they're joining, in order to work with them. And they're really great, and they're very interesting and quite different from any other book on ayahuasca out there, and the only one written by a gay man. So those are the three most important resources that I'd love to get into your hands, and just shared them in the chat. All right, questions. Let's just, questions and answers. I think Shannon, you had, and AJ as well.
There were a few that came up, and I think I just need to listen to someone else and then go, oh, I feel the urge to talk again, so I can remember.
Hey, I just want to thank you for everything that you shared. And yeah, I love all the insights that you shared around vetting people and choosing practitioners or medicine keepers. It's tough, right? Especially when we're looking for specifics in the LGBTQ2S+ community. It's really few and far between. And so, yeah, I'd love to connect with you more outside of this in some regard. I'm a trans trauma therapist who is also a medicine keeper up in Canada. I'm up in the Great White North.
Oh, but you get on airplanes.
We do have airplanes. So I just love to know, I'm guessing some of the sessions that you've done for trans folks have the medicine that you use is I'm gonna guess San Pedro. So I'd love to talk more about that with you eventually. But I had another question. Sorry, I'm just blanking out here. Yeah, anyway, it's just really exciting to connect with you and see all the work that you're doing and the reverence for the medicine. Yeah, so I won't take up much time because I'd love to just chat with you one-on-one at some point if you're
Yeah,
available.
I put my email in the chat window for everybody. Yeah, you know, there are things I could say, but I'm not saying because this is being recorded. All right, we have 2 more minutes, maybe 1, because has our next facilitator joined?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, we're hoping for questions.
Thank you. Thanks for what you shared. I'm wondering what, like, if you could describe the difference between like PTSD and lowercase PTSD and how you would screen between those two, if that's possible to describe.
Yeah, this is just a terminology that I've made up. I don't know if it's real, but among my inner community around this, we would describe like lowercase PTSD is like, you know, I think we all have lowercase PTSD. Like PTSD in my mind is anytime something triggers us that causes an emotional reactive response that in hindsight wasn't how we wished we would have responded. It's like when our response ability is hijacked. That's due to a trigger. And like, you know, we can all use the like media version of the soldier with PTSD that hears a backfire and dives in the bushes because they think they're back on a battlefield. Like that would be capital PTSD, where you're like, you take like extreme reactive reactions. But then as our friend Leo shared, like your response to what the mushrooms revealed to you, I would call capital PTSD. Like it derailed your ability to do life as you intended to do it for, it sounds like years in that case. But that was like a hidden one that gets popped out of the closet by, you know, mushrooms and ayahuasca are very, very, very likely to reveal anything that you've hidden in the closet. So if you don't want to go digging through the closet, or you don't have the life bandwidth and or therapeutic support, you know, stick to the light stuff and peel the onion gently.
Thank you.
Let's see. Yeah, thank you for saying about Javier. Javier was extraordinary. He has a really beautiful set of podcasts on SoundCloud called Plant Medicine Transmissions. Some of those teachings he gave as a woman, and some of them he gave as a man. He was very gender fluid. And he died at 53 due to complications of COVID while living in Peru. He was lived in Peru. After living, you know, 30 years of his life in LA and San Francisco and New York and Burning Man. And his books are really extraordinary and super unique, but his podcast is very easy to access and quite awesome.
So the hour seems to be up.
Who's jumping in?
Oh, Paul Mark is next, but I just want to say that for me, the hour just seemed to speed by. I really felt like you just started like 20 minutes ago. I'm having this very disoriented sense of time. So I apologize because I just, for some reason, it just seemed to go too fast, but hopefully we cross paths with you again. And thank you so much for your time and your energy. You've just, really been a very pleasant person to get to know and meet. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that reflection. It's rare to have an opportunity to serve the community in this way, and I'm so happy to share what I know. But as you all know, finding platforms to do that is not super convenient. So I'm just grateful to have this opportunity to share, and thank you.
So our next moderator is Paul Mark. Of course, River, you're welcome anytime. It could be that we have a quiet time in the middle of the night and you have another opportunity to speak and expand, but Paul Mark is now taking away the next hour. And then AJ, thank you.
Thank you all.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Mark, and I have been working in this space for a long time. I am Two Spirit. I work as a psychodoula. I'm also a Condor Approach Master Coach. My specialty is in integration through the Condor Approach. Before that, I was a self-acceptance coach. I still am. And I have my work is in affirmations as well as just self-discovery. Working with plant medicine, that's not always, but sometimes it's part of the self-discovery phase. I have written a book, which is actually more of a workbook, more of a playbook on self-acceptance, and it's just a list of questions, basically. Actually, it starts out, there's 3 parts to it. There is the questions of who you think you are and who people say you are. And then there's a section on word association. And then there's a section on who you are cultivating yourself to be in the future. So it is called the Self-Acceptance Playbook. I have it right here. This is something I worked on for a while. It's backwards because of the camera. Oh wait, no. Yeah, it is. So and I feel that I have put my link. So everything is at bypaulmark.com. So all my links are right there. And it's great to be able to contact there. I've been on here. I started out, 5 hours ago, and was just going to tap in to make sure that the link works. And I have been here the entire time. So that says something about the conversation. It has been interesting, and it's been a journey. One of the things that comes up whenever we're dealing with psychedelics in particular, I'm on the side of safety. I used to be one of those just say no people, and I learned that there are benefits to this work, and I've learned that there are benefits to the medicine in moderation, and if you are paying attention to what you're doing. So I have more of a methodical approach to this, and I definitely do think it's important for us, if we're going to be doing this, to have a very strong intake. I think River was talking about knowing your facilitator and the intake form, or that they didn't say, she didn't say specifically the intake form, but for me and in the Condor approach, we have the 4 Ns process, which is intake, intention, in space, and integration. And that just takes us through the entire process. So intake is very important. I have a very long intake form. Whenever you're going to work with me, either as a coach or as a facilitator, I want to know all the things that can possibly come up. One of the things that I learned coaching, even outside of psychedelics, I used to live in Austin, where there were a lot of people who were accidentally having Kundalini awakenings and coming to me to, rein that energy in. So I've been working with energy for a long time. And what is important is to know what's there. If you're going to be, I look at it as putting a puzzle together. And if you're going to put a puzzle together, you will dump all the pieces out and then look for the edges, or look for pieces that look like they're about the same color or something like that. And so the self-discovery portion of my work is the most important as far as I'm concerned. There is this self-discovery, self-acceptance, and then the ongoing self-care. So to accept yourself, you have to take an inventory. And this is the important part. So even if you're going to deal with whatever the substance is you're working with, and I like using them using the word substance, because if you come to them as teachers, they will teach you. If you come to them as medicine, they will treat you like you're sick. So I like the idea of being somewhat neutral and saying the substances. And so when I'm dealing with the substance, I'm thinking about those things about me that I would like to see, or those things that I would like to dive a little bit deeper into. And that, of course, is the intention. The intake process is where you figure out if that facilitator is for you. So it's not just the facilitator figuring out if you're for them, it is you figuring out if they are for you. And there are times that, with a really strong intake, sometimes people don't need the journey because they've done the work in the intake form. The intake form is kind of like, I don't know, who here cooks, there is that, how whenever you're browning things and you have that stuff that's at the bottom of the pan, and then you add liquid, and then you're like mixing it all up. And that's what the intake form can do. It's like it gets down there, it gets all the little good pieces, and it stirs them up and brings them into, the integration part is bringing them into the main body. And so there are people who say that they're afraid of a bad trip or whatever, and I don't necessarily believe in a bad trip. I do believe that sometimes things are a little scary, or sometimes things may be uncomfortable. And one of the ways around that, and, knock on wood, papers wood, one of those things that I have always said is, because I take my people through a Reiki journey, I take them through a reading, I do the intake to find out what scary things are down there. Is there any kind of history of abuse? Are they feeling safe? Are they feeling fulfilled? Because a lot of people are going to the substances looking to get away from something that's happening in their life. And sometimes it is something that is completely controllable that they can, access and work on. So I do believe that the substances are beneficial, or can be beneficial. And I also believe that sometimes, it's not just like popping it into Chat GPT and saying, hey, write this paper for me. It's not going to be the same as if you take an outline and then maybe write it in your own words. And so whenever it comes to these journeys, we're going deep into the self, and it's important for us to really have an idea of who we are, and that includes who other people see us to be. So not negating any portion of it and accepting all of it. One of the things about self-acceptance work is that people want to accept only certain parts, and you have to accept all of you. That's when you're truly in the acceptance part. So even those parts that you have judged yourself unworthy of, those parts that you have judged as negative or as bad, loving all of those parts. And it's important to be in a space where you can look in the mirror and love every part of you. So even that one part, that freckle or that mole that nobody sees but you see, to know that you are divinely created and everything is there for a reason. It took over 4,000 people in your lineage to come to the person that is you. So if you think of all the ancestors and going all the way back, 4,000 people created the person that is you today. And it's important to know that that person is divinely created and intentionally created. So if there's some part about you that you're hard on, you can just say thank you for being here, and thank you for creating whatever lesson it is that you're creating. One of the things that people will hop on, a lot of facilitators hop on, oh, it's time to do some forgiveness work. I don't necessarily believe in forgiveness work. I do believe in gratitude work. And when you are in a space of gratitude to everyone involved for being who they needed to be so that you could get your lesson and get to where you are. That's when it's greater than forgiveness, you know, to just be in gratitude for everything. Because let's face it, the human brain cannot fathom everything that is in the universe, and there are some little cheat codes that come in. Just know that the people in your life signed up long ago to be with you in this lifetime. So even the person that did something rather heinous to you signed up and is in agreement to work with you so that you could have that experience and so that you could get that lesson. And it's important to be in that space of gratitude. Another thing is that if you really focus on the forgiveness, you're still in the victim mentality. And one of the things that with the Condor approach that we really focus on is the OTT and learning about the OTT, the oppression trap triangle. That is a space that a lot of people get into. And if you aren't familiar with it, some people call it the hero triangle, some people call it the victim triangle, which again, that's already in the OTT. You know, you're like, who's most important? But the Condor approach way of looking at it is not to judge where you are in the triangle, it's to know where you are and then rise above it. So anytime you cast yourself as one of those roles, be it the victim, the villain, or the victor, you are subconsciously creating the other two. And so you're non-consensually casting other people in those other two roles. And before you're done, you're going to be all three. So it's important to be in that space and to understand where you are and to just rise above, again, taking the Condor approach. So getting the bird's eye view of that situation, and then finding your strategy around it or a strategy out of it. I have worked in affirmations for a long time. So I am one of those people that looks at conscious language. And one of the things that I've seen as a facilitator is those people that are rather fear-based, and they are placing themselves in the victim mode, even when there's not a present danger. They're assuming that there's going to be a present danger. And there's been a lot of talk about things that are guidelines and such, but there hasn't been as much talk about just outwardly saying, we want safety. And what does safety look like? You know, and safety is freedom from hurt, harm, injury, loss, deficit, death, and pain. And so if you can find yourself a space where you are free from all of those things, that is safety. Security is knowing that you have safety in the future. So the idea of projected safety in the future, that is something that's different. So when we talk about security, it's like, what happens when? Knowing that you have a plan in place. And whenever you are working with people, you may want to have a plan in place. One of the things that I've noticed is that, and we spoke on it earlier, when people say, oh, anyone can come to my space, that generally is a lie. And the reason is, and of course, it's not that a person is outwardly trying to lie. It's that they don't know what they don't know. And sometimes it is important to have a special space for a person. So just like there are concessions made to make things more, more accessible for the handicapped or for the differently abled, there is the necessity to create a space that is welcoming and inclusive and safe for people. And that includes, or that requires us looking at our privileges. And I don't think privilege is a bad thing. I actually think that privilege is a good thing. I do think that people have different privileges. So it's not a thing that it's not something like, well, you have privilege and I don't. The thing is, I have different privileges, you have different privileges. And so we can say, oh, well, it's easy. I do this all the time. And yet, it may not be easy for that person. One of the things that one of the biggest lessons I had on grace was when somebody said, somebody would give me a compliment of, oh, you're so whatever. And I would say, oh, that's just easy. Or no, I'm not. And in that, not only am I discounting myself, but I'm discounting that person because they're in awe of me because that's something that they don't see in themselves. And whenever we take on something like that, or whenever, and again, that's part of the golden shadow. That was part of my golden shadow work. Those things that people say that, just come easily to me. I can still say, well, thank you for noticing. And you don't have to, you're not obligated to return a compliment. And so sometimes it is just thank you. And it's important to be in that space. It's important to understand that you can just say thank you and be okay with it. So, and again, getting us back to gratitude, that's what that means. So to be able to say thank you to those people who you think have wronged you or what have you, or those people that have created a space that made you feel unsafe. Now that you know what a lack of safety feels like, then you can go in and create safety for yourself. And you can go in and you can decide, maybe you don't want to be in this area, or maybe you do want to go back to this. And it puts the choice back in your on your side of the field. So I am here for questions, and if anybody wants to chime in. I've been working with the Condor approach for 3.5 years now, and it has been a fantastic thing. I am the head moderator for the Facebook group. That is a group of coaches. We have another Condor coach that will be coming in tomorrow morning. And I actually, Ta has spoken with for Leo several times as well. So, and Ta is one of our co-founders.
Yeah, for me, I don't know how Ta identifies, but I think of Ta as being a very embodied, like two-spirit person, even in just spirit, just that it seems like he holds a lot of intuitive female energy in my experience with him and his beautifulness. But can you let folks know, because right now you said you were in Austin and then now you're in where?
So I am actually in Arlington. The Condor approach, last week I was in Austin. Okay. And we were doing our 5-day live. We do a 5-day, it's been 3 times a year. We're going to be adjusting, but our next one's going to be in February. And we do a 3-day training for the first timers, 5 days if you want to add coaching and or business coaching. So that is something that we do. There is a year-long program. So it's over 200 hours worth of knowledge and experience to become a Condor approach, or to become a Condor approach master coach. That's a lot to say. So
So how about folks, do you have any questions? Because I could put a few questions in the chat, but I'm always full of questions. So just wondering, Justice, do you have any thoughts? Or Paula, I know that I resonated a lot with what you mentioned about forgiveness. I feel like for whatever reason that appeals to me, but I don't know if it's too like black and white thinking to be like, instead of just the fact that things can sometimes be like a blend of something and they don't have to be like so rigid, but there's something about the way that you're saying that which appeals to me, maybe in its rigidity, but I was raised in organized religion, so there may be some part of my brain that really likes the clarity of like it's just this way and the simplification of it. But I do notice that a lot of my friends who feel pretty disenfranchised, and I am including myself as one of those friends, I know that I don't see a lot of power happening or empowerment, and that's just my observation also for myself when caught up in the I don't know, it's just such a tricky subject to talk about because it's like we want to acknowledge the wrongs in our world. We want to acknowledge the bad things, right? But I do feel like I'll just give an example. I'm part of a signal group and it's like about equity and justice. But it seems like, and this is just my experience, and I don't mean to like set anyone off, but it seems like to me that the white people in the group have like kind of all agreed to like hate on themselves within the group context. Like there's a hierarchy that no one talks about. So like if you're an Asian, trans, queer, something, then you're like at the top of the list. But like if you're bottom and cis and white, you know what I mean? And rich, like you're basically like, and male, like you're fucked, right? So it just seems like the white people, and this is just me, that seem to do the best in the group, that are like the most popular, and maybe this is stupid, but they seem to be like the most self-hating, where they're constantly like, oh, they're always apologizing, or they're always saying sorry, or they're always like saying white people suck. And all I can think of, and this is just this image in my mind, and I don't know if this seems racist, but it's like I feel like the slave master is having the whip pulled out of their hand or giving it away to the slave, and the slave is saying, okay, everyone, get on your knees. I got the whip now. And I'm just wondering, like, how does this help? Like for me, if I'm gonna go out and I have power, if they let me be president or something, which I'd love to be president in my lifetime, right? So if they let me be president, like if I then make my cabinet all women, you know what I mean? And fucking just say like men suck, I fucking hate men. Do you know what I mean? And like they can be the secretaries and we're gonna grab their asses, right? If I just go there, I just don't know that that's gonna actually make me feel that much happier. Do you know what I mean?
Well, it's discrimination of a different sort. And so it is a swing of the pendulum. And what you're talking about is actually the plot of 9 to 5. Remember that movie,
No, I love that one. You and I seem to like a lot of the same movies.
Yeah, I know, right? And there's also is it Bad Bosses or there's a movie. I know that Jennifer Aniston has a character in that movie where she is the woman in charge and she is taking on the misogyny or the role of objectifying her male secretary. Yeah. And I do feel that there is something that happens in the kink community where people are allowing themselves to be punished for their ancestors' perceived wrongdoings. And one of the things that has come up to me is the whitewashing that happens whenever we're telling the story, and we have tried to change our history or tried to whitewash it. And I think that we need to be very, very mindful of being particular about the details and showing and telling the entire story, not just telling one side of it. And in that we are actually perpetuating the OTT. We're perpetuating that trap, And so it's like, oh, well, since my ancestors made your ancestors victims, I will allow you to victimize me and say, I'm sorry, and hopefully that'll do better. That is not how it works, you know? Now, what can happen is if you say, hey, look, I've got this in. I know that I have this privilege over here. Let me use my privilege to help you out in this space. Now, that's something that can be good. That's something that can be beneficial. The idea of saying, oh, well, I feel so, so bad, you know, and then allowing someone to beat up on you, that is rather performative. And there are a lot of times that people make a big deal out of the performative act of, oh, well, I'm such a nice person. I don't believe in nice. I believe in kindness, but nice comes from the space of obligation. You know, nice comes from the space of, you know, somebody's expectation of you. I believe that it's important to be a kind person and to do those things that really come from the heart. Genesis, did you have something to say? You popped on and you unmuted, so I was like, oh, okay, hey, let's talk about
I didn't mean to unmute. I just wanted to see you. I just wanted to be seen with you. I wanted to support. My
Thank
bad.
you
I'm
so
gonna put myself
much.
back on mute.
Thank you so much for supporting. And you know, this is a space that but if you know about the love languages, my love language has always been acts of service. And I have been with people whose love language is those words of encouragement. And people can say anything. And a lot of people are living out of integrity. They say whatever they want and they don't follow through. And so it's important for us to be in a space of allowing the integrity. One of the things that comes up in coaching is accountability. Well, accountability has many parts before you get to holding somebody accountable. So there has to be a request. There has to be a negotiation of an agreement before you can hold somebody accountable. If you think of how many times people have been upset and how many wars, how many fights, how many divorces have happened because of an unspoken request, and you're trying to hold somebody accountable to an agreement that does not exist. And it's important for us to say, you know, to come to the table. And one of the things about the self-acceptance playbook is understanding who you are to you, as well as who you are to the people in your life. And we don't truly look at all of that. So one of the questions is, who relies on you? I ask that first off. And then I ask, who do you rely on? And then those people that rely on you, what do they rely on you for? And these are all questions that I actually have my degree is in theater. So I was a playwright, actor, director, and my minor is in psychology. It was going to be a double major in sexual psychology, but I could not get it at that school. And so the acting won out. However, the minor in sexual psychology is something that I use all the time. One of the things I did notice, though, is that in theater, as an actor, as a director, we take the clues that are written in the script about a character to build that person. And we subconsciously do that in our real life. So we become, and again, this is affirmations talking. You know, this is our self-talk showing up. One of my first affirmation decks is the Mirror Work self-talk deck, so that you can rework your self-talk. There are 84 cards in that deck. 75 of them are affirmations. I actually left some blank so that people could make their own affirmations. And one of the ways to work with it, is to just pull out a card and say, okay, what do I what affirmation do I need to work on right now? Another way, if you're going to do the deep work, is to go through each and every affirmation and set aside the ones that feel really, really good and the ones that feel really, really bad, because those are the ones that need to be worked on. And if you can say it without a charge, you know you're done with that. So if there are a lot of people who are survivors of multiple things. And this also comes back to like PTSD. There are some things that, some triggers. I find myself even now knowing that I'm safe, knowing that I'm free from harm or whatever. If somebody gets too loud and too close, I feel unsafe. Why? Because my big brother was a yeller and would get physical. And so that is still ingrained. I know it's there though. And so there's been times where people have been excited to see me and then run up to me yelling and manhandling or just hugging me. And I'm like, okay, I know I'm safe. I know I'm safe. And so I'm telling you all of these things, not as somebody who theoretically is saying this should work. These are things that I work through consciously in my life on the day-to-day basis. When somebody comes to me to ask about anxiety, I know because I've worked through it. If somebody comes to me to ask about depression or suicidal ideations, I know I've worked through it. If somebody comes to me asking how to stay sober, I know I've worked through it. And again, I've never been the addict, but I have been that person that wanted to escape. So I understand what it's like. And I have the questions. One of the things about being the impact that I am, and the fact that I do have all of this, all my clairs are completely on. And one of the keys to that is answering questions. So in my human design, I'm keyed to respond. And so when somebody asks me a question, I will respond, and I will respond in the most honest way possible. So, and I actually had to learn that sometimes people don't want the honest answer. So when somebody asks a question that has a potential negative answer, I will stop and say, do you want the truth or do you want to feel good? And there are some times where where that is optional. I think that in this human experience, free will is the most important thing. And so as we talk about what it is to be who you are, especially in the LGBTQIA2S plus community, you get to decide who you are going to be. You get to decide how you're going to show up. And nobody else can tell you that that is wrong. It is you. Now, they have the option to like it or not, and you are not obligated to care how they feel about it. And that is a huge lesson that a lot of us have not learned. And it's because humans are fear-based in general. And whenever you're in a society, whenever you're in a family, your whole system is based on the safety of being accepted and doing things for fear of being rejected. And so to be in that space and know, okay, I know that I'm okay, I've got me. And one of the things is whenever I'm facilitating, there is an agreement that if you want help, you will ask for it. And I will ask you multiple times to make sure that you truly want help. I have a hands-off approach. So even though people might be grasping for whatever, if you don't voice that you need help, I'm going to, again, watch you to make sure that you don't go running off and hurt yourself. but I'm going to let you handle you. And it's important to be in that space because, again, going back to the OTT, I'm not trying to make myself anybody's victor. And I'm not trying to make you the victim. So if I can say, I have confidence that you can handle you, maybe that's what you needed to actually try to handle yourself. Maybe that little bit of confidence, that little bit of external confidence is what you needed. Sometimes it's not. So sometimes you actually, sometimes it's heavy lifting and you do need help. And again, you can ask for it. One of the things that I've said multiple times is I'm a professional handholder and cheerleader. It doesn't mean I'm doing the work, because we can be in the same classroom and be working on different assignments. I don't know what your assignment is, and I don't claim to. I do know that I can support you in whatever it is you're working through. And so as a facilitator, as a healer, as a coach, as anything that I have allowed myself to be called, I am creating a safe space or a brave space, because I can't always, I can't always guarantee that your triggers are not going to be there. Your triggers are your triggers, However, I can create a space that is as safe as possible, or a space where you can feel brave enough to take some chances and to get to know some other aspects of yourself, if that makes sense. Do we have any questions? Is there anything? Let me check the chat. Oh yeah, Leo. Let's hear the story.
Okay. Well, recently there was a person that I had met, and maybe she had some wealth and some education, but she was like being propped up by her family financially. And she was a coach, right? But she was teaching people how to, actualize, right, to become to raise money. And the feedback I gave was, and the thing is, maybe I should have done a better job, because I don't feel like sometimes people are being truthful. Like, because I feel like I don't always have a filter. So I felt like I had to preface things by saying, listen, like, girl, if you don't want to hear the truth from me, then don't ask me, because I'm someone that really likes to give the truth. I have a really hard time lying. And then also, you're I don't know. My vibe was like this person was going to be sensitive and not take the advice, and it was just kind of wasted, like kind of like that concept of throwing pearls to swine or whatever. So I was kind of angry with myself, like, why the fuck are you even falling for this? Right. Because even though the person says they're open, I didn't really feel like they were sincerely open. So I gave my kind of what was flowing through me, which was, and the thing is, people give advice all the time. And so I get it. Like, anyone can tell you something. And I feel like sometimes people in the plant medicine field, our world, are sometimes like seekers, and they're looking for meaning. And so they're sometimes very vulnerable to like being influenced. So someone could be like, oh my God, in a past life, you were my teacher and I was your student, and now I'm your teacher. And like, who knows, they could have mental health issues. So I just think having discernment is, critical. So I get that. But what I told this person was, what flowed through me was, I said, I get the feeling that you're out there selling how to become a success, but you're not being transparent and authentic, because in essence, if we're defining things monetarily, you're not a success, right? You're living off of your family. And so what I said was, I feel like the universe is saying, listen, bitch, give it all up, go live in a fucking hut, be as transparent and as honest as possible, then sell your wares, then sell your shit, right? But even if you're living off, let's say, Social Security, because you get a mental health diagnosis, you know what I mean? And I think people have so much like shame about that idea, or something about like working the system. But it's like, the reality is this person would probably fit the criteria because they haven't actually worked for so many years. But for them, that would appear to be so shameful. But I was just trying to think outside the box. So maybe they thought I was like, you're doomed for a life of poverty or something. But that's not what I was saying. What I was saying was, I get the feeling if you stop saying I'm selling like these vitamins, right? But literally my mom is paying for these vitamins and I'm telling you that these vitamins saved my life, but really my mom's paying for everything. I'm just saying the vibe wasn't like authentic. And I just think the universe sometimes is like, listen, be more authentic, be more real. And so what if you were to say, I don't have any money, but I'm selling tools for you to get money? I don't know. I mean, maybe that sounds ass backwards. But anyway, the advice was
actually no, that is.
But I'm
that
almost
is,
not. Okay. So the
okay.
advice was not taken, right? The advice
Mhm.
was totally like not what the person wanted to hear, which I hate giving advice and it just doesn't mean anything, right? But then the other piece of it was they continually came back to me and said, well, what do you think about this business idea? Or what do you think about this? Like, what do you think about this? Looking for like some other thing. And I was like, oh my God, I told you what I kind of felt for you. Like, so anyway, that's my spiel.
So first off, giving advice does not obligate a person to take it. So you can say whatever you want, they're going to do their own thing. And I know that as a person who has done so many readings, people who will hop from reader to reader and hop from coach to coach, hop from certification to certification, looking for something externally, but they haven't done the inner work. That's the first thing. Secondly, there are a lot of coaches out there saying that their system works when they already had the privilege of wealth to begin with. And so they have figured out, well, I can make more money because I look wealthy and I can, and a lot of those things are systems that they've adjusted from somebody else who ran a scheme and just sold that. A lot of those things work. It's just like when people say, I've seen meditations for people to meet your spirit guides or whatever, and affirmations for wealth. You have to say this, you have to do it, you have to do it this way. What happens is, and learning this as a facilitator and as a person who's worked in several modalities, I can tell you what worked for me. However, we have 5 senses. We have multiple ways of learning. We have multiple ways of processing. So if I'm a visual learner and you're an audio learner, my rules aren't going to work for you. My methods aren't going to ring true for you. And that is just how that is. And so, and again, it goes back to doing an intake on who you're learning from. So it's not just the intake on your practitioner. You can do an intake on your doctor, on your teacher, on your coach, all of those things to figure out, what red flags are there for you. So if you don't like a redhead, or if you don't like the color green, hello. If you don't like the color green, I'm not your teacher. I'm not your coach, because I got green all over the place. And it doesn't mean that you're a bad person. It doesn't mean that I'm a bad person. It just means that for whatever reason, we don't mesh. There's 7 billion other people in the world. And a lot of times you want the person, or people will want, I won't say you, people will want that quick and easy fix. And so when people say, hey, that looks good, who did it for you? So-and-so did it. And you go to so-and-so, you're like, oh, I want my hair to look like this, that, and the other. And you come in with a picture. If your facial structure is not the same as that goal picture, it's not going to look the same on you. You can get the exact same haircut, and it's not going to look the same on you. And so we have a lot of people that are hawking these wares that say, I did this way. And even in my books, I'm not telling you this is the only way to do it. I know that there are multiple ways to get things done. What I'm doing is I'm giving you so many options, and you get to use what works for you. And some days, like I was a yoga teacher for a long time. So some days, you know, I would watch my people doing something that they could do yesterday, and today it's more difficult. And it's like some days your balance is there. Some days tree pose is really easy, and other days it's not happening. And so that's the reason why it's a practice. It's not called yoga perfect. It's called yoga practice. And we are here to try different things and to learn different lessons. And if everything worked out the first time, we would never get a lesson. So I think it's important for us to try different things and to get used to asking the questions. So if it's about inclusivity, if it's about safety, if it's about integration, if it's about intention, if it's about relationships, let's ask the questions. Let's normalize asking the questions. And if you ask the question, then you can get an agreed upon clarity, mutual clarity. And then you can create agreements that you can stay accountable to. So this whole thing comes back to creating integrity, which is keeping your word. I'm gonna take a breath on that. That's a lot. So, any questions or any comments? Let's open it up. Who's got comments? Who's here? Sean, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just had to unmute myself. Sorry about that. No, I've been listening to you speaking. And how did you learn about the Condor approach? Like, what kind of brought you into that circle or that group?
So the Condor approach, it's really funny. Through Clubhouse, actually, I met them, and at the time I was working as a psychodoula. I was actually growing my own and allegedly making chocolates for people. And I was in a room on Clubhouse, and this was, years ago when you still had to get an invite to come on. And for those of you that don't know, Clubhouse is an audio only app. So it's like talk radio that you can chime in on. And there was a room, and they were up at the top, and I wanted to ask a question. And they had an intake for people to get up onto the stage. And I was like, okay, that's interesting, because there were a lot of people listening. And getting up, I actually had a conversation with Cole and Tom, and we realized that we had a lot of the similar backgrounds. So Ta and I just really connected. And Ta is the one that comes through with all of this stuff. He's got 25 years in nursing experience, and 20 of those years was in the ER. And so he knows this stuff. And there were so many, at that time, they were talking about the importance of finding your facilitator. So I came on talking about safety, just like I spoke here. And then we went deeper into it, and we realized that we're co-creating something. And so Todd, Cole, and I have been working together on this for a long time. So Cole Whitty, Todd Whitty, Cole Whitty, myself, there are several people that are Condor coaches now. And so you may see that. If you're interested, at buypaulmark.com, there's a link for Condor Coach. We start out with the 3-day, but if you're already facilitating, maybe you want to learn more about going deeper into that. So if you start with the 3-day, there is just the basic concepts. And that is a lot. We just finished it last week. I'm still recuperating from last week. So a week ago, yeah, exactly a week ago, we had our last day. So it's funny that time-wise, this would have been when we were cleaning up. So I'm still in that space. And there is multiple people from multiple walks of life and multiple professions, nurses and therapists who are coming in to become psychedelic informed and trauma informed and to become Condor coaches. Learning about the OTT, learning about states, learning about the pause, pull back, physical scan, all of those things that are important. Learning about body mapping. There's 3 days worth of intensive information that I can talk to about the Condor approach. And we do have a Facebook community. So if you reach out to me, I can send you an invite to the Facebook community. When you come into the Facebook community, you have the option of a free 7-day audio course. It's not the entire thing, but it is a part. It's a good introduction to it.
That's cool. Thank you. Are you kind of teaching some of the workshops now, or are you going to teach some of the workshops in the future?
So actually, I teach my portion. So I am a person who creates intentional tools for integration. So I teach one of the electives, actually 2 of the electives that are available to coaches who have been through the basics and then come back for their second time. One of the things that I do is chakra mapping. So I have a specialty in chakras. I have a specialty in self-acceptance. And so, doing the deeper work. I'm kind of the mother of the nest. So I am the welcome committee whenever we're there at Alive, and it is absolutely a fantastic event. I saw the space that we're going to be in February, and it is wonderful, and there's actually lodging there. So it is like going off to band camp or going off to a summer camp where you're there for 5 days. You can be totally immersed. And there's a community that stays with you. We actually are a family. It's been said that it's more of a portal, and it is a fantastic introduction. It's a lot of information, and so that's why there's extra support. So again, reach out to me and I would gladly share with you some of the things.
I will. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. How do I deal with biofamily now? So that's interesting. Those who know me know that I am an only child, and yet I'm the youngest of 10 siblings. So the way that works is my mother had 2 children from her first marriage. My father had 3 children from his first marriage. They got together, had me, then divorced, and my mother, when I was young, married another person that had 4 children. So I actually have siblings, some of whom have never met. But they are all I'm the youngest of 3 separate families. One of the things that has come to me is that for a long time, I had issues with whether or not my biological family would accept me. The ones that I'm closest to, my sisters, they accept me, and I have no problem with. My mother fully accepted me. She's passed on, but she knew who I was and was my best friend and greatest supporter. My father actually knew who I was, my biological father, even though he's not the one I call daddy. So my stepfather is the one I call daddy, but both of them accepted me as who I am. And so I think that that's important. My brothers, not the best. So my stepbrothers, I have more of a loving relationship with, but my biological brothers, not so much. And having a brother that was, my oldest brother was, my oldest biological brother was the abusive one. And so to be in that space where he was supposed to be caring for me and was someone that I could not rely on for anything, that is something that I've worked with and something that I have learned from. It has not kept me from loving anybody else. It has not kept me um, from being open. There was a time where that relationship made me feel like my words didn't matter. And here I am writing books and selling my words, and people are buying them. I got I got two texts, one yesterday and one this morning, from people who are using my oracle decks and saying how fantastic they are. People who are reading my words on Facebook and seeing my stuff on Instagram and saying thank you for that insight. I get paid to talk to people. I get paid to teach. And so to be in that space of knowing that my words have value, and even past the time that I was told that I should be seen and not heard. Well, now I can be seen, obviously, and heard, and it's okay. So when I talk about self-acceptance, I'm not pulling this stuff out of my ass. Sorry if I said that. Yeah, but I'm not making this stuff up. I have worked through it, and I know that each one of us is valuable. Each one of us has something to bring to the table. And it is my honor and my goal to help people who, for whatever reason, can't see what they have to offer, to see themselves. You okay, Leo?
Yeah, in a good way. I think I'm just moved by your discussion about your family, families can be extremely complex, and I was thinking about the trauma you had discussed, and you're saying that, whatever. I don't really have words for it, but I don't know. I just think that that's some of our deepest work, and I don't know if we ever get done with it, but I appreciate you talking about your healing journey. So,
well, yeah, and I talked about it until I could talk about it without being triggered. And that's when you're done with it. Whatever it's been, if it's, I can sit here and say I had suicidal ideation. I can talk about why I had that ideation. I can even laugh about it because I've worked through it. I can talk about the abuse that I put up with as a child. And I can laugh about it because I did the work. I worked through it. I understand that made me stronger. Now, universe, please hear me. I do not need any more evidence that I have a strong personality. I don't need to be made stronger. However, all of these things that did not kill me did make me stronger. And I have found myself getting out there and doing things. And there are times when that little voice inside of you says, why are you doing this? Or this doesn't really matter. Heck, I literally woke up this morning thinking, nobody's going to show up. Nobody's listening. Nobody wants to hear what I have to say. And I still said it. So the anxiety is real. The depression can be real. So I kicked